into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this light is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. One day drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, a big time, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this light is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない。理解不能のスピード100倍速い。地横なんて哀れよね。ねえ聞いてよね。負けの準備でもしておきな。Come try me if you down。悩んでもやめないわ。No more。苦い思い消えてよ。この街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ。Trading モール始めよう。全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわ。すげた気づいてよマジでベイビー 一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
Country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on. Another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah. You know I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know?
I
think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pen, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Under lock, under key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems like I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom.
with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay until you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, you call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. There you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもうてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around? around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars ahead all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Michael, a chap on the ting. I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
Surfing on a wave Hit me with the Cali sun, give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, come on. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's
fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt takes over your life. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no.
nothing left. I'll keep on fighting. Now the time has come. Now the time has come. I will fight.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are into day 3, week 5. I am, of course, just Oisin. I'm joined by the charismatic Kitty. Emphasis on the Riz as we come into another day of LPL. And honestly, it's kind of flying by right now, Kitty. It feels like we only just started, yet we are literally coming up to the halfway point.
Yep, I blinked and we are in week 5. And did you just call me a Rizla, Oisin?
I don't know, man. I got to check the VODs on that one. You're gonna have to figure that one out there. But I mean, look, we'll see if if any of your charisma does rub off on any of these teams. But before we get into today's games, we gotta talk about what happened yesterday. Of course, when you're in the LPL, you do have games every single day of the week. Big, massive upset with that TT versus Weibo 2-0. And to be perfectly honest, it looked comfortable.
Yeah, and especially when Weibo Gaming won against JDG back in week 4, we did not expect them to drop a 0 bomb up against TT. And look, I'm a big The Shy fan, but his KDAs have not been looking pretty in the past 5 games.
No, he really has been struggling, and definitely not someone to be following, I suppose, at the moment if you don't want to be seeing some big feeder games. But looking at the table now, you can see top esports IG sitting around the top there. Couple of teams there lowing down, but I will say we are out of undefeated teams. They've all gone. Everyone's picked up a loss. It just kind of speaks to how competitive this region is.
And especially the top esports grabbing that series win up against IG last night. They are sitting comfortably in first place now, which is a pretty big shocker because I think top esports has been a little bit wobbly, but especially, of course, in that series up against IG, they looked okay, I guess.
Yeah, okay, I guess. I love that. You don't want to give him a compliment. It's like, it's fine. It's whatever. But we do have 2 games today. We still have AL versus BLG, which is going to be our first series today. AL, very desperate to get a win. You're going 0-6, 0-7. You are already starting to look towards summer split. And then, of course, later today, JDG versus EDG. A big matchup towards the top of the table. JDG looking to try and match top esports.
Yeah, this second half of the day is going to be very exciting to see how these 2 teams battle it out. But of course, we're going to start with AL versus BLG. And like you said, anyone's legend struggling to find their first win. They were able to scramble 3 wins across 6 series, but you're going to have to do a lot more to just pick up a series win at least.
Yeah, absolutely. But we're going to talk about that one, our next series, obviously, later. We'll talk about this one here. Oh, big brain movements. Yeah, okay.
Number 1?
Maybe he's just number 1. Maybe he's showing people his new haircut. We don't know.
Fresh cut coming to stage.
Yeah. Absolutely, I'm super into that one there. I will say I love the intros for the LPL right now. I love the variety you get as well, because you can get just normal people, hello, no problem at all. But then when they come out with a proper entrance, it just feels so good looking at these guys coming out.
LPL is literally content farming for all the fans out there, especially the one for last night where it was Valentine's Day. That little roses was so cute, and I've always just been a huge fan of the charismatic players because they just put in their efforts.
Yeah, you got it. I think the audience just appreciates a solid effort, but it's going to be interesting as well coming in today, as obviously BLG not being as hot, I would say, as people kind of expected them to be. They're 2-3, not really a position you want to be going into, but they have had some very difficult teams to go against. They've already played and lost to JDG, EDG. The big one, I think the big loss that we obviously see is the WE loss, but they did beat Weibo, so it's kind of hard to figure out where this team's supposed to be.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, 2-3, but they have the potential of becoming a top team. Like you said, beating Weibo Gaming. I know they had a really good performance up against JDG and then flopped last night, but they are still a super team for this split. And of course, I think the highlights for me of this BLG team is the side lanes. I think they're both relatively good, with Bin and Elk playing very consistent. And my focus coming into this next series is just wanting to see Shun and Yago kind of picking up their game and really synergizing compared to these super teams that we have in the league.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think as well, when you look at the last few series for BLG, I don't want to say they full sent it, but sometimes it just feels like it's a bit of frustration. And I will say straight up, like Shun was known as a niddly, kind of power pick or pocket pick. It's something that he was able to kind of bring out on previous, IG rosters and stuff like that. But it just felt like that it hasn't been it. It really hasn't been it for him. And on a 2-game loss streak, it really does feel like this is a turning point for them. You have to beat anyone's legend. No disrespect to anyone's legend, but they are 0-6. If you're not beating a 0-6 team, I start to really reevaluate your chances of making it to the postseason.
Yeah, I mean, Shun is a really interesting person, right? Because he is pretty much breaking the meta as we go into this tank engage with the Sejuanis, the Wukongs coming out. But something interesting that I found was that they always ban the Maokai when they come into these LPL games. So they just don't want to touch the tree. Never giving the enemy and never playing it themselves. But like you said, Nidalee, Graves, and Kindred, always a viable pick for Shun. And I just think these champions in the current meta, they don't work as well with the current mid pool. But Yagal being able to play all those utility champions, we saw the Kindred and Galio come out of them as well. So I just think it really depends on the draft they get and how Shun is proactive in that early game.
Yeah, I love that you bring that up. It's like Shun won't touch the tree. He refuses to touch grass, is basically what I heard there. But
touch tree, yeah.
Doesn't want to do it. Doesn't want to reconnect with nature. But we'll see if he's able to kind of make it a little bit of a change right now. And this is the thing. It's a strange one as well. It's always an interesting conversation to have within the League of Legends spectrum, I suppose, of like, yes, people aren't known for certain styles. People are known for certain champions, and there are 160 plus in the game. But it does feel like, as a pro player, you need to be able to adapt. You need to be able to pick up what's fresh, what's hot right now, and what's just good, because it's an ever-changing game. And if you want to continue to be relevant, if you look at some of the best players to ever play the game, they are known for certain champions, but it doesn't mean they can't play other ones. So for BLG, specifically for Shun, I want to see that little bit of adaptation. I want to see him maybe try and go for something a little bit more bog standard to prove that he can do it. And for AL, I just need something. I need anything, to be perfectly honest. Like, I think I've casted the most of this team so far this split. It has been just so rough watching these guys just nearly make it work and just not quite do it. And the big thing for me is ZDZ in that top side. It just really isn't connecting with the rest of his team.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, they were so close to grabbing those wins in those series, but unfortunately, they just weren't able to close out those games. And I think they go relatively even in the early game, sometimes even coming out on top with their early skirmishes, but they just start trickling when it gets to the mid game, where they just get caught one by one, and that's where the bleeding starts, where anyone's legend just can't control the game anymore. So I would love to see some more consistency, especially when you generate that early lead as AL, and just translating into more than just early kills.
Yeah, I completely agree. And look, it's going to be difficult as well, especially when you've got ZDZ, who is struggling going up against Bin, the 2021 MSI champion. But we will wait and see how this all ends up going down, because we are jumping straight onto the Rift. It is ZDZ picking up this area's first pick, because we do have the Elise, the Vi, and of course the Ashe band away by the side of BLG. The Nidalee, Kindred, a lot of jungle focus coming out here for Shun on the side of AL.
Yeah, a lot of target bans coming out of AL. I mean, it does narrow Shun's champion pick. I just cast a curse at this. He's picking Maokai for the first time in this split. He's finally dropped the ego, and he's going to adapt to the meta by touching some grass and picking this Maokai blind. Xiaohao has always been that person that I would say is the most consistent out of AL. He either has 100% impact in the early game, or he has completely no impact in that early game. And we've seen a lot of his Lee Sin as well, but I just feel like he needs to just if he is on a champion that is scaling, he just needs to play it safe, because I think AL is just struggling to get anything rolling when it does come to the early levels. But of course, all of these scaling options going towards the side of AL. Zera Yumi going to get locked in, and Rise is currently being hovered. Rise going over to the side of AL. I think this champion has a really high win rate in the LPL currently, where I believe it's around 60. So this might be a really good start for the side of Pinzi, because he has been probably the most consistent player out of all 5.
And again, it's just kind of one of those things. I think you're absolutely right. I think he's 41 game played or something like that, 61%, 25 wins, 16 losses. I just got confirmed with our stats team, aka me. Yeah, it really has been a thing, and especially for Ping Z as well. He's been very solid on this pick. It has worked out exceptionally well for him and his team when they've been able to get their hands on it. The Lucian Nami Maokai combination, on the other hand, however, is explosive. If Elkin On can get rolling on this combination, we just know how much this Lucian can do. And now, with the jungler picked in for BLG, no jungler for AL, we are starting to see Xiaohao getting these target bans towards him. He's now on the other side of this one. And actually, as I say that, both teams are prioritizing those jungle bans. So we're actually going to probably see 6 jungle bans so far in the 10.
I mean, Xiao still has the Sejuani and Vi available. He also likes playing the Wukong, so I'm not too stressed for Xiao just quite yet. But BLG getting their hands on Lucian Nami once again. I believe they played it 7 times already. And looking at their statistics for specifically Elk, he only has a really high win rate on this Lucian compared to these other champions like the Zeri and the Siva. I believe Ashe is 100% win rate for him, but it just seems like this is such a big comfort pick for the side of BLG, and handing it over is a huge mistake. The Jace is going to get hovered for the side of BLG. Really good response into a scaling pick like the Rise. You get that early lane priority, and it just does relatively well. And I'm really scared for Cassante blinds nowadays, because Sion is becoming a very, very strong pick in the meta.
Sion, we've also seen quite a few of the top kind of carries as well, like Fiora coming into it. And with the Maokai jungle for the side of BLG, I would not be surprised to see this Jace maybe be a little bit of a flex to Yagao as well. So you have to keep that in mind as we come into the final few picks. You've got the Zerayumi, of course, for AL. You've got the Rise, because on the exceptional scaling right now from the side of AL. The one thing I would love just to kind of wrap this all in a lovely little bow, I was just to say a little bit of Engage. The Sejuani covers that very, very nicely. And they're front to back should they get to 2.5 items. It's terrifying now coming in for BLG.
Yeah, I mean, this team comp getting locked in by the side of AL, a lot of scaling with the Zeri and Rise, and of course, a really good frontline provided from the Cassante and Sejuani. I often see them opting into very hard scaling compositions, but I'm afraid that they need to stabilize the early game. And just the scariest thing is that Xiaohao, like I said, he is that inconsistent player where he pretty much determines the outcome of the game in the first 10 minutes, so he needs to play really smart.
Well, they were hovering over the Gwen for a while there, but the end of it is going to be Bin on this Nara. I do like it as well, because yes, you do have the Maokai and the Nami for a little bit of engage, but their ultimates are slow. They're kind of a secondary engage after you get that big kind of setup. So the Mega Nara does very well into that. Decent poke coming out here from the side of BLG as well, and they've got some fantastic early game should they be able to utilize it. And this is the thing with BLG that we've seen pretty much all split, is that they will go ham at all times. They are looking for early advantages. So right now, this is just about kind of, surviving for AL. They need to get this Zeri to a point where she's able to kind of, just sit in a side lane, or sorry, sit in a mid lane while the rest of her team does the side lane damage.
Yeah, with the Gnar getting locked in as a response in that top lane, it's going to be a snooze fest, because Gnar into Cassante, no one's going to be dying in that lane, and I want Xiaohao to be hovering the Zerayumi constantly, because we're going to expect some dives coming out of the Maokai now that Shun has picked it for the first time in this split. I haven't seen his performance on this champion just quite yet, but a major flaw of Maokai is that if you try to force plays too early into the game where Sejuani is the opponent champion, then you can be in some sticky situations, because you're a scaling champion that wants to get to those item spikes like the Demonic Embrace.
Absolutely. And look, don't forget, we are on 13.1, not 13.1b, so there are some little things that haven't been changed.
The cat's not dead.
Yeah, cat's not dead. There's no, the crit changes haven't come in. The Maokai hasn't been nerfed in terms of his Demonic Embrace and stuff like that, but this is the thing. I do expect to see Shun going full AP Maokai and kind of pushing himself to be that big threat. We saw Tarzan last week play it, where he did like 8,000 damage in one team fight or something like that. Ridiculous amount of money, damage you can put out on this champion. So for AL, it's about surviving. It's about getting themselves, kind of comfortably to an item or so. And I will say that the champions they've picked up here are the ones they've looked the best on this split.
Yeah, I mean, just like you said, comfort is key, and something really freaky about Yumi and Nami getting nerfed on patch 13.1b is that LCK still picked it on the new patch. So I'm just afraid you can take the Yumi out of the game, but you can't take the Yumi out of the players.
Yeah, well, can't take the cat out of the bag, but can definitely throw it in the river if you want to, as we jump onto the Rift to see how this game will end up panning out. Of course, it is a best of three, so this is only game one of one. Obviously, I got very jarred there as our top overlay is obviously changed. Obviously, there are tech issues with the overlay earlier on that they can't be able to fix, and that's why we have backups, Kitty.
It's okay. Well, the backup for AL is to not explode in this early game. You have the Ryze, you have the Zeri Yumi in that bottom lane, and you have so much engaged tools coming out of AL. So you're just trying to look for those 5v5 skirmishes once you do hit the middle of the game. But of course, BLG is going to challenge that by forcing early plays with the Lucian Nami available, especially when they hit their one item spike. They're going to look for those early objectives like the Herald and the Dragon when they are available on the map. So AL just needs to know what to give and what to fight so they don't opt into terrible fights where the game ends at 20 minutes.
No one really wants to lose the game at 20 minutes, but we'll see what ends up happening as the early stages kind of come about. Not really expecting too much from the junglers right now. We're both seeing them start on the red side of the jungle, so they're going to be pretty much on opposite sides of the map for when it kind of happens here. Level 2 hit here by AL. They dropped an immediate exhaust, which is cleansed away. And I was going to say, I don't think the Zeri Yumi's going to be able to kill anybody, but they can definitely be a nuisance.
Bit of aggression coming out of the AL bot lane, especially with Sword Art just being attack Yumi and going up and putting the exhaust down, which does burn a cleanse, so Xiaohao does have a lot of freedom when it comes to these 3v3 skirmishes now that the Lucian doesn't have a combat summoner. But this is exactly what I want to see. Red buff Sejuani challenging the enemy jungler in his own jungle because you have just so much dual opportunities.
I mean, when you don't have the blue buff here for the Maokai, you take a hell of a lot of damage. You can see him trying to just kind of keep himself alive without having to use a summoner. He will survive in that endeavor, but he is not coming in to contest this side of the jungle anymore. And this is Xiaohao, as you just mentioned, just being a much stronger jungler at level 3 than the Maokai.
Yeah, I mean, the Maokai is forced to base and loses his own blue buff. I mean, with the Gnar pushing in, I think Maokai can potentially look for the enemy blue, but it's going to be really tough because he is now a camp behind. But of course, we see a lot of aggression coming out of the Zeri Yumi lane, which is pretty shocking. I think Lucian Nami should be able to fight back their lane priority once they do hit the level 3. But now with the Sejuani, you see him there after the duel with the Maokai. It's fine to play a bit more safe in that bottom lane. But Maokai, you need to go for that blue because you can't just get rid of your camps without a blue on the tree.
No, you really do need that mana regeneration. But honestly, it's just smart play coming out from anyone's legend. They recognized they had priority in bot at the time. They had push in mid. Plenty to kind of come out here as we see, ooh, 2 summoners traded there for the side of anyone's legend. Very, very aware that they could get all in on, so not going to happen. And the blue buff will not be taken. Shouldn't prioritize the scuttle. So Xiaohao going to be able to confirm pretty much all of his topside camps as well. And like I said, it's a tough time right now to be a tree.
It is a very tough time, especially for your first time playing Maokai in this split, but Xiaohao having a very good early game. He is going to triple buff the enemy jungle on the Sejuani, having a lot of a level advantage when it does come to that. So he's going to hit 6 significantly a lot earlier compared to Shun, which is that level 6 spike, and you can start forcing plays around the map. And these early dragons, the Maokai needs to have his ultimate available to contest.
Absolutely. Even if you're trying to just encroach or, kind of get on top of an objective like that, the AoE coverage that it gives you, the zone potential with that ultimate is just huge. So we'll see now BLG just taking their time with this early game, not really, gaining or losing anything apart from obviously in that jungle position, but shouldn't mean too much in the grand scheme of things if they are able to kind of stabilize the tree back again. Pushing bot lane goes in favor of BLG as now Xiaohao looking to try and be a nuisance once more. He has skirted around Vision very nicely, but it's difficult to really see how he would really make this one stick. Unless you can get a flash from Yagao, that could be the difference maker between this mid-fight.
Yeah, now that camps are offline for both junglers, they do want to just look for a fight on either side of this bottom side of the map. Shun does hit level 4 finally, and he is still 2 camps down compared to the Sejuani, unfortunately, but not a lot of action, which is extremely good for the side of AL because you are that scaling team comp that wants to avoid those early deaths so you get your items online earlier.
Well, level 6s are being hit now by solo laners across the board as we wait to see what really happens here. And this is where the game starts to get a little bit more tenuous in that top side. I know you said, and you were rightfully so, there's no one really going to die. The Nara and the Cassante is just a wet noodle fight for the moment. But with level 6s hitting, and of course we know how powerful that Cassante can be with that all out, so want to see maybe if the the Bin goes a little bit too far forward, that maybe there's a punish coming out from ZDG, or vice versa. If Bin can get a good bit of CC off, they can stun lock him away from those, getting the dashes out. So right now we are just waiting to see what is the real kind of moment to set off this this powder keg of a fight.
Yeah, and if a 3v3 does pursue in this bottom side of the map, we do need to remember that Pinsy has his Realm Warp available now hitting level 6. So with the Jace basing and having not good tempo to join these fights, you gotta just play it safe for the side of BLG. Just gotta let Maokai watch his camps get taken away, unfortunately.
Let's see the Rise roaming down now. Realm Warp is available, so they might be able to overload here on the bot side. Very difficult to do with a cleanse and all flashes available. Now the mid laners and the junglers going to find themselves at a bit of a 2v2 on the bot side. Barrier used alongside the exhaust, but cleansed away as well. So a 2-for-1 in terms of summoner trade. Shun now gets a nice smash back there to make sure he does not get caught up. I say that he's going to have to flash away because he knows he will just be run down here by this Rise, and you can just see the power that Sejuani just brings you right now. Just the constant CC if she gets her stacked up passive on her W, it's just too much for you to really deal with.
Yeah, I mean, now that Xun doesn't have that flash available, it's just gonna get so dangerous for him if he does ever get caught like that once again. But we saw a lot of summoners being spent in this bottom lane, where I believe 2 got used for the side of AL, but now with Jace picking up this serrated dirt, he's going to have a lot more danger when it comes to these mid lane 2v2s. Xun is just not going to have a fun time in this game.
No. He's lucky there was a blast cone there, because that Realm Warp was directed towards him. And honestly, we are seeing maybe a little bit of a reasoning, like you said, towards why we don't see Xun on this. Oh, go stop myself, Xiao Hao.
He has the ult available.
Got his ultimate available. Yeah, they're going to try and get on top of him. He hasn't used his flash just yet. Flash for flash, and you go, sidesteps it, but I think it's going to be enough anyway. They have the Rune Prison, they have the damage, and they have First Blood.
You know what? As long as it works, we don't care about the process. AL picks up First Blood, and the Sejuani ultimate was burnt as a result of that. They do get the flash of Yagal, so that play can be repeated later on into the game, but the First Blood goes into Pinsy's hands. And on a scaling pick like this Rise, he's just going to get that role available so much earlier on into the team fight. So Yagal places a pink ward here and just gets scouted out by Xiaohao, which is pretty greedy because you did have information from the Maokai earlier that the Sejuani was invading the red buff. And of course, although dodged the Sejuani ultimate, she just has so much follow-up, you just can't escape her hands.
Just cannot be done, as we wait to see now what's going to happen with the response from BLG. They are starting to gain control on this bot side. It is not leading to any kind of significant advantage just yet, but it is going to be AL pushed back off of this turret. And I will say, I think the big thing is that maybe Yagao didn't anticipate having the level 6 for the Sejuani because Xun wasn't level 6, but got to remember the earlier play where he lost his blue buff and basically all his bottom side camps. So yeah, not a great timing on that, unfortunately, for the mid laner of BLG. And AL find themselves a good start to this game. No dragon taken just yet. The Rift Herald is on the field as well. Yagao in a little bit of trouble. We are going to see the ultimate come out here from the Maokai just to try and stop the Sejuani from moving forward. But now, Xiaohao is very isolated. No flash, nowhere to go. I feel like once you see the Maokai, you should back away.
I mean, he already committed too hard. That's just the life of a Sejuani. Once you go forward, there's no backing out. But I think he forgot his Rise only has the Catalyst available in his item slots, and they just don't have enough burst out of the Sejuani and Rise combo, especially when you don't have the ultimates available. Even if that play was going even, we saw the Lucian and Na'Vi having push first, and they were rotating first. So that play was just never going to work out for the side of AL. Things were going very smoothly for anyone's legend, but with that death going into the hands of Yagal, that does bring him back into the game, and Yagal with these items online is just gonna be a very big problem when it comes to those mid-game skirmishes.
Yeah, you gotta be very aware of the poke that can come out from a pretty fed chase, but both junglers having an assist, both mid laners having a kill, means that the gold is almost identical to each other. As we see now, Dragon traded for the Rift Herald, and it has been a much more tempered start from BLG than we were probably expecting, especially considering how they've been playing most of this regular split. So curious to see what will be the next point of contention here for the side of AL. As they're, honestly, as we said in the draft, they're very happy to let this Zeri, this Ryze, this K'Sante just get up to a couple of items, then look for fights.
Yeah, I mean, now with the Jace picking up his Eclipse, I'll be more than happy to be playing this more 5v5 mid-game skirmishing team composition when it does come to BLG, because you've been finding so much success with the Lucian, Nami, and of course Jace in the middle lane. But you just can't make too many mistakes to let AL scale to that 3-item spike where Betty is able to come online and just kill everyone with the little cat attached. Pinsy not having the flash available, Shun is trying to make something happen in this middle lane. Jace has his mythic available, so it's going to look really, really dangerous for Pinsy.
Yeah, Bramble smash down, knocks you all the way back. That is as easy and as clean as you like. Having that multiple different damage front of the magic, and of course the attack damage does end up doing a hell of a lot of favors there in that mid game. And of course BLG gladly take themselves the kill.
Yeah, although Shun's early game went very tragically for a Maokai, still 10 CS down, he is able to find pick, he is able to come back into the game pick after pick, especially with the Maokai ult available, which is why Maokai is such a OP pick this meta, because you just have so much force. You pretty much cover the entire lane once you press that ultimate ability, similar to 5 Sejuani ult, if I wouldn't lie myself.
Yeah, not too different from it as, excuse me, we come now towards the next real objective, which is probably going to be this dragon in 3 minutes time. Of course, the Rift Herald will be roughly on the same timer. And we wait to see where these two teams want to try and put their priorities. Right now, it does look like Xiaohao kind of making a nuisance of himself in that bot side, but without the vision and without the security of their jungler, it is very, very difficult. But look at it already. You can see the gold for the kind of carries on the side of BLG, definitely kind of giving them a little bit more favor, as Shelly does get dropped in this bot side. Should just be the one plate. Does not give 2 anymore, so that's not the greatest of Rift Herald plays ever. And it looks like BLG are going to be able to cover it on the bot side as well.
I mean, this Jace is already becoming such a problem when it does come to the poke before these major objectives. But like you saw on the graph, Yaga was sitting at the very top, very pretty on this Jace. And I'm afraid for AL, when it does come to these team fights or 5v5s, no one is really able to outrange the Jace, and with your Ryze still of course sitting on that catalyst, trying to buy the roll, but there's going to be more action in the bot lane.
Yeah, we are going to see the final chapter put out is the tidal wave to answer. They flash in, they get the Bramble smash. The Yuumi has detached because she's saying, look, I'm a cat, I am not loyal to anybody, I will go to whoever feeds me. And that was not the Zeri right there.
Betty, all you have to do is survive the early game. There's no need to force all these plays, being the proactive side of for Azeri and Yuumi, of course, burning all 4 summoners in this exchange, and of course yourself dying as well. Pinsy is going to ult in. I think Elk does fall as a result of that, although Pinsy doesn't pick up the kill. But it does end up being a 1-for-1 trade. The kill does go over to the Sejuani, however, so it's not as worth for the side of AL, but like I said, you're playing scaling champions. You don't need to go for those plays, especially when you don't know where the Jace is. He was rotating first to that bottom side. You just don't do it.
Yeah, just straight up don't do it. It's exactly as you say, like, you know, Shun gets himself behind enemy lines here, and then it's just such a strange setup again. You know, it's a good exhaust. It actually comes out after the cleanse,
but
a
hit by the
bubble
Nami
is,
Q.
Yeah, that's the big thing. The bubble is the big changer there, and you're losing all of your summoners there, and the value that you have with the Yuumi kind of loses its value a little bit more because you can't have that exhaust and heal to help you out later on in the fights.
Yeah, Elk does overstay a little bit, greeding to get this wave pushed in. I'm assuming he wanted his mythic gold, but Sejuani missed the ult again with the Ryze TPing in this time around. However, it is going to secure a kill on Elk because his summoners were burnt from the earlier 2v2. But like I said, now with all the mythics available for the side of BLG, Lucian and Nami picking up this Gale Force and Mande, and with Yaga sitting on so much gold, the mid game is looking very dangerous for the side of AL already.
This is the time of the game where BLG should start to flourish. This is where they should start to come out and really put down the hurt here on top of AL as the next dragon spawns in 10 seconds. I don't think AL is going to be looking to try and contest this one here. I will say it's a pretty late soul if we're looking at it in terms of the traditional early souls that we usually get. Normally 5.5 minutes. First dragon is a pretty setup here, but no cleanse at the moment on the top of Elk as he tries to move forward here. Xiaohao sitting off on the side. Need to be very aware that you don't exactly have the purest of vision control around this mid lane, and Elk does not go any further. I feel actually, honestly, if Yagao had hit that accelerated shock blast, that may have been an over contest.
I mean, with the Gale Force available for Elk, he could have just eaten and pretty much one-shot Betty without the flash on the Zeri available, of course. The two dragons do go over to the side of BLG. The ultimate's coming out.
There we go. That's a good bubble onto Xiaohao that stops him moving forward. He gets hit by the tree. It's water, it's earth, it's all of Mother Nature working against AL right now as they just can't make anything stick.
I mean, the Lucian does try to force once again because, like we said, the Betty burnt his flash from 3 minutes ago in that bot lane 2v2. With the reinforcements coming out of Pinzi and, of course, the jungler, they weren't able to execute. But BLG looking a bit desperate, trying to find those mid-game skirmishes. Ultimates coming out of Pinzi, flash out of Yagao. Not as bad. I think this proactiveness is nice from the side of AL, but like I said, just this Jace not being able to shut down and you get that bounty gold into your own hands, you're never going to be able to challenge the Jace's range in these team fights.
And that's the big thing we're looking at right now, is that with the Rise and, of course, the Cassante, you will have to get up close and personal. Smite away by Shun there. As I was going to say, like, oh, he might have another one for the Rift Herald. He doesn't. He just kind of made sure that Xiaohao thought he did. As we can see now, I'm moving towards this mid lane. Xiaohao looking for something, but without any real follow-up from his team, it's not really going to happen as he is waiting for his ultimate to come off of cooldown. Rift Herald down to about 600. He does not have Smite. I don't know. Did he get it there? I believe he did, and now they can try and look for a fight here.
Stole it.
Did he? No, BLG just about got it. Yeah, just about.
Jesus.
But yeah, that was risky.
That was risky. I mean, the two junglers were kind of just staring at each other for a good 10 seconds. It's like, you want this, bro? Nah, I'm taking this. The Maokai ult does come out as a zone, and this first mid tower goes to the side of BLG, but throwing it back to Yagao not having this flash available, I think Xiaohao should just consistently play towards the side and stop Jace from getting that CS and scaling even further into the game, because you can't just do nothing on the map, even with the enemy team already having that existing lead.
I mean, it's a 3,000 gold lead for the moment. I will say that Bin and ZDZ have just been playing PvE for majority of this game. They've just not been involved whatsoever. And that's kind of fine. I feel like Bin is very happy with that setup. He's got himself about a 15 CS lead. He's now got a Triforce. Yes, first items are being pretty much completed across the board, but it is the Lucian who's getting ahead. It is the Lucian who's getting himself on the 2.5 items. And now, have a look at how close this one was. Does he get his Smite? I think he got his Smite just in a second, as that was very fast of a replay.
That was very fast. I didn't get to catch most of that, but obviously the Herald did go towards the side of BLG. Still
Speed replays, go!
And the first tower went to the side of BLG, so that opens up the map a lot more, especially when you do want to be looking for these mid lane skirmishes like here. Betty lives on 1 HP. So unfortunate. I think he missed one of his ultimate little bursts. I think he could have 100-0'd him, but of course with the Immortal Shield Bow coming out clutch, Betty gets to survive death once more.
Well, ZDZ looking to see if he can take a 2v1. Sorry, never mind. It's a 3v1. He's looking to try and get his all-out over to the other side. The Realm Orb comes out. A flash used as... Or sorry, no flash used. A Ghost was used by ZDZ. Now a TP coming in here. That's going to be Bin with almost fully Mega. He flashes forward! Bin gets a huge knock into the wall, but can they follow it up? Yes, they can. They find the Rise. They're looking for ZDZ. They can get one more kill. It would 100% confirm themselves the Baron. But actually, I lied. The Baron's not even spawned. It's 30 seconds away.
Like you said, Oshin, Bin has just been playing PvE this entire time, but he comes in and he gets a 3-man ultimate onto AL, and that's exactly what you need as a top lane when it comes to impact in 13.1. But huge ultimate, like I said, getting his hands onto the carries of AL where Pinzi falls as a response. But I didn't get to see where the Sejuani ult was used. He didn't have it available when we cut back to the play. I think he tried to catch the Lucian off guard when this was happening, when ZDZ was 1v3ing in this top topside jungle. I'm trying to look at the minimap because Sejuani is obviously trying to look for a pick onto Elk here, but he misses the ultimate and Elk just gets away scot-free. So that's already 2 ultimates unavailable for the side of AL, and you're in a choke up against Gnar, which does turn Mega, and he just gets the perfect ultimate onto all of the teammates of AL, and really huge team fight coming out of BLG, and exactly what you're trying to look for in these mid-game skirmishes.
I mean, this is, again, the power of the Yuumi is that they had those extra summoners, they had the extra heal, the exhaust, the barrier, then of course being able to be used by Betty kind of saves that play from being bad to a hell of a lot worse. But Dragon is spawned on the Rift. It is only a Chem Rift, but you are 2 away as BLG from the Soul. Definitely something that Bin would love to have as we get later on into this game. But AL looking like they want to try and fully contest this one here. You can see just how powerful BLG were in that last fight, but they did use an awful lot to try and make that fight work. So right now it is just everyone on AL moving forward, but with this zoning ultimate of the Maokai, you can push forward and be very annoying. They get a lot of damage here on the ZDZ, who gets just peppered down here by the culling. Good tidal wave, and it's slow, methodical, and on with the ebb and flow, crashes into the ZDZ Cassante. Now Pinzi, he's got nowhere to go. He's going to try and maybe use that phase rush to maybe keep himself alive, but On is feeling it, and On secures him and his team another kill. 7-2. It's a 6,000, probably going to be about 7,000 in a minute gold lead. BLG in total control.
Oshin, that was the fight that AL needed to win to deny the Dragon Soul point, but unfortunately you're just 2 behind in gold, and the side of BLG just has all those items online, especially with the Jace finding these angles to poke out the team earlier, and of course Maokai having such a strong presence. Even though he had a terrible early game, this champion is just broken in the current patch, and ZDZ just tanking the entire Lucianol to start the entire fight, of course. And yeah, just AL is just trickling one by one when it comes to these team fights. You had to challenge the 5v5, you had to be the ones engaging onto them, but if you play into the hands of BLG, this is exactly what happens, and I don't see AL having another angle to scale back into the game because you're up against a Fed, Jace, and Lucian.
Yeah, that is a 3-item Lucian and a 3-item Jace. They are terrifying with the amount of work they can do. I will say the pokes should be mitigated relatively by the Yuumi healing coming out, but right now the BLG are declawing this cat very well, not letting them have anything to do in this game. And Shun had a bit of a rough start on this Maokai, but those ultimates, it's just again, time and time again, we're seeing why this champion is picked, because it's just so oppressive. That was AL honestly ticking all the right boxes, putting themselves in all the right places to contest that dragon. But then the ultimate comes out from the Maokai, the tidal wave comes in. There's just nothing you can do. You have to retreat.
Yeah, it does take up the entire bottom side of that jungle, and like I said, AL needs to be the one being proactive with the Sejuani ult coming out, which they can potentially do here because we see the Gnar CSing in that top side. So you want to force a 4v5, or else you're not gonna win these 5v5s later on in the game.
No, you are not. Bin is in mini and hasn't built up any mega so far, but does have a TP and is pushing out that side wave. So this is just BLG slowly but surely closing all the doors that are available to BLG. To AL. They're slowly making themselves known and saying, look, all it takes is one little overstep, just like that. 2 autos, slightly empowered, I will say, by On, but that is still disgusting coming out here from Elk.
3 items online for both the Jace and the Lucian of BLG. I don't know how Betty is going to survive these all-ins once they do pull the trigger. I think Xiaohao is just waiting for a very slow death as these inhibitors go down. And of course, Bin is just being a little menace on this Gnar and pressuring the side as well. Just force a 4v5 when the Gnar isn't here, or else you're not going to have enough time.
I mean, you're just death by 1,000 cuts. Here we go. They're going to try and find an engage here. Gao flashes away, though, after getting hit. The final chapter does basically nothing. And now an awful lot of your engage options are mitigated at best. They will just try and back themselves away. They have not taken the inhibitor in mid lane just yet. Pinzi just so much work. The 2 auto attacks again brings him down to just about above 1/3 of his HP. But with the Baron on the board and everyone needing a couple of resets, it looks like BLG have done the work they wanted to do.
Elk is getting a little bit too frisky with the ways he ease in, so he's getting a bit, I would say, excited. But of course, Dragon is a very viable win condition for the side of BLG now that they are sitting on Dragon Soul Point. Baron, of course, available on the map. However, with AL being pushed in both top and mid, it's going to be very tough trying to find this vision control and even contest the 5v5 when BLG does threaten it.
We're waiting to see, and it does feel like right now, just the way the game is going, it's not been an explosive game. It hasn't been BLG absolutely outplaying AL. It's been a death of 1,000 cuts. It's just been slowly building them back and breaking down summoners, taking off health bar. Shun now using his ultimate. Seeing if he can catch somebody out. Yes, he does indeed. They're going to use the tidal wave to try and stop Yagao from getting engaged upon it. Xiaohao trying his very, very best. Bin on the backside does get exhausted as ZDZ. It's the top laners dealing 4v1 on both sides, but ZDZ finally falls. And again, more and more we're seeing it, just little bits and pieces of them kind of taking them out. PinZ does not have a flash, so he will fall as well. It's only 2 kills, but AL, they're running out of options.
I mean, BLG just had a flank from top and bot side where Bin was occupying 3 members of the side of AL. And of course, ZDZ tries his little heart out to try and at least get Elk in that team fight for a 1-for-1 trade. But there's just not enough damage coming out of the side of AL, where these scaling champions, they fell too far behind in that early game, and now Baron's going to get threatened for the side of BLG.
It's not going to be threatened, it's going to be fully committed to, as they're going to be able to confirm that for themselves. Dragon not spawned just yet, so they should be able to get their reset off and run themselves straight back out onto the map. That would be sold. You can see Betty moving towards it. They are TPing as well, but 2 TPs from BLG. They want to give nothing to AL.
Yeah, AL has to go for this dragon right now. You have a 20-second angle, but I think they already started it way too late. The members of BLG are making their way back here.
Yeah, there's no jungler for BLG just yet. The Dragon's not going down quick enough, though. As you can see, Elk moves forward, forcing ZDZ back. There's a combination of the ultimates that we've been talking about all game. Sejuani's dead. ZDZ's in a lot of trouble. He should be able to get that Realm Warp just to safety, but again, it is the Chem Soul now for the side of BLG. They have just dominated AL. There was one moment, I think, in this game where we thought maybe AL had an opportunity, but outside of that, it just wasn't to be.
Yeah, and that was the early game. I think Xiaohao could have obviously done a lot more in this game. He was having a lot of presence in the jungle, specifically when it did come to those early invades, but 4 dragons going towards the side of BLG, and I believe Herald as well. AL, that was the last fight, but can you really fight for your last breath of air before the Nexus falls?
I mean, they're drowning right now. BLG are just keeping them under the water. They can't get themselves above the surface. And just look at the damage. 2 on it by bit. BLG just tearing AL apart. Bin looks like he might would want to go for something there, but taught against it at the very last second. He's going to try and build up his mega once more. But AL, you got to go for something, because if indecision is a decision in itself.
Yep, I think losing is also a decision, because this game is looking very, very hard for the side of AL to really fight back as a chance. Mid lane does get pushed in with the Baron empowered minions. Yagao is just way too strong, where you can't do enough damage to shut down the carries of AL. I believe Betty was getting one-shot by Bin as Mini-Gnar, and Bin comes in for the 3-man ult again.
Yep, gets himself a 3-man ultimate. This is just BLG padding the stats a little bit, taking down the Cassante. Double kill goes over to Elk. Maybe even a couple more. They were looking towards maybe diving the fountain, but it was slow, it was methodical, but it was BLG all the way.
I wouldn't say it was slow. That was a pretty fast game, especially when you had the Jace and Lucian online so early into the game as well. AL did put up a fight, and I've been saying this for the longest time. I think they have a decent early game, but you have to just translate those that early aggression and the kills into more than just kills. Like I said, the Sejuani just having so much presence around the map, where Maokai pretty much got triple buffed earlier into the game, but 4 dragons going towards the side of BLG when your Zeri and Yumi were winning the bot side was a bit questionable, and I think stuff like that just sliding through just snowballs into a big fat loss for AL once again.
And I mean, look, it kind of exactly what we talked about coming into this particular series is that ZDZ's a little bit disconnected, not quite working with the team. It all feels like they can go for something, but they don't ever really get it to stick. And it feels like, different day, same issues for the side of AL. For BLG, I like that they went for a little bit more of a, kind of like, we could just beat you with better picks kind of composition. They weren't looking for ego. They obviously, the Nidalee and the Kindred were banned away by Shun, but he picked up the Maokai, has got a win on it. Did have to suffer a little bit in those first few minutes as he got invaded, but did just kind of show the power of this pick. And again, we're on 13.1, so this is still the premier jungler in a lot of people's eyes, particularly, in the LPL, because they have got such value out of that, having that AP flex.
Yeah, ever since Maokai safely hit level 6 and got his demonic embrace in his item slots, he was just having a comfortable time when it came to those 5v5 skirmishes. But I need to highlight that Elkin on once again on this Lucian and Nami 8 times in a row this split. And this combo or this duo being so comfort for the side of BLG, I think as AL, you just have to drop the ego and ban this out because, of course, Zeri does have the upper hand when it comes to the win rate. I believe it's like 15-9 or something. But if you can't pilot the champion in the early game and you're going to suffer immensely where the lead snowballs and lets Elk do this, then I think it needs to cop a ban.
I mean, you can just see it there that there's just no damage coming out from the side of BLG. It's that no one was really doing enough to try and even, you know, equate themselves. I think everybody except for On did more damage than anybody else on the side of AL. So it is really just that big issue of the kind of cover. And honestly, we said it coming into this one that these are the champions that I would say that AL, even in the 1 or 2 games they've won in the series they've lost, they've looked the most comfortable on. They've looked the better of in terms of these situations, but it just hasn't really come together today. And this is a bit of an issue now in AL. They got to find something different. They got to try to do something else because it's just whatever it is right now, it's just not working.
Yeah, I mean, even with Xiaohao having 100% KP in that game, I just think he wasn't forcing enough, especially when you got Yagal's flash earlier on onto the game. We saw that he attempted to try kill Xiaohao a second time, but unfortunately, over-aggression is a very real thing, and he fell into the hands of Yagal, which did become the start of that snowball where Yagal was able to do so much damage in those teamfights, and I believe picking up clips around the 11-minute mark. So it was just a very dominating performance on this Jace. And I just feel like Xiaohao, like on this Jace, on the Sejuani, I mean, of course you want to play aggressive in that early game, but I think the Rise in particular, that champion just didn't work as well in terms of aggression paired up with Xiaohao.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that we saw the Lee Sin ban coming in as well from the side of BLG. They're very aware of Xiaohao to kind of, you know, get those more aggressive jungling picks. But we'll see if anything changes as we're going to send it to a quick break. And when we return, we'll have picks and bans for Game 2.
Very big. Valan putting himself in front of the top esports jungler to make sure he cannot get away. As Ching picks up that kill. Harry is coming, and Harry is getting bigger. Ching is moving forward. This is Ultra Prime, but look at Rookie. These health bars are so low. Rookie gets one. Rookie's looking for another one. You can see it in his eyes. They're going to get another one as well. Rookie has just made this fight his own by just sitting on the backside.
The LPL are kings again.
A classic Fnatic death brush. We're going old school here in this one. There's a pick. Can they find more Popo in the middle of everyone? The lightning glider. Oh my days, it's already on.
When I think of Edward Gaming, I think super carries in every position and an almost guaranteed finals appearance. But to be honest, this year I doubt it. I thought we may witness the end of an era, one that has been defined by winning. But what I didn't expect is that we may be witnessing the beginning of a new one.
Ulted into 4 people, and he is not scared. NIP being surrounded.
They're being pushed into a corner, and a cannon ult. They get 1 kill onto JJ, but it just does not matter.
But don't get excited just yet, because across the stage is a team that has taken no prisoners. Calling this matchup a test would be an understatement. But hey, what better way to prove yourself than against Rookie and Jackie Love?
He has teleport. He's They're getting away from Ultra Prime, or sorry, Ultra Prime get away from them. It's not esports now looking for this fight. Look at Jackie Love just putting in work. Rookie is ending the game. Guys, your base triple kill, quadra kill coming in for Jackie Love.
Baby,
motherland. Be all I could or would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero, I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are, of course, coming into game number 2 of our first best of 3 of the day. It was BLG who just never took their foot off the gas. They really did have total control of that game number 1. I am Ushi, and I am joined again by the fantastic Kitty. And we got to talk about Shun. We talked about how he was an aggressive jungler. Wasn't that aggressive this time around, but played the Maokai, got himself MVP. It's that simple. You play Maokai, you're going to do well.
Yep, I think that's the key to farming these MVPs, because you pick Maokai, you press ultimate like 5 times in a game, and you're guaranteed most KP in the entire game, especially when you have those little saplings just camping the bushes of these major objectives. With the Demonic Embrace and Radiant Virtue available in your item slot, you're just dishing out so much damage while not dying. And I think Maokai in that specific game was a very just viable solo AP, where he was just tossing out so much damage as the tree who was falling behind in the early game. But this is where it all started, right? Yagal was trying to get killed from the side of Xiaohao, but he was just way too overextended, and the first kill goes into the hands of Yagal. And these repeat ganks from Shun were just on point, where he's just getting Yagal all the skull in his pockets, where he was able to do most damage in the game. I don't know if Oshin is here, but let me continue to talk. Oshin, you are here?
Very quickly, because I muted because I needed a cough, and then I forgot to unmute. It's always the way it is. But yeah, I mean, it was just a great game on the Maokai, like you said. Got to level 6, got the Demonic Embrace, and it was kind of curtains from there. So it really is just kind of again, we just need to see something different coming out from AL. I want to see maybe more priority on that jungle pick. The Sejuani is fine. Sejuani's a good pick, but like Xiaohao has proven that he's not that great on these particular champions. He needs something like a Lee Sin. He needs something that could be that hard carry in that early game skirmishes to really get him and his team going. Otherwise, I think we see a repeat of game number 1 here in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, even with the meta junglers like the Maokai and the Sejuani, I just don't think it fits his playstyle very well. Like you said, the Lee Sin and the Graves is more of his comfort. Even the Wukong, who is a pretty popular champion when most of the OPs have been banned off, I think he can opt into that, because, you know, you much rather be playing comfort than be forcing onto something that you're not very, not looking very good on, especially in those team fights where a lot of those ultimates were missing from the side of Xiaohao. So I would like to see a bit of a change up, and of course like a priority in the jungle pool, especially when going to the next one, we're expecting a lot more of those junglers getting banned straight away.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I really do think this is going to become a systematic issue for the side of AL. It just feels like they're not really coming together, and it's a little sad to see, if I'm being totally honest. You know, this was a team that unfortunately just missed out on playoffs in 2022 summer. They were very much a team that were coming together. They kept the entire same roster. They said, look, we're going to work with this. They actually brought in Sword over the offseason to kind of complement Betty, but it does feel like, you know, regardless of that change, it's more than just the small little things. It's a holistic setup for this team that's not really coming together, and it is a little disappointing to see, because I think a lot of people were, you know, quietly excited about this team coming into the split just because of how, you know, kind of surprised well they did last year.
Yeah, I mean, Betty and Sora have been looking, you know, they haven't been the main stars of the roster. I believe they've been more on the utility, like the Varus, like the Jin, and I think they've looked amazing on it, where Pinsy this time around is the main carry of AL, and I think when he's on the Akali and he's able to find those flanks in these team fights, it does go very good for the side of AL, where Xiaohao is able to really reflect this I guess, playstyle in these team fights, and of course it does get them at least something in these games.
Yeah, it gets them something, but we are going to see, you know, both teams on the same side, so both getting the same bans for the moment. Do you ban the Nidalee? They do. So far, it looks like it's going to be identical. I wouldn't be surprised to see AL maybe look to try getting the Lucian Nami themselves rather than the Zeri or the Yuumi, but we'll have to wait and see. It is the identical bans coming out now for the first stage of both sides. You can even see a couple of smiles coming out as they recognize, yeah, this is kind of the same draft right now, but they're going to prioritize the Maokai themselves and say, look, let's get that one off the board. Now we know Shun plays it. We can't let it up.
I mean, Lucian Nami most likely is, well, it is going to go towards the side of AL this time, switching things up a little bit, just expanding the champion pool, letting Elk get some more experience on the Zeri, which does have a 0% win rate. So I'm really surprised that they decided to opt into this side of the duo when Lucian Nami was obviously available. When you're versing a lower tier and team, I think experimenting like this is good because you want to expand that champion pool and just get experience on it. But Sejuani, they're pretty much just swapping team comps this time around. But like I said, Xiaohao on these scaling champions like the Sejuani and the Maokai, I think he is such a inconsistent player when it does come to those early games, where him locking in Maokai is very dangerous because he often goes into these bad fights and he doesn't really get to the point where he's able to do a lot of damage on Maokai. But of course the top lane bans are going to come out where Bin has been looking extremely consistent. Even on the Nara, he was tossing out a lot of damage in the previous game where he was pretty much soloing Betty on that AD carry.
Yeah, it did feel like he was just having the way of the game of a pretty, you know, it's like smurfing on like golds and plats and stuff like that. I imagine it's just kind of like, I don't really care what happens in this early stages. I am just better. That's just kind of how it is. But now we come back into this one here. It's interesting to see as well with the Sejuani banned away. Or sorry, picked by BLG. They're banning away the Renekton. We do normally see the Renekton kind of used by the team that has the Sejuani as a, what was it, as more of a kind of an instant almost proc of your E or your W for the Sejuani, but not going to be given over, not going to be taken either side by BLG as AL now start to focus out towards Bin's champion pool. Didn't go for the Fiora last game, but could definitely go towards it if AL allowed it to go through. So now we might see, I was going to say a Camille band away here because I do not want to give those big melee top laners over with a Sejuani in the jungle.
Yeah, Sejuani just looking for them synergies in that top side for the side of BLG this time around. But with the Kassadin being taken off for BLG, I'm expecting a Rise, which does get locked in for Yagal, where he is able to just scale safely into the game. Which, once again, they are completely flipping the team comps for this game too. And this is just BLG saying, we can do it, but better than you guys.
Anything we can do, anything you can do, we can do better. And this is a flip. This is a flip. There's a straight flip right now. I would need to see a Gnar. I don't expect to see a blind Gnar coming in here, but I would love this. Go for a Gnar and let the other team go for K'Sante. This would just be maximum disrespect if BLG did that.
Yep, I'm expecting a Gnar and K'Sante matchup in that top lane again. I mean, Sion is still on the tables, and we have been seeing a lot of success when it does come to this top lane matchup, which is getting hovered by AL. I believe it has a 10-1 win ratio in the LPL. So this is a very Giga Chad blind from the side of BLG, but Bin isn't going to opt into the Cassante pick because we know that San does do a little bit better when it comes to the 1v1. And what does Bin have in his little champion pool? Because he is very experimental when it comes to the variety of champions he has.
I love that, his little champion pool. He just plays
Big champion
everything.
pool. I'm
Yeah,
so sorry. I saw Not, and I'm like, little, yeah.
I was gonna say you saw a Yordle and you just went, aw,
Aw.
he's so small.
Well,
But yeah,
Machine.
look, yeah, gotta be the Gnar.
Yeah, this time around we have a huge switch up in at least the top lane matchup. Sion gets introduced into this game too, and a lot of force from the side of AL with the Maokai all available, of course, paired with the Sion. The team fights are going to be a lot more easier to execute, and of course, Jace going to be in the hands of Pinsy this time around. I think Jace, when you're up against a Ryze, he does naturally get lane priority, so it's going to be a lot easier for Xiaohao to make these early plays around the map, especially also having the Lucian and Nami in your pockets. And BLG, of course, locking in so many scaling champions. I mean, I think BLG, you know, being able to challenge Weibo Gaming and taking over that series, they're very comfortable with piloting such a scaling composition and getting to that late game.
Yeah, and it does feel like that's exactly the way this game is going to go. It feels like BLG are saying, look, we know how to play your comp. We just played it, and we know how to play your comp because we just played against it. So this is BLG just straight up saying, look, you actually got the better composition in our eyes. You actually picked up what you wanted, and now they're going to go a complete reversal, basically from the junglers down. It is just swapping the champions over to see who can play them better. And honestly, it does feel like if AL aren't able to get anything explosive going in that early game to the mid game, use that power spike that we saw BLG use so well with the Jace and the Lucian hitting those 2-3 items. This is where this kind of, you know, composition can falter. If you're relying too heavily on having those, you know, mistakes come out from teams, you are going to struggle with it. So really excited to see what AL can do with this. And if BLG are just going to be straight up disrespecting them and saying, all right, cool, bet, you know, we're going to take you on with what you guys got us on, and we're going to beat you with it.
Yeah, I mean, this time Elk is on the Zarya, and we need to remind our fellow friends and family back at home that the entire reason Game 1 went so terribly for the side of AL is because Betty on the Zarya made a little bit of a mistake in the laning phase where he was just getting killed over and over, where the Lucian got out of control. So now that Elk is piloting this Zarya champion, he, you know, it really depends on how he plays the early game and if he is going to get caught out and make the same mistakes, because I think AL needs to play towards that.
Absolutely. I do like the way we see the supports going back because they picked up 60 golds between the two of them, getting some nice frost, some spell thieves. Sorry, I was going to say Frostfang, and I was like, I think that's gone. I don't think that's a thing anymore. I am old. I remember when Deathfire Grasp was in the game. That's how old I am.
Okay, well, it's like I was also a Deathfire Grasp enjoyer, but this time around in this bottom 2v2, I have spotted a different rune coming out of the Yuumi. I believe Sword Art went Guardian last game, but this time On has decided to go with the Aerie, so they're just giga chatting it up in this bottom 2v2.
Yeah, they really, really are just trying to just put down the pressure right now. I will say, yes, the Lucian Nami is exceptionally powerful, but we did see it in game number 1. The Zarya and the Yuumi just have a better time at level 1, you know, again at the stages. You don't really gain that power for the Lucian Nami until you get that full palette of, you know, Q, W, and E, even obviously the R as well, but it's just kind of an added bonus. We will see bit of a trade into the mid lane as Yagao just kind of putting Pinsy. Wow, that's a hell of a trade there coming out from Arise, and only one rotation of spells.
Yeah, that was a beautiful trade from Yaga. Traditionally, the J should be winning the lane, but I guess just giving the Rise to someone like Yaga, where he was the mid laner of JDG for 4 years, he is going to happily take this 1v1 duel and take those trades where Pinsy gets chunked out. But this time around, the Maokai does comfortably scale, well, he is comfortably taking his camps around the map. But I do want to see Shun going for those invades at that red buff, because you have the red buff available when it comes to those 1v1s.
Yeah, well, bit of an all-in now in the mid lane as Yagao just trying to put down the hurt early onto this Jace. Does have a little bit of priority with the wave clear for the moment until Jace gets a couple of levels. But there we go, you can see 12 wins to 19 in the all-time in the LPL 2023 summer splits, and This, sorry, summer spring split. Too much. It's just too. I'm going between too many different things right now. It's messing my brain
okay,
up.
Oshin. We loved you on the LEC, and you know, just kick back and relax and enjoy this AL vs BLG match because we see Shun going in for that second red buff from the side of Xiaohao. So the Maokai once again getting bullied out of his own jungle camps, where Xiaohao knew this and he was just trying to look for a play on the other side of the map, but of course it didn't work out too well. So once again, the Sejuani is going to hit 6 very, very early compared to the Maokai, where he is 1 camp behind now. But how is he going to utilize this power level 6 spike when it comes to these early game picks?
Wait to see. Shun will get his first blue buff, so good for him. Changing up how the first game went. I will say you actually got to see an early back coming out for the side of BLG. They went back a couple of Cole, so recognizing that this lane isn't going to be a kill fest for the moment, just kind of recognizing they could get a little bit of an advantage should all things go the way they think they will. Bin taking a trade against ZDZ, and again, going to be wet noodles in this top side. PvE for the longest of times. They are just not really in a position to try and fight each other. But Betty starting to get rolling a little bit now on this Lucian, starting to feel a bit more comfortable. Like I said, once he gets those 3 points, once he gets those 3 levels, having access to his full kit makes him much more deadly. But speaking of deadly, got to be very careful. I don't really expect you to go for a fight here. As I say that, you do get the heal coming out from Sword Art. They get the burn, but yeah, I was going to say, you don't really have any... Oh, I was going to say CC, but you cannot walk forward there. Shun burning the flash of Betty. That's pretty big.
Shun out here saying, I got one more in me, and he goes in for the Q and burns Betty's flash. But like he said, Elk getting this Cole early on into the game, ultra disrespect into a Lucian Nami lane where they have so much kill threat into you in these early levels. But, you know, having Betty not having that flash available once again, I believe Shun is just going to consistently look towards his bot side because this top lane, snooze fest. But the Sion does have Comet for this second game, and that does help in terms of trading when it comes to the range versus melee matchup.
Nicely done there by Shun to kind of re-put pressure on. This is the thing as well, like you're missing summoners there on this bot side. It's a difficult thing to really make work for you as we see the Yuumi trashing on. So that's getting a couple more gold to make sure she can get her Fairy Charm alongside that amplifying tone. So nice little recall there for the Yuumi and the Zeri. But again, there's more and more pressure coming out here on top of AL. They need to try and find a little bit of an avenue. I will say they will be hitting level 6s very soon onto the likes of ZDZ and Pinz. So curious to see if they can make a move. BLG, they're already kind of ahead of the play right now, and they're already on the dragon.
Yeah, but looking at the item slots, we have the Noon Quiver available for Betty, and Zeri only sitting on a longsword and Cole, so just the pure damage difference when it does end up in a 4v4 in this bottom side. It's not looking too hard for BLG, however, they do secure the first dragon when it is the Zeri Yuumi getting the lane priority, and the first dragon goes towards the scaling composition, so that's pretty worrying because you want to have things happening for the side of AL.
We'll wait to see where anything kind of goes right now. AL will be, as you say, we always talk about it. We can say it. We'll say it a million times more. We've said it a million times before. Gale Force, Imperial Mandate. That is the spike we're looking at right now. And even alongside something like the Jace, yeah, it's a pretty bog standard one. We are waiting for the meta to kind of change over here in the LPL once we get onto the new patch, hopefully soon. But it is going to be about that kind of setup right now. We're just waiting for that to really happen. No one's really in a position to make something work at the moment. But I say that, Sean, thinking about trying to see if he can go for something here. He's not level 6. I really do feel, especially if you're trying to make bot lane work without a melee all-in support, you are going to have to try and just get your ultimate to really set that one up for you and your team.
Yeah, and Betty does have the cleanse available, so the first gank won't work unless you do come and re-gank as the Sejuani. He is going to just focus on clearing his camps and get that level 6 spike where he is able to force these plays a lot easier as the piggy of this game. But of course, Xiaohao not having his early red buff available to him, he is a little bit more behind compared to Sejuani, so if Shun is smart enough about this and he tries to force an angle in the mid 2v2 while Maokai isn't 6 yet, I lie. Maokai hit 6 first. Well, Xiaohao, vice versa, you should be looking for a play now while Shun is still trying to look for that level 6.
And that's what he is looking for right now. They will drop down a ward, but it hasn't been spotted just yet. They don't know the Maokai is here. On needs to be careful. He flashed in. The kitten is caught and declawed. He's going to be killed off, no problem whatsoever. I love it. The Zeri just went, all right, I'm out. Tries to use the heal, but then Nami took it. I'm a bit real. On most senses, that isn't the best thing in the world, but gets you to Imperial Mandate quicker, so maybe it's all right.
Look, Sora, I guess that's kill secured for you. BLG is going to respond with this Herald going over towards Shun, and if AL wants to force this 1v2 in bot lane, I think it's doable because you have the Lucian available. But they're just gonna back off here and take the 1-for-0 trade. BLG didn't expect Maokai to be level 6 so fast because of course your own jungle is still level 5. You kind of expect them to hit it around the same time. So On was just a little bit greedy with stepping up as a lonely kitten, and he does get spotted from the bot lane of AL. And the flash W coming out of Maokai just gets it secured. Yuumi not having the W available anymore, it just goes to a free kill. This is a pretty free kill. You should just give it to Betty, but Sorda going into the sneaky W and does get that for himself. Isn't terrible. Enchanter's getting kills early, not too bad, because you do have the Imperial Mandate win condition when it comes to that mid game.
Yeah, look, we'll call it calculated for now to stop people from getting mad, but it is, of course, the kill there in mid lane. While we were talking about that, we did come back into live and saw a flash being burned there by the Jace of AL. So nice start to having that ultimate available to Shun as he makes a little bit of a move for himself. Top lane, we see Bin looking to try and get his first play of the game. And again, I'm not saying it's the exact same as game number 1, but it's feeling very similar regardless of who's on what champion. It feels like we are having a bit of a loop, a bit of a break in the matrix right now, as it's almost identical to what we saw in game number 1. This time around, though, it is just BLG on those big scaling picks and kind of just happy to survive, as we mentioned earlier in the first game.
Yeah, I mean, Bin does have the Gnar once again in his pockets. Elki's just going to E out and get out of trouble here with the Yuumi, trying to sustain back that poke. But now Shun having his...
Bin? He's looking for it. They're going to force the flashes out. He can't get it, and the Maokai just happens to be at the right place at the right time. He does have his ultimate available to him, but he is in the bounce house right now. He is getting pushed about. Will knock back Xiaohao, and with the blast cone there, keeps himself alive. Sword Art does have flash, but isn't going to bother using it because he knows he's dead. Betty gets hit by the Rune Prison. BLG, we thought it was going to be topside with the solo bolo. It was bot lane with the 4-man stack.
I mean, Xiaohao comes in clutch with the ultimate and saves ZDZ from dying in a 1v1 up against Bin, but unfortunately AL's bot lane was just too overextended when you don't have the Maokai hovering you this time around, and they get engaged on, and they fall as a 0-4-2. All the plates going towards the side of BLG once again with this Herald being dropped as well. Yeah, way too overextended from the bot lane of AL this time again, where Shun dodges the vision nicely and just gets an engage onto Betty, where he ease in and engages it first. But of course, once you E in, you can't really E out. Even with the flash available, it just wasn't enough with Yaga rotating as well. So these leads you definitely don't want to be giving to a scaling composition, but once again, the bot lane of AL just providing all these angles for a scaling composition to really get their items online.
And I will say, though, to Betty's credit, he almost killed off Elk. Really very close to getting that kill there. And look, it doesn't change what would have happened after the fact, but still decent to try and go for that one here. Speaking of going for something, we are going to see AL moving towards this dragon. They're actually going to move ZDZ down here as well to try and fully commit to a 5v4 if they can. Shun not really in a position to contest this one here, so it's just looking like AL stopping the stacking early, making sure they do not give up anything more than they need to, and there's not going to be a super early soul for BLG.
Yeah, it's not too bad for the side of BLG. You already had that first initial dragon in your pockets, and of course the Zeri picking up 4 plates in that bot lane tower, 3 plates. You don't really have to overforce, especially when you want to be having a safe early game up against such a strong mid-game team composition coming out of AL this time around. Good decision making from the side of BLG. You just have to keep this up until the Ryze and Zeri gets their items online. I don't think AL can really handle that later on into the game.
And that's the big thing as well, is that I think it was smart from AL. They recognize, look, we have the Gale for us. We can move the Scion down. He's not really going to be able to do much against the Gnar regardless. So no real loss there, apart from a couple of minions. So happy to try and stop that stacking and kind of commit to that one as well. We will see no flash, remember, here on this Jace. And he's well aware of it because he is playing nicely behind his where his vision line was. So he knows that there's no one in the spot side, at least in the river, with that pink ward there giving him vision. And Yeah, we're going to go back to kind of just farming back, seeing both these culls being finished up. We only have one more minion there for the Zeri before she gets hers. And that's where we're going to see the Immortal Shield Bow come out. And we're really going to need to see a big movement, you would imagine, as Xiaohao. Elk and Xiaohao say hi, but they were both popping sweepers. He's got himself his W. He should be just fine. And they know that as well. They do not want to overstep their mark and get themselves caught out, just in case someone else was sneaking around the corner.
Yep, Elk was looking a little bit frisky with the way he was pathing towards that tri-bush, but he smelt a tree from a mile away, and good thing that he decided to back off. I mean, this bot lane is looking relatively well, although Betty and Sora has picked up their mythics at 13 minutes into the game. I think if if Elk plays it smart with his Barrier and of course the Yuumi having all summoners available, they shouldn't die the initial engage, where AL is trying to force something in this bot lane 4v4, as Rise, of course, picking up the role, but with the Ninja Tabby as well, he just isn't going to offer as much.
Oh, Nats! Oh, isn't going to offer as much, but the Imperial Mandate was hit and then immediately smacked down. That was a very big amount of burst to come out there on that bot side. And yeah, this is just Sean having another great game. 100% kill participation right now on the Sejuani. And I'm saying that we're seeing the same compositions just reversed, but BLG are making this stuff look so much more clean comparatively to AL in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, getting that pick onto Sora, once again, just a 2v3 in the bottom side. Xiaohao tries desperately to zone the bot side of BLG, saving the tower, but like you said, Oshin, having an early team comp where you have the Jace and Lucian in your pockets this time, but losing the early game is going to be so detrimental when it does come to those items getting online for the side of Elk. So Xiaohao, please try and do something here because you are currently sitting on 1 KP.
Yeah, you're on 1 KP. In fairness, it's 100% KP, in fairness to him. Gotta give him his due. But it is not really a lot you can do. The Zeri is just going to play so safe, even without the Yuumi available to her. She knows that I can just get over a wall. There's no real kind of threat on me unless you can get that hard CC. And it is kind of one of those moments where, especially in the newest competitive patch of 13.1b, which we haven't jumped onto yet, it's why the Sejuani has just been far more valued. And now Sword Art walks straight. Oh, you flashed a little bit too early. The W comes in, the final chapter, and the kill goes over. That's L2, 0, and 2. Sean has been setting up his entire team so damn well, and they are just reaping the rewards here on BLG.
Oshin, Sora is just so out of tempo compared to the jungle and ADC of AL, where he is just being left behind as they reset into base, and he's just kind of wandering into the hands of Shun. And once again, the kill goes over to Elk. 2-0 and 2 now, having 100% KP onto the Zeri, picking up the bot lane tier 1 tower as well. Sora is just giving BLG these opportunities to scale much easier into the game, but it's just getting out of AL's control already.
They're gonna make something happen. They gotta make something happen right now as AL. They need to try and sort themselves out because they are just falling too far behind. This Rift Herald will be a good start, but 5,000 gold or 4,500 gold already at 60 minutes into the game, and you're on a scaling composition as BLG. You have the Rise, the Zeri, you have the things that will move into monsters in those late game, but AL, they are struggling to try and keep pace right now. They are going to be pretty much equal in terms of items, right, as coming in towards that mid game. That AL, as we saw in game number 1 for BLG, should be having the power.
Yeah, I mean, you weren't able to kill Elk when you had the Gale Force advantage, and I believe Zeri is still sitting on her Noon Quiver. Now with the Barrier and Mortal Shield Bow in her pockets this time around, with a little kitten attached to her at all times, it's going to look so hard unless Pinsy lands these amazing Qs onto the carries of BLG before you engage a 5v5.
Thing is as well, you've got, yes, you have engaged on the side of AL, but it's very situational engage. It's not as easy as a ultimate coming out here from Sean. It's not as, point and click as a Ruin Prison with the Rise. It is very much like you need to have the Scion hit his ultimate or get a knock up there with the Decimating Smash. You need to have the Tidal Wave hit someone alongside the Maokai ultimate, which can be avoided. So these are definitely moments here for AL to try and think about what they can try and do. But while that's happening, BLG are thinking about what they are doing, which is taking the Dragon and getting themselves back up to stacking up that soul.
Yeah, most definitely. And my eyes aren't just on Xiaohao's flash, because obviously, like you said, there's not enough 100% CC coming out of AL, but you know, when you do have the flash root available on this Maokai pick and the Zeri still doesn't have that cleanser, Mikhail's online, well, it's gonna be a very easy pick for the side of AL. A lot of follow-up, especially with the Gale Force in Lucian's hands as well. So I would love to see that happen before we hit, you know, the 4th dragon, where 2 of them have already gone to the side of BLG. The scaling team competition have been picking up these early dragons where you're giving them the Dragon Soul Wincon, which is a mountain.
Mountain Soul on something like a Rise, a Zeri who already has a Yuumi for all that support and extra little setups was definitely not ideal coming in here for AL. They need to go for something. And this is the thing, look, I have no problem with a team that wants to just kind of go crazy, go a little bit aggressive, make something happen, and, you know, you go down swinging, you go in a blaze of glory. To lose to kind of, you know, just the same thing over and over, or you're just not really changing anything, it does feel like you're kind of missing a trick. Something is happening, but BLG are responding in kind and saying we're not going to allow anything to happen. But they might try and go for a fight here. Here we go. They're going to try to get the Scion in on top of the Zeri, but not really working out. They will get the second turret, though, so that's 2 turrets. But ZDZ moves forward. The final chapter not really in a great position. Does force ZDZ over the wall. Shun very, very low. Flash away by Xiaohao keeps him safe away from the Mega Gnar. Bin is going to be able to try and get on top of the other top laner as Shun does fall. AL trying to force BLG in a bad situation. That's nice moves here from the Jace as he gets himself over the wall. The Zeri is dead. Yagao trying to be the hero here, trying to push forward, but this Lucian and Jace do too much damage, and that is the mid-game power AL needed to leverage.
BLG playing it so safely until the 19-minute mark, where all the kills go towards the side of AL and they just revive from the game state. I mean, like I was saying, I think AL, they forgot that they're playing the strong team composition this time around. They were still playing like scaling, but with the ultimate getting dropped from Xiaohao and of course the follow-up from ZDZ, they get 2 towers and all the kills, where it just kind of brought them back into the game. And just repeat this because they don't have the items online for the side of BLG just quite yet, so this is going to be your way to victory for this game too. We see Shun going in for a flank, but of course the 2nd tier tower does go down from the Scion ultimate. But this fight, which is played so messily from the side of BLG, everyone's just focusing down Shun. Really good target from AL, where the front line dies instantly. Of course, Bin's Gnar ultimate misses as well. Really big shame for this team fight. But look at Pinsy flashing and eating onto the carries of BLG, where it was just such a big burst of damage, and BLG wasn't ready for that, where Elk dies in the middle of the wall. And just the way Pinsy played this team fight was so patient, and exactly what we need for AL to get back into this game.
Yeah, a little bit of life in them, great to see. And honestly, you know, as you said, it felt like BLG were kind of maybe disrespecting their opponents a little bit there. You're not playing the mid-game composition. You're not the one with the power right now. Yes, you can burn someone down. I'm not discounting the damage that comes out from something like a Gnar, a Rise, or a Zeri. But if I was to pick between the two, I think AL definitely have a lot more in the tank. So really nicely done there for the side of AL. They are still behind by about 2,000 gold, but they're in a much better position than they were a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, like we've seen this Jace pick 2 games in a row, very oppressive when it does get to the 20-minute mark with his 2 items available, like the Manamune and Eclipse. Once this Jace does get land his Qs onto the carries of BLG, it's just going to look really tough unless Yuumi gets to really sustain back up. But BLG taking over the entire top side with this vision control, where you're face checking to Sejuani and Gnar. Although Gnar is still split pushing, but I believe once it does get to the 5v5 stage, Bin, you know, I believe in you. You can land those ultimates again.
I mean, even if he doesn't, I just looked at the CS. He has a 70 CS lead over his opponent. He is nearly flame horizoning. He has a 350 gold bounty on him, kill bounty, because of his farm. He has no other things on top of him. That is ridiculous coming out here from Bin, but CDZ has been soaking it up, has been doing well enough to keep himself relevant, and like you said, he's just a giant meat wall to try and be a nuisance and an engaged tool for the side of AL. But 35 seconds till the dragon spawns now, Kitty, as we come in. BLG haven't got control over this river just yet, but they do have a ward. They know on the side of AL that that ward is there, but we'll see if there's anything to come out of this. There are still plenty of summoners available. No flash on Betty, though. That's the big thing I'm looking at here.
Yeah, I mean, the beauty of playing Scion is once you get that Jack Show and, of course, the second item online, you're just way too tanky. So it doesn't matter that you're 70 CS down. But BLG trying to just dodge the Scion or dodges the initial engage. Yaga doesn't have the flash available.
Yeah, we're going to see a little bit of a fight on both fronts. Both junglers using their ultimates, but they're going to get the Mega Gnar now off. Bin flashes away. He does not want to lose his perfect KDA of 0-0-0. No one's died just yet. Elk is kind of peppering down the damage, but the Scion's still very, very healthy. No one has died, but the Dragon is still on the pitch. The big thing for BLG, though, is they're going to lose the Mega Gnar.
With the Mega Gnar down, the Sejuani ult not available for this team fight. It does look like it's going towards the side of AL for this second Earth Dragon. But Pinzi, he has a really good angle to get the Qs online. He does miss the first one, but if he gets the Q and the poke onto the carriers of BLG...
Yeah, they're looking to try and bring down ZDZ. That Black Cleaver doing work right now, just burning him down so much. You can see Bin already nearly has his Mega Gnar back available. And everyone's starting to reset. Kitty, we're still in the same fight. This is still the same Dragon. Neither team has lost anyone, but they are seeing some things being burned. Now Betty has his flash back, and everyone across the board should have their summoners available. It looks like we were all just kind of a gentleman's agreement to get it before this fight.
But the major difference is that Bin is Mega Gnar once again, so they have the engage tool to really opt into a winning fight after this Dragon Soul point goes over towards the side of BLG. With the Scion and Maokai not being available for this fight, they're going to go look for the Baron because they don't have another option.
And look, that was just an unfortunate time. You did have TPs available for BLG. They got Bin back, they got Rise back, but there is a ward in the back of this pit. With Scion now joining, this is risky, but they'll melt this one right now. This could be the Baron flip of the game.
Shun has the smite available, so I don't know about the 50-50 flip.
Here we go. They're looking for the fight back. Once Bin takes a huge chunk out of him. Shun gets caught out a little bit himself as well. Tries to flash away. Gets the heal out of On. Gets the cat on his back, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Now AL are feeling confident. Elk trying to get out to the domain, but he flashes while the Maokai was still moving. And that means he falls down. Bin trying to build Mega once more. It's onto him. He looks for something, but he gets hit by the Bramble Smash, and he cannot land it onto the carry. Finally, he tries to get a kill, but On says, thank you very much. That one's mine. And now everyone from AL is running away. It looks so good at the start, but now the Gnar, the Yuumi, and the Rise are just putting in work. Yagao moving forward, trying to see if he can catch out some of these low health bars, and AL recognize they're not safe in those brushes.
They're smelling Betty, but he gets out safely after a really terrible trade from the side of AL. I mean, I could see what they were trying to do. They were trying to turn with the Jace poke, and of course the Sejuani falls down first from the side of BLG, but this Gnar and Rise are just way too fed already with the level advantage, both level 15, and like I said, Zeri is also becoming online, and she was able to challenge Lucian throughout this entire fight. But look at Pinzi, he was just trying really hard to land the poke onto BLG, but Yuumi enters the fight very late, where Shun kind of just falls straight away. And the biggest point here is that Xiaohao lands a flash W onto Elk and secures that kill as well, but Yaga untouched this entire fight, and he just comes in with the flank and shreds everyone down because he is that level 15 Rise with the 2 items available, and Bin is unkillable with the Yuumi attached.
Yeah, the double Yordle combination definitely. Or actually, I don't think actually Yuumi is a Yordle, but AL go back to the scene of the crime. Yeah, Nara is. I don't think Yuumi is, but maybe we'll talk about this a little bit later as we got ourselves a little bit of a fight there. We can see the Sejuani goes in. They just need to keep her alive or keep her away from the Baron, and they secure it. But now can you get out alive? Remember, you used a hell of a lot of summoners in that last fight, so you won't have them available to you. Shun still walking forward, still looking for something. Elk pushing forward. The flash from Ping Z does keep him alive for now. He has to move backwards to not get caught up with the final chapter, but you know he's going to go down. He's not going to be able to trade back Elk in this particular exchange. But important for the rest of AL, they get out with 4 Barons.
AL just getting so desperate and forcing a Baron the second time in a row, but this time BLG just weren't able to react fast enough because they were resetting from the previous play, and it does go into the hands of AL, so it does revive them from the current game state where it looked terrible as the Rise and Gnar of course are online. But with Pinzi dying as a return for 4 Baron buffs, I would gladly take that, but you need to remember that this dragon is spawning in 2 minutes, so you still have that to worry about for the side of AL, so you need to force something to happen with these Baron minions before time runs out. So there's no vision for the side of BLG this time, so they just sneak it, or AL just forces it, and just, I don't think BLG expected it to melt this quickly, so they were very slow with the rotation, especially with Sejuani still getting her Scuttle Crab. It was spotted on a ward, but they reacted very slow, and this gets shredded, and Shun going in just head first, but he gets caught, very similar to what happened in that first Baron fight, and he was pretty low, but of course with the Baron going into the hands of AL, they were trying to force a fight. only getting Pinsy. Although 1 kill, it's not worth for the Baron.
Would tend to agree. Fairly close in the gold as well. Only about 1,000. Not really that much of a difference. 1 minute till Dragon Soul. That would be for BLG. But AL will have the Baron for a little bit more after the spawn of the Dragons. So they should have priority over mid and bot, you would imagine. There's only been 2 towers taken here on the entire map by the side of AL. Actually, 2 towers in total by both teams. So, you know, kind of get 4, 2 apiece.
But Bin
so
has flash
Bin,
available.
he's looking for something. He's thinking about it, but it would be very risky. They get the Maokai ultimate out of him. Now Bin taking a fair chunk of damage onto him. Won't get hit by the Maokai ultimate just on the backside of that one there, so he's going to get totted up here by the Yuumi as they try and maybe look for a re-engage. No Mega Gnar at the moment because they're going to lose it just at the last second. The final chapter keeps ZDZ in place, but it does not kill him off. Both top laners now taking a brunt of the damage here from both of these sides, but neither dying as they just become the big meat walls they need to be for their teams.
A lot of ultimates being traded in this mid wave, but of course the Baron minions just have so much presence when you are trying to fight for that mid lane priority. But Gnar has a really nasty angle right now, so if he's able to get Mega Gnar for this Dragon Soul, BLG is looking in a very good position.
They are indeed. Yagao has TP. Shun almost takes the shock blast that could have killed him there. Betty goes forward. Betty's feeling it. They're trying to make this one work. They do have a barrier to be used and the heal. Lots of summoners being used. AL finding a bit of momentum. AL finding themselves in a little bit of a situation where they are able to take these fights. This Scion is so hard to kill in these situations that it feels like BLG need to have a little bit of a moment of brilliance. Yagao
He does
TPing
TP
down
towards the
towards
bot
that bot
side.
side. Yeah, he's going to get himself there. Blue buff secured
He's
as the
half
dragon
HP.
has been started. Yeah, he is half HP because he didn't actually go back. He just TP'd down towards that bot side, so not able to regen right now. ZDZ getting knocked down by these Black Cleaver procs, reducing his armor as Ben goes into Mega. He's got the cat on his back and he's looking for something more. The final chapter comes back again as the Immortal Shield Bow was popped to go in. It's going to be a 50-50, but Dragon resets as they look to try and burn it down. Shun not quite dead. He's dead, and now you can circle the Dragon, but look at Elk. He's just free hitting on the backside. There's a fight here for the side of AL as they just shred through everybody. It's Elk with the cat as he moves forward. There's a double kill, looking for a little bit more. Elk trying to make this one work. We've seen this one before, but he's not quite able to make it happen. It's Dragon secured, 3-for-2 trade in favor of AL.
Really good target selection from AL. They decided to just focus down Shun while he was alone in the Dragon Pit. And of course, he dies before the Dragon drops below 1k HP. And they didn't need to flip the 50-50 Dragon Soul. But AL just sitting across the wall, tossing out so much damage. I believe Yagal just didn't space correctly in that teamfight where he fell straight away. But of course, this Dragon was just getting focused down for the side of BLG because this was the Dragon Soul point. But Elk untouched on this other side of the wall. However, they just don't have enough damage to get rid of the Scion. I mean, Scion is currently, what, 90% win rate in the LPL. This champion, once you scale into the late game, once you get the Baron buff available and he gets those items online, it's going to be really tough for even Yagal to shred through him in these team fights.
Yeah, you can see how much this top laner was just dealing right now. And even in the enraged dead zombie form, he almost took down Elk at the very last breath. But that does put the Dragon Soul now off for a little bit and gives an extra couple of resistances. Remember, those resistances will stack the later the game goes on. And for someone like a Scion, that is pretty significant. But now Betty, he's in a lot of trouble if he gets caught. They're going to try and keep him alive. The cleanse is good. The final chapter, though, keeps ZDZ in place. He is, again, still so very tanky. Bin looking for something. Not going to find it, though, whatever it was. And now BLG, they need to be careful. Flash in. There's no tower there anymore. And Yagao with the lifeline for the Saras keeps him alive. Pinsy trying to do something here onto the backside, but Bin almost gets the Mega Gnar down. But ZDZ has been left all on his own. He will be kept alive, only to die. Goes into the enraged zombie, but will end up falling. 30 seconds or a little bit less till the Baron spawns, and it looks like BLG have finally found themselves back in this game.
Alright, Oshin, it's currently 32 minutes into the game. Zeri has 3 items online. Rice just picked up his Void Staff. It is getting to that point where the scaling composition is taking over these team fights. And of course, you saw how fast Xiaohao died in that team fight. Elk just melted through him. And without the jungle available, BLG is just going to take this ban for free. And once they do have these empowered minions to push mid and top, I'm afraid these team fights are just looking so suffocating for AL.
I think that's the best way you could put it. Suffocating is the word, because there's just going to be so much coming at you from so many sides. It's going to be nigh impossible to be able to confirm it. There is the Baron for BLG. They'll have that right up until the next Dragon spawn. And as you said, is having that priority, having that pressure around the map is going to be huge. But again, we can look at the replay here. Pinzi, not quite sure we were looking at him, but I guess they're just kind of saying, recognizing AL, saying, look, we maybe go a little bit overextended, but it looked like they could have turned it around.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, the tier 1 tower was down, and I believe Xiaohao did get a really nasty flash route onto Yago, but Yago's flash was just in time where he flashed into the safety of Elk and the Sejuani, where he didn't die as a response. And of course, Zeri, once he has the ultimate available and the Sion doesn't have his to run away, the Zeri's just gonna pop off, and you can't outrun a Zeri with Yuumi.
No, you cannot outrun a Zeri Yuumi. It's just not really possible. And the great thing is as well for BLG is that all they lost in that last fight was one flash. That was Yagao's flash at the start of that fight. Whereas I look on the other side of it, you've lost Xiao Hao's flash, you lost Ping Z's flash, you lost Sword Art's flash, you lost a lot of summoners that may not be available for this fight if BLG take it for, you know, the dragon once it spawns. But looks like they're going to try and push in towards these side lanes, use that Mega Gnar as a deterrent for the Sion. He's got himself the Force of Nature as well, so he's doing very, very well for himself. But again, more and more pressure, more and more gold coming in. And again, like I said, suffocating out AL, who had an opportunity. They got this composition. They kind of took it from BLG from game 1. It looked like they may have found how powerful it was, but you can see now with the later the game goes on, 34 minutes now coming up on the clock. This team is just so difficult to, and even just the Rise with its 3 items, he's so tanky.
Yeah, I mean, AL, like, the Sion can't even match up against this Gnar anymore, so the Jace is forced to go to the side lane. But without this Jace poking down the enemy team before it fight pursues, I'm afraid that AL just doesn't really have an angle to win these team fights. Yago has the stopwatch available.
He does, but no flash, and yes, he's tanky, but he's not going to be that tanky against 4 members of AL. And now without your Rise, you got to be very careful. Shun needs to make sure he stays alive. There's 20 seconds till the dragon spawns. The Zeri is doing well though to put in work. Bin coming in off the flank as well, has got the Mega Gnar available to him, doesn't use it just yet, uses it to catch out Xiao Hao because he's the jungler. You've lost your top laner, you've lost your jungler, you've lost your front line. Elk still pushing forward, needs to be wary though as ZDG chases him down, but they could end the game right here, right now.
Look at Elk's health bar, he is so tanky, but Bin dies, but is it enough for them to really res the game? Because you are in such a sticky situation. Elk is completely online. Pinzi, you gotta start landing those Qs before this Zeri just pops up in these team fights. I mean, with the double mountain dragons in the hands of BLG, he just has so many defensive runes, and now the Dragon Soul is once again being threatened.
Oh, Pinzi, they're going to go for Betty instead. He dashes forward. He's got a cleanse. He's got a flash. This is on Betty to outplay. He flashes forward, trying to get into Elk. Elk is dead. You do not have any more damage now as BLG. It was a one fight. And they're looking for the TP. They're going to get Yagao back in on top of this fight. Does have the Realm Morph, but he's going to look for the dragon instead.
I mean, even with Elk falling down, Yago is full health, and he has just TP to this fight. So BLG really need to shred this dragon down before this ZDZ's...
Oh, no smite. No smite on Shun. He hasn't got it yet. He doesn't have smite. They can't take this right now. They don't want to flip it because they know the Maokai is coming. This is a 3v5 effectively at the moment. You're going to see nice sidestep of ZDZ's ultimate. They're trying to jump onto Pin Z, who goes forward and gets himself into Zanya stasis. TP coming in from Bin. This is going to be all in from AL. They're looking for it. Shun is dead. They don't have a jungler. The Baron, or excuse me, the Dragon's still going as they're going to look for this one here. The Realm of Forno. Betty gets killed on this team fight. It started in mid lane at the inhibitor. It's still going.
It's literally a Bin versus the world, even though Shun dies, but him coming in with the clutch TP by the last second, he just saves the entire fight. And I believe this final dragon does go towards the side of BLG now that Xiao Hao has been executed. Yago is just going to shred this thing, and the dragon, Mountain Dragon Soul, is going towards the side of a very tanky Rise and Zeri, who have all those health items.
And this will be the dragon confirmed here for the side of BLG. Get themselves the soul. It took a while, but again, this was great play from AL. They kind of said, look, we can do this. We have summoners on Betty, and they just focus out Elk.
Yeah, I mean, Betty had a really nice E dodging this initial Sejuani engage, and of course Zeri falls as a response of that. Yago is getting a bit impatient here by forcing the dragon when it is still a 50-50 flip, especially having numbers disadvantage. ZDZ does TP into the fight, but well, in like about 5 seconds, I believe Bin is going to come through with his TP, and Yago is just constantly being zoned out by this Sion because he just doesn't have enough damage to kill him. But you know who does? Bin does, and he comes in clutch, gets the Mega Gnar from 0% bar, and he just kills everyone with the Yuumi attached.
And this is so scrappy from BLG as well. I gotta say, AL just utilizing a lot of their power, kind of kiting out these fights very, very well, but it's just not enough. It does feel like every now and again, they almost have an opportunity to bring this back. They almost find the perfect fight because, again, don't forget, these death timers are getting very, very long. They are just not reading the position where if you lose 2 or 3 members, you're down for 40+ seconds now at a point. So you need to be very aware that what you're taking is the correct fight for you and your team.
I mean, your Wincon was playing through the Jace poke, but with the Mountain Soul in the hands of BLG, look at that damage. It's not doing anything, barely shredding through the shield that Mountain Soul gives.
Here we go. We're going to see Bin try to move forward here on the pin Z. He's getting taken very low. Bin doesn't go down just yet, though. It's blocked by the Yuumi. Nicely done there by On to make sure that the Gnar did not fall down. Waiting for those Mountain Soul shields to come back. Baron will be up in 7 seconds. So now we're going to see a little bit of a separation here now for BLG. They need to make sure Bin does not die. Mentioned earlier the long death timers if you're not careful. And AL, they're not done yet, Kitty. They are still pushing forward. They're still confident enough in their ability to make this one work.
They know that BLG Bin doesn't have that TP available, so if you want to look for a force while Bin is still so chunked out, barely getting any heals from the Yuumi, you can force right here.
They can force it. They haven't gotten a reset out of Bin just yet. He will start to go back just now, and that's going to wait a little bit longer. Hasn't got the Yuumi on his back, maybe? Oh, there he goes. I couldn't see the animation on the mini-map, so... But gets himself the reset, gets himself back onto the map. Not going to fully reset just yet, as this mid lane, his game is now devolved, Kitty. It's an ARAM. It is an all mid, all random, all the time, because it is about that Baron buff. It feels like it's not going to be the game ender just yet, but it can lead to some pretty decent setups. Bin, very, very close to Mega, will have it available to him. They know that everyone's kind of retreating out right now as Shun moves forward. Everyone's starting to get a little bit testy, a little bit antsy as Betty is in a little bit of a weird sweat. Bin's looking for something. They know he's there, though, and they're putting down some serious damage. They get the Maokai ultimate out of Xiao Hao. They go forward, but he only catches them out. Nobody gets stunned, and he doesn't catch out Betty either. Bin is dead. Now it's onto Yagao and onto Elk. It's very separated from BLG. They just didn't really put themselves in the right position, and AL pounce and get themselves the kills.
Oshin now with AL picking up this win with this composition, a second game in a row. I'm pretty sure they can just end with a 2v5 for the side of BLG. This Zeri just can't really survive the amount of damage that AL still has in them. But this
we'll find out.
AL team composition, maybe it is just the better team comp.
Maybe. Here we go. We're going to go forward here. They're going to get themselves the final chapter into the GA. So already the Zeri has died once. The Yuumi will die. And the Zeri will die again. So they tried their best. They did take down the Maokai, but these death timers are just too long. We're going to game 3, Kitty. AL had themselves the compositions. They felt that it was the better of the two, and they are proving now. With 2 games, the Lucianami has been proven supreme.
You know what, Oshin? You said that it's looking like an ARAM, but I'm pretty sure we saw an ARAM for 40 minutes of this game too, because we just saw constant fighting, but no one was dying, and that was getting really concerning. But of course, with that game-winning or game-turning play in the mid lane, where they were able to get so many kills onto the Jace and Lucian, they were just able to snowball. And of course, sneaking in that Baron later on into the game just helped them in so many scenarios. I think in that last team fight specifically, Bin got a bit impatient. Although he landed a really nasty 4-man ultimate, everyone on the side of BLG disengaged and they left. So Gnar ulted in, turned back into mini Gnar, and just died instantly, where the communication definitely was an issue for that last team fight.
And honestly, it is great for AL to get this win back. Of course, it looked like earlier on in the game they weren't going to be able to do it. It was actually kills going over to the side of BLG. But I like that you brought it up. Impatience and a little bit of frustration from BLG. That's kind of been the call from this squad pretty much the whole split. We are only 5. This is their 6th series in terms of the split. But it has been impatience that's been really, cursing them throughout this split. It's really been screwing them over, because it just feels like if they just wait for the moment, if they find themselves, someone who overextends, just be patient with it, they should find an opportunity. And a couple of times they just didn't, and they got caught out.
Yeah, they got caught out, and even with Elk not playing those team fights, extremely patient. But I think this time we can credit Pinzi. I think his Jace was extremely potent in this game. We've seen Jace very potent 2 games in a row, actually. So I'm really wondering if you want to opt into this Rise versus Jace matchup when... Even in the late game, I believe the Rise wasn't doing too much damage to specifically the Sion pick, which was constantly on your face. And Yagao just didn't look like he had the best time in those team fights. So, of course, game 2 sample size, it just seems like this team comp is the better out of the 2.
Yeah, it does feel like... Wow, BLG really did not get themselves the advantages, or they got themselves the advantages, did not make them into anything more tangible. And that's with a Mountain Soul as well. So it just feels like right now this Lucian Nami combination, 54,000 damage throughout the game, and even the Jace as well, just having the Imperial Mandate to be able to buff up these two AD carries effectively is just so valuable in the LPL. It just feels like it's either going to be banned. You have to ban it away, or you got to do something about it. Try and get it confirmed for yourself, because I don't think we're going to be seeing the same bans or the same picks coming into game number 3. I feel like there is going to be a slight change, because if it basically becomes whoever gets Lucian Nami basically controls the game.
There's just no way, right? And like you said, although Betty did the most damage in that game, this was not a perfect early game coming from the side of AL. We saw that Betty and Sword Art were just constantly getting caught out, but in the very end, with the Dragon Soul going towards BLG, they were just able to poke them out from just pure range, working alongside the Jace, where Ryze, as that short range mage champion, you just really aren't able to respond in terms of damage, and it's all up to Elk in these team fights. And of course, Elk, when you have a Maokai in the enemy team constantly flash Wing onto you or rooting you on the spot, it's going to be really tough to play.
Oh, absolutely. And again, he almost turned it around a couple of times, but it did again feel like, especially in that last fight around that mid lane, that it was just very disconnected. 2 people were going in, 3 people were going backwards. It did feel a bit weird for BLG, and AL, rightfully so, took full advantage of it. So we're going to send it to a break. When we return, we're going to have our final game of this first series. We'll see you soon.
He's going to feel really good playing as aggressive as he's been. Could be playing.
FPX could be in trouble. Gideon goes in. No, he's dead before the fight starts. Firescan's going to come in lane, but Lola is already down. The ulti burned down. It's all out onto LWX. He's going to get flipped back as well with the dying breath. Cleans it up. Running away. He cleanses through. Dodges away from Care. His last auto. Oh my God. It was Jason Bourne.
The bigger thing is that Light now has to reset, so Ruler going to get that wave in and deny some gold.
Oh.
We haven't done
Hang on a minute.
Kill it topside?
He's got the armor shredding, but it's Gragas. It's Gragas. Oh, get ready, Bomba!
I think it's on their mind right now. Frank's 2v1.
He's going to go for a 1v2. He's got a TP coming in from Dove here. He wants the highlight reel. He has the GA. He's surviving. Heroic entrance comes in. He hasn't got the GA popped yet. He finally does, but the health bars from LGD have no way to stay in the fight. Why is Cam in some trouble here? Riposte comes out, Counter-Strike misses, he's still alive, and the rest on, flash it forward, on, the root ends, and YSKM comes in to clean up a double kill. IG destroy LGD in game 1.
From the side of Ultra Prime's tower, but they haven't dropped just yet, and they say that they're going to go straight in onto Doggo, who does plan to flash away. Chain of Corruption doesn't really land onto anybody of significance. Rookie flashes forward, gets a double, and this game is done. This series is over. Blink and you'll miss it. Rookie has just decided they wanted to win the series.
I think it's because you need to get on top of Light. You need to be able to take him down. He finally doesn't have his summoners up, but he's still playing around this so well.
That's what Lyric said. The bell comes out though. Kanavi going to be chased up. He flashes away. 369 looking for another angle. 369 there on top of Cast where they get him. But Light still issue with Xiaohu firing away. The Shy from downtown. Where did he come from? Where did he go? Where did he come from? The Shy's Cotton Eye Joe.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's like. Make a move, do what we do. As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan?
whatever you do. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. Everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. See how they are caught in the moment. All heads are turning on cue. See how they're eating you up now. Every little detail, beautiful you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. Everybody's looking at you. Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere.
Welcome back, one and all, as we look at a nice evening sky right by the Bund of Shanghai. We are coming into game number 3 of this best of 3. BLG had it in their hands, and AL just slapped it out of them. Just said, absolutely not. That's ours. Get the hell out. And it came off of Betty on this Lucian pick. He was exceptional at just hiding himself into putting himself in great positions, and he picks himself up an MVP.
Yeah, definitely a very unexpected series with the second game going towards the side of, I believe, AL this time around. 100% KP on this Lucian, however. This is the first time I think I've ever seen a person play until 40 minutes with 100% KP. So that's just saying how much this Lucian was doing in those team fights. But the one that stood out to me was, remember when I believe BLG was threatening Dragon Soul and they were camping that bush? Well, Betty played it really well. He dodged the original Sejuani engage, and of course just executes Elk, and then that provided them so many angles to come back into the game. But this Lucian pick has been looking so potent for both sides of this game, because it's just been winning and it's been doing most damage compared to the Zeri. Even though the Zeri has the full build available, she just isn't able to really contest the Lucian when it does come to the pure range of 100-0 with that ultimate. But yeah, AL picking up the second win, totally unexpected.
Yeah, really, really was. And it really did feel like it was just, again, really good play coming out here from Betty. And even this particular play, he has him summoners. He doesn't panic. He doesn't, get himself in a bad position. He has his eyes on the prize, which was Elk. Because once he knows that Zeri is dead, there is no damage between a Yumi and a Sejuani. They're not going to kill him regardless how hard they try. But now we come into the third game. And look, game 1, we had Zeri versus Yumi versus Zeri Yumi versus Lucian Nami. Game 2, we had Zeri Yumi versus Lucian Nami. We are going to be back on the same sides. It is going to be AL on the blue. It's going to be BLG on the red. I think we need to see that Lucian take it away. I think we're going to need to see some bans being changed up right now. Technically, the order of AL's bans have changed. Normally, it was Kindred, then Jax, but this time it's Jax, then Kindred. But so far, the exact same thing with the Maokai. Yeah, Maokai gets taken away, though.
Yeah, the Maokai does get taken away. This Maokai pick has been way too oppressive when it does come to later team fights in the game. Same ban's gonna come out of AL. They don't want to give those pocket picks to Shun. And Lucian, Nami, Zeri, Yumi available once again. And I believe AL, they're just gonna take the later half of that. I don't know, BLG maybe going for the Lucian this time around. Elk does have a really nasty win rate on it. I believe it's 77 compared to his other champions, which is still 0. And I believe with him picking up that loss on the Zeri, his Zeri is still 0% win rate across 2 games. So I'm pretty surprised that BLG opts into this once again, because statistically, the Zeri is the one that comes out on top when it does come to the late game out of the 2 duo champions. So maybe Elk just isn't dropping the ego. He's just like, we can do it again, but maybe this time with better execution.
I mean, they're going to need it. They are going to go with this Yumi as well. I was thinking maybe they go with the Lulu to give you that kind of like extra engage and support. You're not putting yourself as in harm's way as much as in that regard. But we're almost certainly going to see the Lulu or the Nami being locked in here by AL alongside that Lucian. And honestly, getting the Vi priority and getting it to kind of, into a Yumi or into a Zeri is pretty incredibly powerful for AL, because you're not only are you dealing with the Lucian Nami again in that bot side, but the Vi has a point and click CC. Her ultimate literally brings her straight on top of you. So that's going to be very, very difficult to navigate, because you have much more of an increased kind of setup of a hard engaged C champion, kill champion now on the side of AL.
Yeah, a lot of synergy coming out of AL the second time. Like you said, the Zeri was happily given over because the Vi did get locked in first for the side of AL, but they're going to respond with Wukong. Shun does look very comfortable when it does come to this champion, so a bit more aggressive, so we won't see the Maokai getting absolutely bodied in the early game where he's getting triple buffed. So hopefully we just see more 2v2s. So I want to look for a strong mid lane champion for the side of BLG, because you already have the scaling coming out of Zeri Yumi this time around. But like we've been seeing the Rise 2 games in a row, I don't think both teams have been utilizing Rise as to his potential, because with the Realm Warp available, I think he can make a lot of side lane plays, and or even just cheat tempo and just make a play on the other side of map and TP into mid lane and just force something else. Just be more creative with it. So I wouldn't like to see both sides picking Rise, even though it is a very ridiculously strong champion. I believe that top lanes are just going to keep getting banned out, because Bin has been playing pretty well.
I mean, he was until that last team fight, I got to admit. In that last game, I do tend to agree. But the Ahri ban comes out here against Pinzi. Was one of his most played in the LDL before he came up to the roster here on AL in the LPL. But not going to be getting his hands on that one here. And it's curious as well. We've seen the Renekton ban away pretty much almost exclusively on the second rotation here by BLG. ZDG, in my opinion, isn't someone I would regard as a exceptional Renekton player, but we have seen, especially over the last few weeks, just how good this champion can be, how incredibly powerful it is when just left to its own devices, and it's why the LPL has historically always prioritized this champion in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, Renekton does get taken off, like you said, and it does open up the champion pool for Bin, because I guess he's just scared of the amount of aggression that does come out of Vi and Renekton when it does come to the top lane 2v2. Rise does get hovered for the side of Yagal. We're not sure which one he's going to decide on just quite yet. Second time in a row, Yagal is going to be functioning on this Rise. I believe he's just going to get responded with the Jace. We've been seeing a lot of Jace just being an automatically counter champion into the Rise. However, if we throw it back to the early game of Game 2, Yagal's Rise was getting that priority and getting those awesome trades onto Pinzi, where Pinzi was the one losing in the 1v1 sense. But yeah, I mean, Sion opened once again. We saw the major problem of Game 2, where Zeri and the Rise just weren't able to shred down this Sion in the team fights. And I need to remind everyone that this guy has at least a 93% win rate now, because he just picked up another one last game.
Yeah, the Sion has been so good in the LPL so far this split, and I like the idea of going towards the Akali as well, give you that kind of backline threat, the dive potential to be able to go in with the Vi really does synergize well, and it gives you a very nice front-to-back team fight here for AL, so they lock that one in. Ping Z just going to pick himself up that, no problem whatsoever. And now BLG, they could go with the Gwen. You got the Wukong in the jungle. It would leave you very reliant now on this dive combination. So you're going to go with the Wukong and the Gwen. They need to get onto Betty, make sure he is not just free-firing these fights. If they don't do that, there's going to be a lot of big issues for BLG.
I mean, Betty was able to give a lot of opportunities for the side of BLG to really get their scaling champions online from game 2, so I'm not too worried about that. But the entirety team comp of BLG, we're lacking some frontline. Of course, you have the Gwen as the counter into Sang, where he is going to struggle a little bit when it comes to the side lane pressure, and the Wukong is going to go half tank, half damage, or else you won't be able to really challenge the Vi in the jungle without that Sunder available. So I'm really worried when it does get to those 5v5 scenarios, because once one person gets caught out by the Sang, we've seen that repeatedly in game 2. One person gets caught out with the Sanal, everyone's pretty much dead, because you don't have the engage or frontline needed in these 5v5 team fights.
Yeah, and look, you're getting Bin onto a carry. That's always good to see. Bin has been exceptional. Of course, we can think about his MSI performance with RNG. The Gwen was definitely, you know, they either banned it or they picked it. That's how RNG played that game or that series. So really excited to see what he could do with this one here. And honestly, AL, you are feeling good. Keep that momentum going. This could be your first win. And against someone in the mid-table, that could be devastating for BLG. You do not want to be dropping series pretty much ever, obviously, but especially not against people who are 0-6. And no disrespect to AL, that's just the facts of the matter. So AL looking to try and get themselves to one win on the board. They would really need to have this one going for themselves. Otherwise, they're going to be starting to look at summer. And for BLG, they need to make sure they keep in pace with the rest of the squads. They're losing games, they're losing series, they're dropping further down the playoffs plots, and they do not need to have that happen anymore. So we're going to jump onto the Rift for game 3. Winner takes it all. The crowd's going a bit crazy right now, but yeah, this is again more and more pressure being put onto BLG, and it does feel like when you are someone like AL, when you are lower down on the standings as such, the expectations are so low that it doesn't really matter, you know, what you do. You win or you lose. If you win, oh my god, incredible. You lose, no one was really expecting you to do anything else. So I feel like you can play a bit more freely.
Yeah, exactly. And morale is a very real thing coming into this third game. It does go back to being a best of one, where this game really depends on if AL can pick up their first win of this split. And like you said, with AL, of course, being winless so far, the expectations are a lot less. So they're just going to go all out. We already see it from the team comp. The Vi, Akali, Lucian, so many tools of engage and aggression in this early to mid game, where AL is just going to just free ball it.
They're going to try free ball us at least, as we come in now and see both junglers starting on the top side, mirrored from each other, and making sure they get themselves a nice little start. Actually, a little bit of a leash as well coming out for the Gwen. I think it's just fine. The Sion's not really going to have any much kill pressure really onto the Gwen earlier on, so able to give over a little bit of help to the jungler of BLG. Sean had a very good game 1 with the Maokai, not as great of a game 2 with the Sejuani. Was very active in the early stages, getting those few kind of kills off, but definitely felt like he was overzealous, over pushing himself really as he looked to try and make something happen in that mid to late game, and it really did cost his team. So want to see him be a little bit more tempered towards those fights now, not just going in blind and causing issue for himself.
Yeah, I mean, the main focus once again is going to be this bottom lane. I believe the Nami is going to hit 2, but yeah, Bin on that Gnar from the previous game. I think he was playing relatively well until that last team fight, but of course miscommunication was very obvious for the side of BLG, and I'm afraid if you're up against a low tier team and you can't even communicate these team fights properly, you might be dropping your first, you might be giving AL their first win if you don't really sort that problem out for this last game. Xun on an aggressive jungler this time around, also his comfort, so I would love to see some brawling when it comes to the 2v2.
Well, they are going to push in towards this bottom side. Xiaohao just running away completely, saying, look, I'm done. I'm not even going to try and deal with you right now. This is why you picked the Wukong. Now, though, Xiaohao, they don't really know exactly where he is. They kind of have an idea that he's around this bot side because the red buff resetting, but they don't know exactly. So right now, they're just waiting to see if they can show off where the Vi is. No buff has been taken, and with that kind of lack of information, you can see that Sean a little bit wary about where he wants to go, how he wants to try and approach this red buff. He will go back for it, and it looks like he should be able to secure it.
Yeah, Xun definitely being a little pest in the enemy jungle once again. That's because you have so much priority from your solo laners. With the Ryze already rotating and hovering, it's just going to be a free red buff for Xun. Unless AL decide to sack their wave and just really help out Xiaohao. Xun does back off, really smart decision. Don't want to be risking too many chances just in case the level 1 explodes. He's coming back for more though, I'm scared.
Yeah, Xiaohao walking away completely from this red buff. You can see now with the priority in bot lane, BLG get to kind of go for this. And I will say, like, despite all this pressuring and stuff, it is a little bit of a weird situation where Xun, yes, will get the buff finally. There it is. I was just holding my breath for half a second there. But he has wasted a huge amount of time now towards this bot side. And it just really feels like, you know, you're trying to force something like that. It hasn't really put this Vi too far behind.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, you just get 1 red buff, but Vi without a red buff does mean she isn't going to be as strong when it does come to the 1v1 duels in the early game, so the Vi's tempo is going to get set back a lot. But with the amount of just lane priorities that we've been seeing from BLG, the Zeri Yuumi once again pushing in the Lucian Nami, even at level 3. But we see Xiaohao hovering towards his bottom side, where Elk is playing way too aggressive for his own good sense.
Using that rise priority, just making sure he keeps that Akali underneath the tower. I will say the Akali doesn't really feel like a champion until she gets her ultimate. Then she just becomes 17 champions in one. But Xiaohao finds himself down the bottom side. They've used an Ignite and a barrier here. A couple of offensive summoners now used. Elk trying to see if he can maybe keep himself alive. They are going to push this one forward. They're going to hope to try and catch out Elk now in a second. Here we go. They're going to go for it. Oh, it was so close to being perfect. One more auto will do it. The binding light is just that. You're now in a bubble of trouble on Cats Hate Bats. And that is going to be 2 kills now to AL on the bot side.
Really good start for the side of AL, exactly what you're looking for when you are playing the Vi and Lucian for this game 3. BLG, the bot lane definitely being a bit too greedy and pushed up when your Wukong was getting the Raptors on the other side of the map, so a bit of an overstep from Elk. I think he could have just left at this point, but he was just constantly pressuring, trying to get the wave in, and of course, all summoners being spent and Vi just coming in for the cleanup and just getting this Lucian ahead with that early kill. And of course, by focusing down the Zeri first, the Yuumi won't have too much mobility to run away, and the 2 kills go over to the side of AL for this early game.
Xiaohao almost lands the flash Q as well. That's how crazy of a predict that was. He was just slightly off, and speaking of off, On does get killed off right at the end there as well. And that's 2 kills now. Important as well. They go over to the Vi and the Lucian. Really nice early start here. And you can see it already manifesting into Crit Cloak and the High Noon Quiver. So you're getting yourself a nice setup here for that bot side to build towards that. Again, we said a million times, Imperial Mandate and the Gale Force. But Betty looked exceptional on the Lucian in game number 2. So I am very, very worried now if I'm on the side of BLG. This is now becoming a bit of an issue now on the bot side, as we can see. Sion used his ultimate just to get himself back up to the top side, so he kept himself a TP advantage. But Betty is dead. I don't really know what happened there. Betty just decided to get caught, and now he loses a massive wave.
The wave was building into you. I don't know where Betty uses E, but he just dies for free. And now with Yago TPing down with that Realm Warp, I'm afraid AL just missed out on 3 waves of minions. And Xiaohao can't even pick this up, and Zeri just gets 2 plates for free as well.
Very, very strange there. Not only do you get 2 plates, but all that advantage you just garnered yourself on that bot side is gone. There's nothing else to be getting from it. And again, this is it's such a strange situation for AL. It does feel like they gain something from it, and then they just turn off their their head for 2 seconds. They kind of don't really think about what the next play is or how it's going to be affecting them. They just kind of go, oh cool, we did it, and then all of a sudden, oh wait, hang on, we've just lost 20 CS in bot side. We just gave over a kill, loads of plate money. The Zeri's back online.
Yeah, we would need to see what happened in this bottom lane, because we saw the wave pushing towards the side of AL, so it wasn't too bad. You just have to wait for your wave to build in. I know he was getting a bit stressed out from the threat of a dive, and he wanted to clear the wave ASAP. Where did he use his E? I mean, he just didn't use the E at all and kind of just died to the Zeri autos.
What?
And he just died, Oshin.
I don't... Look, I feel like this is like the ultimate version of a caster curse, because like we just gave Betty high praises on the Lucian, how he was able to kind of, move around those team fights, get himself in such a good position. That one was just bizarre, to say the least. And yeah, very, very consistent. Again, no hard CC on BLG to really get that, but look, we'll move forward, we'll move on with our lives and see what they're able to kind of go for. BLG now with the level 6s hit onto their jungler and their solo lanes. They are looking towards this Rift Herald. They're trying to get that early advantage going, get some more gold into their back pockets. And oh, Betty, buddy, you need a hug?
Yeah.
Like, you all right? Like, what happened?
AL just being able to pick up so much early gold, but once they ever do receive the early kills onto the solution, he just lets go of that lead and let BLG back into the game. It was looking so good for the first 5 minutes, but unfortunately sometimes you're just overextended and you die for free. The Herald does go towards the side of BLG, and I'm afraid that with this available and the scaling comp, they're just going to pick up a lot of plates and generate so much gold.
Yeah, and they've got priority over the mid lane now. I don't know if it's going to equal any kind of contest around this dragon, so it looks like AL will be picking up the first dragon of the game. Nice solo Drake to pick up, as the mountain does give you plenty of resistances, and maybe that will help Betty in the long term of this game. But now at level 6 is being hit across the board, we are going to start to see more playmaking. You've got the Wukong Cyclone, you have got the cease and desist from Xiao Hao as well, so lots to be able to kind of come in here for both junglers to really start making plays around the map.
Yeah, especially when you know that Elf doesn't have that flash available. Xiaohao, with his Vial available, just go bot lane and force something, because this Lucian Nami already looking pretty good. Although, you know, dying sometimes, but I think when it comes to the aggressive side of that 2v2 sense, I think Betty is able to execute that.
JDG is falling behind, but it's trading nicely here into Bin, so not doing too badly in that regard. Sion, of course, going to be building the full tank. Bin going to be going for that full AP. We all know and love this particular matchup. But Bin going to use that needlework just to try and get a reset off now. Doesn't have the TP. Knows actually that both TPs are on a little bit of a weird timer. We're actually not going to see either top laner kind of sync up for the moment, at least. But still good advantages here for the side of BLG. Bin not going to be allowed that little sneaky recall. And I like this from ZDZ, just kind of keeping Bin honest, saying, look, I'm not going to allow you just to get a free reset, get yourselves back onto the map as quick as you like. You are going to have to try and be a bit more creative than that.
Yeah, I do really enjoy this Gwen pick from Bin as well, right? Because last game we saw that the obvious problem was the Sion and that he just wasn't dying in these teamfights. So now with the Gwen available and her true damage on her abilities, maybe he's just going to get shredded in these teamfights where they're going to be missing a front line when it comes to a 5v5. But like I said, Ryze and Zeri in the pockets of BLG again. Once they hit their item spikes, they are on a ticking time bomb for AL, because you don't have a champion like the Jace this time around where you're able to pick up so many items and just poke in the back. You have to go in.
Yeah, that's the big thing. You have to try and get onto this backside. You have to try and make a fight happen on your terms. And now you spend a hell of a long time looking at top lane wave management there. So if you're looking for some kind of help or whatever on how to wave manage on the top side, there you go. You can watch that last 45 seconds of LPL gameplay, I guess. But again, just kind of waiting for the next real objective to spawn. 3 minutes until the next dragon. 3 minutes until the next herald. But now you get moving back towards the spot side. Shun is there. They do see him on a ward, I believe. So they should know the Wukong is here. Xiao Hao has not been spotted just yet, but knowing that the Ryze is no longer here, they should know that there's something up.
Betty does have the Gale Force available though, so if it does come to a 3v3 in this bottom lane, I think AL will come out on top, especially with the amount of damage that they have currently. But we need to remember that Yagal always has that Realm of available. If Pinzi plays it perfectly, he E's Yagal and TPs with the Ryze, but that would be amazing to see in the LPL.
I love seeing that as well. It's going up towards the top side. It's just forever flipping in the world, but it's just such a funny little moment to see. Is silly little interactions, you know, kind of silly goose energy coming out from Akali players. But Shun not going to gain anything on that bot side. Does drop the Rift Herald into mid. Should be able to secure 2 plates at minimum now, as he's got Bin roaming up towards this side here. ZDZ recognizing, hey, my guy didn't come back to lane immediately, so I'm assuming that he's somewhere around here. And absolutely correct, but we can have a look at the gold there. And again, similar to game number 1, similar to game number 2, it's Elk, Yagao, and Bin getting early advantages, getting themselves ahead of the plays. But it's not always about that. We are going to kind of, you know, see about how the execution of the fights do come out. That's the big thing I find when it comes to between these two teams, especially in this series.
Yeah, very slow start for this game 3, considering how game 1 and game 2 went. So pretty good for the side of BLG, especially when you want to play a bit more safe. But like you've been saying, the dragon is spawning in 1 minute, and all the tower plates have gone towards the side of BLG, so they will be getting the mythics a lot earlier compared to AL when it comes to this 5v5 team fight.
Absolutely, and you can even see it there kind of manifesting. You got the Divine Sunderer, the Rift Maker, you've got the Rod of Ages already stacked up to 3, should have it to 4 in a few minutes as well. So actually, less than a minute. That's how it works. But again, it's just more and more pressure building. As I had to mute and sneeze.
Bless you.
Yeah, thank you. It's starting to become allergy season. Myself and Laura are struggling big time. It's not even March. It's we're only even just the beginning of spring, and already nature wants to kill me. But nothing else too untoward now. At first item's being pretty much picked up across the board. We're waiting for Elk to kind of get his on. Looks for, you would imagine, his Shirley's Revelry pretty soon as well. And they could all end up coming to a head now at this next Dragon or Rift Herald fight. It feels like we're boiling up to a point now where both teams are going to be in a really good situation to make something happen, but also could end up losing a hell of a lot as well.
Most definitely. We need to notice that the Lucian does have the Mythic available when it comes to a 2v2 in this bottom lane. Ultimate's being burnt, and nothing gets traded in.
Ultimates and summoners, so not going to die just yet, but that does mean that you're not without those now for this next fight. The tidal wave would have been lovely to kind of maybe contest this one here. Xiaohao is around in the area, and priority belongs to BLG for the moment. Elk can just W over the wall. Betty, very low there. Really underestimating the damage he could take right there, and honestly didn't really do any damage back.
Yeah, I mean, you had the Mythic available on the side of Betty, but they were just getting outspaced from Elk on this area in Yumi, where they played it pretty perfectly. The Dragon does go towards the side of BLG, however, so it's not too bad of a trade.
Not too bad of a trade, but Dragon now confirmed for BLG. The Rift Herald is spawned as well. With the priority they have, you would imagine they would look to try and confirm that for themselves as well. Slowly but surely, we're seeing a 2,000 gold kind of eke forward here for BLG. Similar, not too dissimilar, I should say, to game number 1. They finally have the Imperial Mandate as well as... I was just about to say, I don't think Shun actually killed off that thing, and now he has to go back for it, which means he cannot get himself into the pit, but AL not to be outdone off of the rotation, get themselves up towards his top side, and with the Imperial Mandate finished up with the Akali and the Vi here, you would imagine that there's a bit of a push here. Bin is going to get priority on this tower, has TP, and it is unleashed. This could be an opening moment here for BLG to really crack open this game, get themselves ahead of AL.
Yeah, either you respond to this Gwen in this bottom lane, or you just have to force a fight here. But the Akali does go back and realize that it is quite currently open bot, so this Akali needs to go stop this Gwen before she becomes a problem. But this is the
gonna go for it. There's the tidal wave to try and disengage. That was just Shun baiting them out, saying if I get my ultimate off, I get so much more, and that's literally what he got. He got a flash from Sword and the tidal wave, making it so difficult to deal with Bin on the bot side.
Yeah, I wanted to say, I want to see more aggression coming out of these junglers. I mean, the Cyanol comes out, and the cat's dead.
Oh my God, that's what happens when you get off of the shoulder of your AD carry. And now, without Ayumi, the Zeri is an awful lot more vulnerable. No heal, no extra kind of bonus HP to come in from this. And ZDZ just really nicely setting himself up and his team for a nice little kill. They will get a TP now out of Bin. That should be able to kind of confirm the defense of this tower. But you're losing summoners, and this is the kind of thing we always talk about. We say it a lot when we talk about these games, is tempo. These are tempo plays for AL. They're forcing BLG to react rather than to be proactive themselves.
Yeah, ZDZ comes in and just says, screw it, I'm gonna ult and we're gonna get a pick onto the Yuumi. I think on this Yuumi, has been a bit iffy because we see him constantly getting picked up when it comes to the early game sense, which is exactly what you don't want to be doing. Just be attached to Elk. He hasn't been dying, so just stay with him, buddy. But you don't want to be giving these chances over to AL because this time around their team comp is looking way more aggressive with the amount of go buttons that they have. The Cyanol, the Bio, of course Akali gonna follow up as well with the Lucian Gale Force available as well. So you don't want to be overstepping, especially when it comes to this mid lane.
Not overstepping just yet. Plenty of vision here for a BLG in the AL red side jungle because of that tower take and the priority they were able to garner. Xiaohao is slowly falling behind though in terms of the camps being taken. Yagao on that top side with TP available is going to be answered by ZDZ. As we just kind of come back into it. And this is the thing as well. You look across the board, it's CS advantages exclusively for BLG. That's where their gold lead lies. It's just been good macro rotations, getting themselves onto the map, making sure that they are in a position to pick up more resources on the side of AL. But AL have been just getting those kills, have been making a nuisance of themselves around the map. And this is where the game starts to get a little bit funky, because it hasn't been a load of early towers. It hasn't been a lot of map opened up. There's only been the one tower in the game so far that's been taken down. That was on the bot side. So the map is still very narrow in terms of where you can make plays. So it's probably going to be around these objectives a minute until the next dragon spawns. Neither team on an early soul, so both teams happy to just kind of duke it out.
Yeah, Oshin, don't let the skill board confuse you, because BLG is still on a 3k gold lead, even though being down 2 kills, just like you said, with the amount of CS that they've been able to farm up so far in the game. But they are looking for a fight here.
They are looking for a fight. The Cyclone gets used. Betty gets himself out. Summoner flash used by Xiao Hao, but outside of that, nothing lost for the side of AL. Cleanse and flash available for Betty. Look on the other side, you've a full kit of summoners for the Yuumi and the Zeri, so Elk and On have no real excuse to be getting caught out. Second item finished up there by Bin as he comes back out onto the map. Has his knife there in the back pocket. You do have a rapid fire cannon here, so you're on a good, decent 2-item spike here for Betty. As Bin tries to make his presence known, they really want this tower. It will give them great priority over this dragon, and they secure it. So you've got the mid-tier 1. Bin makes himself known to the top side of the map, and now Shun trying to move forward. Doesn't have the Cyclone yet, probably won't have it for this fight, as we can see just more posturing in this mid lane.
But look at the vision that AL has on this bottom side of the jungle. BLG really needs to just walk in and really plant down their wards onto this Baron, because you can't face check into a Scion, and Vi that still has the ultimate available.
They're looking for Bin. He's got the cat on his back. We saw this in game number 2. Wasn't able to make it all work for him. Shun is sitting on a pink ward, so he knows he's fairly safe in terms of the vision control. Here we go. ZDZ gets the knock up there to stop the Zeri from moving forward. Shun gets in, but about half HP. This is the power of the Gale Force and the Imperial Mandate. Betty going to be able to get a nice little bit of fruit as well. Honey fruit nicely positioned on the bot side of the map, so he's nice and secure. Has a full plate of health and mana. This is getting very, very close here as we get the dragon now kind of slowly getting down. Shun can go in, get a flash off. They're going to look for it. There's the needlework. Bin getting a bit impatient again. We saw this in game number 2. Good trade back here for AL, but they're going to go fully commit on top of this. They know there's no W, and Bin will go down, but you've lost your Vi. This now has to be a full fight as you get Pin Z jumping straight onto that backside. Shun trying to see if he can take out Betty, and he will. Elk didn't die, and Elk was able to do the damage on the backside of it all. It ends up being a full ace in favor of BLG, and they'll take themselves a dragon as well.
BLG played that so patiently. We saw that the Vi and the Kali were just going in and spending all their abilities onto Bin, where of course Bin does die as a result of that, but that means Elk is just able to kill everyone with the Zeri ultimate, and he was just kind of nay-naying on them. Sorry that I had to describe it like that, but I don't know how else to really say this team fight, because look at the Vi ultimate. It just gets dropped onto Bin where his shadow does become unavailable, and all the focus goes onto this top lane, where Yuumi also does fall down because of the initial CC that San was able to provide. A 2-man knockup from ZDZ, but it just wasn't enough because Elk just wasn't dying in these team fights. He had the barrier available, and Pinsy just doing everything, flashes the Akali R2, and just really good mechanics coming out of Elk for this third game, which we saw him do in game 2, but there were just some throws.
That was just so close there to being great for AL. AL aren't done yet. The AL are saying, you know what, we're going to go again. We are at a power spike right now. We've lost all those summoners now for Elk, so he's not going to have that same level of survivability in this next fight. We are going to see the Baron not get taken very, very quickly, but you can see, all right, this is a bait. They want someone to walk into the room. They want Elk to walk into the room. Pinsy does get caught out, though. That ward will be spotted on top of him, so they know he's up towards that top side. The TP comes in. They get the TP now out of the Gwen. They back themselves away. AL very nicely done, but they got to be careful. They've got a monkey and a cat running at them. There's a tidal wave. Shun is so big, looking for those skirmishes. ZDZ is still very healthy, though. Has the shielding and the rest of his team to follow up. This fight is not quite done there. Sword Art loses about half his HP from 1 W, and now we're going to see them look for this one as Yagao jumps in, immediately goes golden. Pinsy trying to go toe-to-toe with it been? It's all over the place right now, Kitty.
no!
The Scion has died, and Shun is moving on the Xiao Hao. Shun uses the decoy beautifully to make sure he takes absolutely no damage. Betty trying to make sure he can do as much as he possibly can. Elk goes forward knowing he has the Immortal Shield Bow and the Cat, but now BLG can look for themselves a Baron.
I mean, AL was threatening Baron, but their initial reaction was to turn, and ZDZ, I think, could have just played with the vision they had and just land a massive Q, but they were just getting played in the hands of BLG, where they were just consistently getting space, and of course the Baron goes towards the side of BLG, and I cannot stress enough that Yagao is currently level 15 to Pinzy's level 13. This Rise is getting ridiculously strong, especially with Zeri getting an ace in the team fight earlier.
And it does feel like BLG are starting to ramp up the pace right now. AL a little bit panicked, a little bit all over the place right now, trying to make something happen where there's just nothing to gain. So have a look at the replay here. They get the TP, and like you said, they kind of
just split off. He had the flash available, but he doesn't go over, and he decided to walk all the way around, dropping even more health. And AL having reinforcements coming in, but of course Yagao does a really nice realm warp in, and then he instantly TP, so he baits out ZDZ's initial CC. But there's just not enough damage coming out of AL this time around. Look at Yagao. He just tanked an entire Lucianal, and it didn't go to half health. And I think this Rise is just getting way too out of hand.
Yeah, Yagao finally showing why the power of this Rise, and honestly, comboing it with something like the Wukong just feels so much better than having it with the Sejuani. Just knowing that you can go get that instant engage, you have a setup for, you know, kind of kiting back should you go a little bit too far forward, and now BLG firmly in the driver's seat. They've nearly got 3 items onto the Zeri. They're kind of getting themselves into a much better position to just kind of carry these games. And the longer it goes, the harder and harder it becomes for AL to really try to make this one work. I will say, the last time we said this was in game number 2, and it did come back for the side of AL. They were able to bring themselves off the brink of a 5,000 or 6,000 gold deficit, but it's a lot harder now with the Gwen and the Wukong. I feel like those two champions are just so powerful at just making fights happen. Betty just has to try and keep himself alive, but it's such a hard task.
Betty's already no mana, no health, so he has to reset here with the Baron minions coming in very soon. Of course, the Dragon also at 50 seconds. The Dragon Soul Point is going to get threatened for the side of BLG, but I just don't think they have the damage to really challenge the side of BLG anymore. I mean, the execution you need on this Akali to really get your hands onto the AD carry of BLG, it just requires you to do so much, but of course, the peel and the amount of damage they have themselves from BLG is enough to handle, and I'm feeling like the solo lanes of AL have been a bit silent this game.
Yeah, a little bit on mute, much like when I need to sneeze, but here we go. They're going to look for a fight here. Shun using the decoy beautifully. Xiao Hao tries to dive onto the backside, but you just can't right now. Here comes the Realm Warp. Not going to bring anybody there because they try to just pepper down these damage. Betty almost dies, and Yagao is fearless right now, moving forward. They had him in the Aqua Prison, and it did nothing.
Yeah, I mean, Xiaohao goes in with that ultimate, of course, gets onto the clone, and there's just no follow-up from the side of AL. Everyone's too scared to pull the trigger and just go forward, even though your composition is that aggressive team composition that needs to go forward, but everyone's too scared. You've given your lead over to the side of BLG, and now they're just scaling out of control, picking up the third dragon, threatening Soul Point.
And that's it. It just feels like BLG going from strength to strength. They've got a composition that works for themselves, and really, really well done. I will say Elk being 100% kill participation right now is thoroughly deserved. He is on the 3-item spike. Is going to be doing significant work in this frontline damage if he's able to get himself set up. And again, we're seeing it so many times. This Wukong has really been the linchpin to keep this composition going, despite, you know, ZDZ looking for engages, Xiao Hao trying to see if he can get on top of someone. It's just not worked out because of the Wukong having that disengage with the decoy and, of course, the Cyclone. So there's just too much to burn through before you even get to what is the meat and the life of BLG and their damage composition.
Yeah, Shun playing the early game extremely well, and of course getting all these engages onto AL where they've just been feeling suffocating in these team fights, and him having 5 games now with this included, of course, on the Wukong, it just seems like a really nice comfort pick. And of course paired with the Yuumi, these team fights, once he does go in, he has a second lifeline, unlike the Vi where she ults in and she just dies instantly.
I mean, ZDG's being kept away from this fight right now, but Bin is getting caught out, and he has been taken out. So it's a 5v4 now coming into this one. Betty trying to use his ultimate to get some more damage down. They kill off everyone. Yeah, Yaga was just too big, and he's just running forward. He is a raid boss right now. Sean looking to see if he can catch out Pinzi, but should be able to get himself over the wall, and nothing else going to happen from that. But I feel that's all she wrote for this one, Kitty. I feel like this is going to be the curtains for AL, as they should be falling 2-1 to BLG.
So close yet so far, Oshin. That first win for AL was just in their grasp, but unfortunately with the early game going for the side of BLG, and they were able to really come back after Betty gave chances to the Zeri. It was just really sad to see, but of course with AL's composition being obviously more catered towards the early to mid game, we've hit the 28-minute mark where the Zeri and Ryze are just way too strong, and you don't have the damage to really execute them. Pinzi has just been constantly CSing in the side wave, but you're not a Ryze. You don't want to be CSing. You're not going to scale as well.
No, and ZDZ, like, he can try his best. He won't do any damage, and he won't take any damage unless there's 5 members available to the side of BLG. So just going to try and be a nuisance and back himself away. But have a look at the replay here, because again, they're looking for something. They're trying to get something, and they do get Bin, in fairness to them, but they're just so far behind.
They're so far pushed up as well. Look at Yago. He does just go in, execute Sorta, because he was a lonely fish as the rest of the team finishes off Betty as well. But playing at the dead tier 1 tower when you're playing for tier 2 was a bit risky, but obviously with the game state being like this, AL just has to look for something, because you guys aren't going to get any stronger compared to a Ryze and Zeri.
Yeah, and then again, it's just more and more pressure being put onto AL, and looking likely they're going to be going to a 0-7 score line. Really, really hard to kind of be upbeat about this team right now, and even looking towards their next few games, it doesn't exactly get that much easier. They've got WE coming up next later on this week, then Ninjas in Pajamas, but after that it's Weibo, it's RNG.
But Xiaohao steal this.
I don't think he can though, and that's, yeah, they're gonna go for the fight instead. Betty trying to put down damage, and they got Pinzi on the backside. Bin's gone down once more, but look at Elk. He's free hitting. Elk is going for it. They are trading back though positively. ZDZ, it's a 2 for 2. He will have his zombie form right now, but look at Elk. He's doing so much. Yagao and Elk have got so much damage. Pinzi tried to make the miracle play happen. Just not gonna be happening, even with the lifeline. It's a full house, double upon triple. And AL will fall to BLG. There's just too big of a wallet right now.
Oshino was looking so good for AL. They got Bin once again, and the health bars were dropping, but I remembered that Yaga and Elk exist in these team fights, and their health bars weren't dropping. And of course, a 5-0 trade, and Nexus slowly falls down in the favor of BLG, and AL continues their loss streak.
They wanted to make sure the Elk was there for the end screen as they bring the minions away and finish off the Nexus. 3-3 now for the scoreline of BLG. It definitely was not clean, but they got the job done. And AL now 0-7. Yikes. It's a bit of a yikes.
It's okay. With no expectations, you can just play whatever you want, because in the end, maybe the result will always be like that. But of course, congratulations to BLG. They've had a pretty rough schedule versing all the top teams, although winning up against Weibo Gaming, I think this one really boosts the morale for them, at least. Not very well played. I would say it was a bit scruffy, especially in that game too, where they did drop the win when they had the 5k gold lead.
Yep.
But Yago looked like he picked up his game in this third one, and he really just told them, this is why I play Ryze the most.
Yeah, this is why Ryze is a pickable or bannable champion against me. So it's a good win for BLG. Again, gets them back on top of, in terms of winning ways. They were on a 2-game loss streak. Gets themselves re-established and reaffirmed in where they can be. And look, they've got like a couple of, sprinkled in there, but they've got a couple of fairly, winnable games coming up next. They've obviously won today. They play RA later this week. They can and should be winning that, in my opinion. Then they play LNG. That one, it can be a bit of a toss-up. Obviously we talked about how BLG beat Weibo, but then Weibo beat JDG. It's a whole rock, paper, scissors within the LPL, so we'll see how LNG and BLG fare up. But then, Ultra Prime, LGD, these are teams you can beat, and you can start to solidify yourself as we get towards the second half of the split.
Yeah, like I've been saying, I think BLG has the potential of becoming a top team. You have Bin, you have Yago, like they've been big names in the LPL scene. Yago being, of course, the JDG mid laner for 4 years, even making it to the semifinals in 2022 up against T1. So we know the potential is there, but I just think the synergy for some of these team fights specifically, we see a lot of hesitation, especially coming out of the jungler and just with the engages and how they play it. Definitely could be worked on, but I have high hopes for them.
Yeah, I mean, look, we gotta look at this team on paper and say that this team should, on paper, be very, very good. I think for BLG, they can move forward and kind of go for it. And of course, for AL, I don't know what way to kind of put this right now, but it's rough. It is rough. And like you said, you can play without expectations, but you still want to win, Kitty. You still want to come out with a W at some point. And getting all these like single game wins, it feels like they're so close yet always so far away.
Yeah, I mean, they have managed to scramble 4 wins for AL, right? But I just feel like they weren't really playing towards their comfort. They didn't really have that aggression when you do lock in the Akali and the Vi. We rarely saw them synergizing in these team fights and really getting onto the carries of BLG for this game 3. Betty once again doing the most damage, but I think he has been, although you know, he does die in the early games, I think he's been the most consistent when it comes to this DPS role. And it's just really sad to see because I think the mistakes that they're making are very easy to fix. They just have to grow more confident in their play.
I think that's the best way to put it. Like you said, like the mistakes are rudimentary. You know, it feels like these are things that you can work on, get better at, and move forward from there. But even like small little things like Betty just deciding he wasn't going to go anywhere, both sides, EDG not flashing over the wall with the rest of his team to get out. It just feels like right there, that's what's causing them a lot of harm. It's causing them a lot of issues because they're making good plays. They're causing good, problems, I suppose, for the other team, and good for the sense for AL. But it's just never sticking together. It just feels very disconnected.
Yeah, I mean, even though BLG came out on top with a 2-1 series, I think they can definitely reflect on that because the game 2 was definitely super scrappy. We saw a lot of indecisive plays from a scaling composition where I believe the game went to 40 minutes. So technically on paper, you should never be losing those games, but just I think there were micro mistakes when it came to mechanics, and maybe Yagal's build just wasn't correct where it wasn't really executing the enemy Scion, and this champion was just ruining everyone's day. Obviously in this game 3 it lost, but like I've been saying, this Scion has been such a prominent pick in the LPL where you got to start really getting into those counters or saving the counters for top lane for Bin.
Yeah, I think it does feel like you are going to have to start saving those for BLG. And of course, the Scion is just a big meat stick. He just kind of goes up top lane, builds a lot of HP, becomes a problem later, and has an engage as well. So interesting to see kind of where they're able to kind of go with that one there. And of course, for BLG, we're obviously being, quite, I am being quite harsh on them in terms of how they've been playing, but a win's a win. 3-3, moving up now in the standings. They'll bring themselves up alongside the likes of Team WE, Weibo. Those are the kind of people there. And the thing is like, especially even though we are only 6 series on average per team, it is important to make sure you keep instead with them, because if you start to fall behind too early, that becomes a pretty desperate attempt to try and get back into relevance later on. So a good win today for them.
Yeah, especially when you are in the middle pack of the standings right now and you need to become top 10 to really proceed into the playoffs. I think BLG, grabbing this win and stopping their loss streak is definitely going to be a huge boost of morale. But I think just the inconsistencies coming out of specifically Yaga and Shun when it came to game 2, I wanted to see a lot more synergy, but it's okay. We can work on those things.
Yeah, we can absolutely indeed. We're going to send it over to Sam for a winner's interview.
Hello guys, welcome to the interview, and now I'm standing with the mid laner Yagao from BLG Gaming. First, congratulations on your win today, and how do you adjust yourself after the loss against EDG? 那首先恭喜你们今天能够拿到比赛的胜利。那么上一场比赛经历了和 EDG 之间的一个失利之后，你们是如何去调整自己的呢？
就努力呗。
We just try to adjust ourselves and do some hard works and try to win this matchup. And my second question is about game 1, because Shing on Maokai for the first time in this split. So how do you comment on this champion from him? 那么今天的第一局比赛，薰衣也是本赛季第一次拿到了非常强势的英雄大树。那你是怎么去评价他大树第一局当中的发挥的呢？
我觉得他大树熟练度很高吧。然后其实我们平时训练也用了很多，然后今天终于拿出来了。
I think he played Maokai so well, and we have a lot of times that he played on Maokai in the scrims, and he played well today. And his Maokai also plays a lot around your Jace, around mid lane, in the early game and the middle game. So why do you have so high mid jungle proximity? 那么今天其实第一局当中，他的大树也是一直在围绕着你的杰斯去展开游戏。那么为什么你们会保持如此高的一个中野清金率呢？不管说是在前期还是在中期。
主要也是因为对面中单没有闪嘛，然后我们很好配合抓他，然后而且我们如果2个人肥的话，在打支援团会很好打。
Actually, it's because their mid laner from AL lost his flash in the early game, so he makes a lot of ganks around him. And if we two got fat, then we can win the middle game team fights easily. And for game 2, you two teams change your composition almost. So how to comment on the Jace versus Ryze in the mid lane? 那么第2局其实你们2支队伍互相之间也是基本上是互换了 BP。那你是怎么去评价中路杰斯和瑞兹之间的一个对线的？
感觉这2个瑞兹就是推线，然后对线可能比杰斯更强一点嘛。然后杰斯打团的话，消耗能力比较强。
I think Ryze always can push the lane and win the lane, but Jace is more stronger in the team fights. After your game 2 loss from so many team fights in the late game, how do you adjust yourself in game 3? 那么第2局其实在中后期你们打了非常多的乱战，最终是输掉比赛。那第3局你们是如何在这一点上去做调整的呢？
第2把感觉就是打得有点上头了，一直在乱打，然后就输了嘛。第3把我们就是好好就是不打那种乱打的团战就好了。
Actually, we lost the game 2 because we play over aggressively in the late game. So we just try to keep calm and prepare well for the team fights in game 3. So let's talk about the team fights in game 3. The Infernal Drake team fight is so clutch in the game. And how do you get prepared for the team fights? 那第3局当中你也说到，你们说准备好了去打很多打有准备的团嘛？那第3局当中最关键的那一波火龙团，当时队内是怎么去沟通的呢？
当时就是我们拉扯一下，然后等我们猴子大招嘛，然后我就盯着对面阿卡丽的话，就应该是好打的。然后主要也是因为我们 AD 操作到了。
I think at that time we just try to wait for the cyclone from Wukong, and I just keep focus on Akali from the opponents. And our AD carry performed well in the team fights, so we win that team fight and finally win the game. And thank you for the interview, and hope you can get more wins in next games. 那么再一次感谢牙膏来接受我们的采访，也希望你们在之后能够收获更多的胜利。That's all for the interview today, and back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Sam. And I just gotta go back to literally the first answer. It's just you kind of going like, yeah. What do we think about ADG? Win game. Cool. Thanks. Like, we got to play well and we got to win. That was but I mean, Yagao's always been that kind of like straight talker, just kind of like not really a lot of fluff, just kind of how he feels about it. He's just like, just play good, win the game.
Yeah, I mean, he gets to the point, right? You just need the confidence when you are up against a team that is higher up on the standings. And like we've been seeing, BLG definitely has that potential to become a decent.
And for BLG going forward, obviously we're going to talk about a couple of those things, but for AL, I mentioned a little bit during the game, but you got to find a win somewhere. Look, you got Ninjas in Pajamas, WE, probably playoff teams. You really need to try and get a win from that. You're looking at RNG, who are looking to try and turn a page now after, a very rough start for them. They're trying to come into this. Then it's Weibo, OMG, EDG, LNG. Like, these are all playoff caliber teams, and you're looking for your first win, but we'll see how they're able to do it. But we got our MVP from game number 3. It was Elk coming in after the win, after coming in on the Zarya. Forgot which one he was on there for a moment there. But
one
on
of
the Zarya, picks himself. One of the two. I had a 50% chance of winning if I just went for it. No hesitation. But yeah, really good play from him. And honestly, it's good to see him as well, kind of saying, look, I can win this matchup. I know how to play this. I just played not to my potential in game number 2.
Yeah, I think, well, specifically in the LPL, Zeri has a lot higher win rate when it is out of the two ADCs compared to Lucian, because I just think these LPL ADCs have the execution in terms of mechanics to really pull off the early game and get to the late game. And that's exactly what we saw. We saw that although AL did pick up first blood, and I believe it was on the Yumi, Elk was just able to find angles to come back into the game. And of course, these team fights he played it very slick and dodged a lot of the Akali DPS as well, and he was just able to pop off in terms of a scaling ADC.
And that's it as well, is that, you know, we talk about some of the best AD carries in our league. It has been, you know, I always think of Jackie Love when I think of this. It is the difference between int and gods, you know. You have to play that line of absolutely 100%, you know, making this happen for yourself. But even
Rule
here, you can see him there just... Yeah, he's just constantly repositioning, constantly looking to see where he can go for this one here. And even right there, like, you know, he dodges out on the Aqua Prison. So really, really nicely done there by Elk on BLG. And again, good win for them overall coming into this game. They needed to try and start their week off nice and solid and move themselves into, again, a much more solidified playoff position.
I mean, with that, I think Elk has been pretty good on the Zeri, especially, even though for game one, I believe that the Lucian was on his hands as well, and he did exceptionally well. I think for, of course, the side of AL, sometimes it is just better to experiment more with the third game. I believe they picked a pretty aggressive team composition with the Vi and Akali this time around. And, you know, as long as you get experience and you're able to just perfect it later on into the stage, because you're already 0-7, I believe, it's not going to get too much prettier. Yeah. Like you said, the schedule is looking really tough. So I would love a bit more aggressive gameplay out of them. Just say, like, screw it. We're going to play whatever we feel like, because we're going to have fun in this competition.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, new patch will be coming in hopefully very soon. We will let you guys know once we change. We're obviously on still 13.1. And it can feel bad, you know, it can feel bad when you go for that kind of stuff. But we are going to send it to a break. And when we return, we'll have our first game for our second series of the day. We'll see you soon.
Very big. Valan putting himself in front of the top esports jungler to make sure he cannot get away. As Ching picks up that kill. Harry is coming, and Harry is getting bigger. Ching is moving forward. This is Ultra Prime, but look at Rookie. These health bars are so low. Rookie gets one. Rookie's looking for another one. You can see it in his eyes. They're going to get another one as well. Rookie has just made this fight his own by just sitting on the backside.
The LPL are kings again.
A classic Fnatic death brush. We're going old school here in this one. There's a pick. Can they find more in the middle of everyone? The lightning glider. Oh my days, it's already over.
When I think of Edward Gaming, I think super carries in every position and an almost guaranteed finals appearance. But to be honest, this year, I doubt it. I thought we may witness the end of an era, one that has been defined by winning. But what I didn't expect is that we may be witnessing the beginning of a new one.
Ulted into 4 people, and he is not scared. NIP being surrounded.
They're being pushed into a corner, and a Kennen ult. They get 1 kill onto JJ, but it just does not matter.
But don't get excited just yet, because across the stage is a team that has taken no prisoners. Calling this matchup a test would be an understatement. But hey, what better way to prove yourself than against Rookie and Jackie Love?
He has teleport. He's They're getting away from Ultra Prime, or sorry, Ultra Prime getting away from them. The Stop Esports now looking for this fight. Look at Jackie Love just putting in work. Rookie is ending the game. Guys, your base triple kill, quadra kill coming in for Jackie Love.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地獄なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more ちゃ全力で追い越してよさ Driving mode 始めようもう安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイベー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサネフェッチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming mode 始めよう
country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You
Got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on the water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
We're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more.
I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, woven, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? That never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. It never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? That never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
On the lock, on the key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems that I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out?
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feet.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We're going to get some energy going. We had a break. I had some tomato soup. We're all feeling fantastic as we come into our second series of the day. I am still just Oshin, but I am joined by the absolutely fantastic Kitty as we jump into what is a pretty hype midweek game. JDG versus EDG, 4-1 apiece. This is a top table clash.
Yeah, I'm surprised. This is looking like contender 4 match of the week, and they're both 4-1 in their scoreline so far. So it's supposedly on paper a very even matchup.
On paper, I like how you said that as well, because EDG, yes, they are 4-1, but I think they've had a little bit of an easier time getting to 4-1, shall we say. Whereas on the other side, JDG, they have gone against some of the big teams. They have kind of fought against some of the contenders, if you will, for the championship, and they've come out relatively unscathed. They, of course, do have that one loss that was to Weibo, but Weibo are kind of they're kind of the perfect litmus test to see how you can kind of go for it. Are they good? Are they bad? We don't know. The one thing we do know is that JDG are looking good, and JDG are going to be coming in fire against EDG.
Yeah, it is going to be a big test for EDG because I think JDG on paper once again is going to become that first or second place team alongside Weibo Gaming, and we saw how well they did in that match of the week, I believe last week, and it was a very back and forth game. I still believe in them because they genuinely have one of the strongest early games that we've seen around the world.
Absolutely, I do think it is just something to be recognized and to be feared as such as we come in now. EDG, of course, not the same lineup from last year, not the 2021 winners either. This is a very, very different team, but they have been kind of coming with a little bit, good to the gold as such coming into the season. They've been building up that momentum for themselves, and having people like Ala kind of coming together and Leave really kind of feeling like he's finally finding his feet in that AD carry position has been paying dividends.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight Leave as well. He was the LDL ADC stunning under Viper back in the day, but now today, he's up against one of the best performing ADCs we've seen in the LPL. So is he really up for the challenge in that bottom lane?
See if he's able to kind of go for it now. Of course, both teams getting themselves on the stage, getting themselves ready for this first pick and ban. But I'm curious to see now as well. Obviously, we talk a lot about, these two teams. They're both 4-1. It's a very different conversation, though, that we're having when we talk about EDG and when we talk about JDG when we turns into the later stages of the season. A lot of people, myself included, are seeing JDG as number 1 or number 2, kind of already stamping their ticket to go to MSI. EDG have got a lot of proof.
Yeah, I mean, my focus in this game is specifically towards that top lane. I think 369 is the best performing top lane as we come into Split Spring, but Ala has been bodying some of these matchups, especially up against, I believe, EDG, I believe it was BLG Gaming in week 4 on that Fiora and Camille, where their team composition and their team identity is really focused on giving all the resources towards Ala, while Leave just plays safely in that bottom lane. So it's very different or clashing identities coming to this next match.
Absolutely, and I love that you brought that up as well, because it really does feel like it is coming down to the fact that, like, you look at the last kind of setup as well, Leave bringing out the Kai'Sa, making it look very well, getting into back onto those hard engaged supports, which we know Mako for so much, and it does feel like EDG are that team that is willing to kind of say, look, we're going to stick to what we think works. Yes, there is a meta right now. Yes, there is an awful lot of power in that support place, but it's just not what we feel is comfortable for us. And it does feel like LPL is healing when I start to see Leona versus Nautilus in that bot lane with Kai'Sa on ADC. It feels good to me.
Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be seeing a Leon or Nautilus unless Ziggs gets locked in. I don't want to be seeing any of these ADCs as we go into the next game playing Ziggs, because I just think they have way too much mechanical talent to be put on a champion like Ziggs. However, that champion has been sinking back into the meta alongside an engaged support because of just the pure amount of damage and a threat that they have in the later game. But we won't see Leona until patch 13.3. Stop sniffing hopium.
We had it the other week at LPL. They just literally shook hands and said, Leona versus Nautilus, we got this.
Oh, right. Oh, my bad,
yes,
my bad, guys.
It happened once, but that's definitely not the norm. I will admit to that. We are going to wait till we have to get... Yes, we got a little teaser for what we might see. And look, that's a very common strategy within the LPL for certain teams, is that a couple of teams will just say, look, we're going to give up on this patch. It hasn't been setting up for ourselves. We're going to pretend like we're on the next patch so we get that extra bit of practice. We get that extra bit of experience. And generally speaking, some teams, because obviously LPL's in that unique position that does take a little bit longer to get onto further patches, it does feel like it is it can lead to very, very good setups depending on when that patch does change. Because we saw it with RNG, I believe, in summer of 2021. We are going to see it, maybe a little bit move today, but I have to wait and see. I will say, of course, we talked a lot about EDG. JDG coming in, obviously bringing in Ruler and Knight onto this team. This is a star-studded lineup, but I will admit and say that this team was a little bit, I suppose, taken aback. I think Ruler was very much muted against a team like Weibo, which they played last week, and that felt like, a little bit of a crack in the armor, shall we say, for this team.
Yeah, I mean, Rule is definitely the spark of JDG when it comes to these team fights. He is so aggressive in the laning phase and even the team fights, and he has just very good execution when it comes to those mechanics. Obviously, we saw them fall up against Weibo Gaming 2-1 towards the side of Weibo, where even though JDG generated those early leads, they just made really crucial mistakes when it came to those late game team fights where the entire game got flipped by, I believe, single-handedly by Xiaohu stealing the Baron. So that was just really tragic mistakes coming out of JDG. But I think if they don't give these angles for EDG to come back in the game, they're looking like a perfect team.
Yeah, it really, really does. And look, they are starting to ramp themselves up. They are going to look to try and give EDG a little bit of a hiding tonight as they want to try and re-establish themselves towards the top of the table. But Kitty, we shall not waste any more of our beautiful audience's time. We'll jump straight into picks and bans. Cassidy, Elise, the Maokai, the Fiora. These are starting to see some very common bans coming out here, especially in that top side, despite it being such a bot-heavy centric meta.
Yeah, I mean, JDG has the red side. That means the counter is going to go towards 369. Like I've been highlighting this entire time, Ala up against 369 is going to be the hypest lane in terms of just pure carry potential. The Fiora already been taken off, also Renekton banned as well. It just means 369's champion pool has been limited quite a little bit, but we saw him do extremely well on the Camille last week as well.
That we did, but more top lane priorities coming in. The Ashe gets taken away as well. Does feel like it is just such an incredibly powerful support right now. Do not want to let that go into the hands of anybody. And we're going to see the Zeri picked up first here for EDG, letting Leave pick up that scaling AD carry. But maybe JDG want to go for a bit of a trade. Normally it is just the trade-off, as we saw in our previous series, of Zeri, Yuumi, and then the Lucian Nami. But JDG might be thinking of throwing a little bit of a curveball in there. I don't expect them to lock this one in. It would be a bit of a strange one to say the least.
It's been locked in.
I lie. Okay.
Well, he did deny the cat from EDG this time around. Still a lot of ADCs open in this first banning phase, like the Sivir. Very viable, of course. Ezreal's also sneaking his way back into the meta. Also a pretty decent answer into Zeri. The Vi is going to be a very natural response when you first pick the Zeri for the side of EDG. You just have so much lockdown, especially with the Yuumi, where you just have the mobility as well. So it's just good synergy from the side of JDG. But, have to pick an ADC in the next for R3 because they're going to start getting banned out.
True, especially if you're looking at some of the more top-tier picks as such. You can see a Lucian Yuumi might be an interesting one there. So it is going to force Mako onto the Lulu as EDG look to try and kind of set themselves up. Now, they have a unique opportunity here. They could lock in a solo laner, ban away some things against either Knight or 369 if they so choose. But you would imagine that the jungler would be the big port of call right now. There has been one or two jungle bans, but there's still plenty in the pool. So we'll see what EDG want to try and prioritize as they come in towards their last pick before the second round of bans. And it is the Wukong, most likely confirmed. And that is just kind of giving themselves a solid jungle matchup now for JJ going up against Kanavi.
Yeah, and JJ definitely is the lifeline of EDG so far. I think his ability to make these cutthroat engages and just have a winning play that sets EDG up for success is a huge reason why they are currently 4-1 in the split so far. Of course, the mid lane bans are going to come out. Champions like the Azir, the Ryze, definitely way too broken in the current meta. I do want to see some, I believe, just spicy champion matchups because we have both Vi and Wukong very proactive in the early game, and we know that Knight loves his Akali as well, so I just have my eyes open for that. But of course, top lane, once again, all these champions available. I don't want to see Cassante and Sion because I just think these two guys are just way too aggressive in lane to really put them on the tank duty. Sion does get taken away, but it's just way too broken in the current meta.
Yeah, and I do love the Azir ban coming out here from JDG. Of course, the most played champion for Fofo in his entire career has been the Azir. I believe it's like something like 60 plus games or something like that in his career. And that's usually with it getting banned away from him. So definitely don't want to leave that one open for them. They're also going to take away the Akali as well, which does seem to be kind of creeping into the meta again, kind of giving yourself a lot more priority in that mid lane. After the level 6 point, team fights become so treacherous for short range ADCs like the Sivir. They're going to take that one away. And that Gragas gets banned away this time around. Ooh. So not letting 369 get themselves towards that top side and let him have the run of the mill with something that can just mitigate Ala.
Yeah, that definitely signifies that they are looking for a champion like the Jax, because Gragas is a huge counter for that. I think Ala, with his giant champion pool coming into this game, it's just going to be really tough to ban out all the champions, right? But yeah, the Victor does get hovered by Knights here. A lot of scaling already for the side of JDG, so you need a very strong early top laner to really perfect this team composition.
Yeah, and we're going to see, though, plenty of wave clear, plenty of late game scaling coming out here for JDG. They got the Victor for Knight. And I think the big question is now is that for Knight, there's not really a question about his ability in the LPL. We know how good he is. He always performs when he's here in the LPL, regular season playoffs. He has proven to done it. I want to see him do a little bit more at internationals, but obviously he's got to get there to try to prove that. So hopefully this kind of, setup here for JDG does end up sending them to a mid-season invitational, or rather not. But you're absolutely correct, by the way, with your prediction of that Jax for Ala in that top side. Normally we see it banned. This time around, it does slip through the cracks, and with all that priority on the top side bans, they are going to pick that one up for themselves and potentially put the Syndra up against the Victor.
I mean, there's just no way I think 369 opts into the Gwen matchup up against this Jax. Although a really good counter, I just think you have very less frontline for the side of JDG. The cannon does get hovered, still a really good answer, also AP. But we have also seen a lot of these cannons go AD, however, it is going to get switched in between Cassante. Don't place Cassante 369, you're way too cool for that.
Yeah, Cassante, well, it should still give them a lot of advantages. They do need a little bit of engage, I think, so that's why they're either hovering between the Kennen and the Cassante, so we'll see what they end up going for. They are going to go with the Kennen, so getting that locked in for themselves, and that's the engage they need. Is you now look at this composition and say, okay, if they find a good flank with this Kennen, it doesn't matter what the Jax or the Zeri can do, you're going to die.
Yeah, you're definitely gonna die. A lot of lockdown CC from this side of JDG, and I'm sure that 369 will find these flanks without any problem alongside Carnavi. But EDG, a very standard team composition. Jax, Wukong, and Syndra, decent AP and decent engage. Also some frontline for the Zeri to pop off in these team fights. However, with the Lulu not being on the side of EDG instead of the Yuumi, I think obviously you would have much preferred the Yuumi. The Lulu isn't going to do as much unless she takes exhaust and stops the amount of burst that JDG already has in his team composition. But yeah, JDG having a very quirky team composition coming to this first game.
I think quirky is a very nice way, yeah, very nice way to put it as such. But definitely no quirky here as we come into this one here. But going to jump into the game now, and again, you're looking at a lot of lane priority coming out here for EDG. You're going to have the Syndra be able to push in the Victor until he gets his augments kind of set up for himself. The Zeri should be able to get a little bit of an early push until a couple of levels come in for Ruler on this Sivir. So right now, it's kind of the opportunity cost, I suppose, for Edward Gaming to say, look, you need to figure out what your plan is. You need to put us under pressure, because if we go to the super late game scaling, I'm going to say I just favor a Victor and a Sivir. They just happen to be some of the best late game carries in the game.
I mean, you have the Sivir Yuumi up against the Zeri Lulu, so bot lane is going to be very sleeper when we go into the first 15 minutes. So my eyes are up against this onto this Jax and Kennen in the top lane, because we have the aggressive junglers coming into this game on, I believe, the Vi and also the Wukong. So a lot of hovering going to happen, and we've also seen a lot of AD Kennen, just because you don't want to be doubling up on the solo AP laners. The enemy can just build them more, and then your Victor's going to have a very tough time, and he has to rush the Void Staff.
Has to rush the Void Staff. Well, we'll see how it all ends up panning out. We are jumping onto the Rift for game one of this best of three. Both teams sitting at 4-1, wanting to try and join the top of the table with 5 wins, but plenty of League of Legends to play between now and then. Knight missing, sitting here in this brush on the bot side, seeing if they can maybe get a little bit of a cheeky ward down to get some early vision over. And the important thing about this is that this hasn't been spotted by EDG, so they have no idea that this ward is there. Fofo does the exact same on the other side, so both teams gaining information, but nobody knows that they know that they know.
No one knows, but we all know. But I need to correct myself. 369 has decided to go with the Electrocute, so that does signify an AP Kennen. A lot of burst in these team fights, and of course a lot of threat on the backline of EDG when it comes to the later stage of the game. But this ball lane, I think the Zeri does really get the early game going with the wave pushing in, so it's not going to be a tough time for Jia. I think he has been playing pretty decent when it comes to the early game skirmishes, and he's able to pull off a lot of these early skirmish team fights where he's able to get leave ahead.
Let's put some supportal combat there. Nice movement there from Mako to dodge out from the boomerang blades. Doesn't take a unfavorable trade there from the Sivir on the backside of that one there. But yeah, like you said, it is still a Lulu and a Zeri. They should be able to get the pretty much consistent push here, get the early priority on that level 2. And we will wait to see now where everyone ends up going. Right now, both junglers have been seen. Actually, no, sorry, excuse me. The jungler on the blue side has been seen, so the Wukong has been spotted on his route, but they haven't spotted the Vi yet. They should see her as she comes up towards this Raptor camp, unless Kanavi decides to do something crazy like go straight to red, and it's exactly what he does. So they don't know exactly where Vi is.
I think JDG's up to something. He is moving towards that mid lane. Maybe a flash being burnt from Knight here.
Oh, Scatter of the Week has been used. Knight does flash and does end up getting away with it. So JJ already being proactive, and you talked about it. You wanted to see these junglers trying to get into active those lanes. They have now got a repeat gank on the cards, so they want to try and take out Knight.
Yeah, now that Vi has secured the red buff, he is going to look for a potential gank to really make up for the flash that Knight had to burn. Potentially looking to invade here because JJ is a little bit lacking in tempo from pulling off that gank. I think this is going to be a really tough fight for JJ to take.
Yeah, very tough, but he does get the smite down. So JJ gets himself secured with that buff. So nothing ventured, nothing gained, nothing lost either at the end of it. We can have a look at the bot lane. I think there was a little bit of damage put down there, but not quite able to see if there's any summoners or not blown. But doesn't lead to a hiding to nothing. So we'll see now what they're able to do. And again, 369 using the priority you just naturally get with something like the Kennen to really put the hurt down onto this Jax. This Jax can be picked blind, but the Kennen is still an old school counter.
Yep, and we definitely see that counter coming in as the Kennen just has so much priority in this lane. But he doesn't have backup just quite yet. He can't walk through the tower.
No, and he just uses Q. They're going to jump on you. You can't be doing that. That was just really overzealous there for the JDG jungler, not respecting the fact that he didn't have full information of where JJ was.
Carnavi, you have 369 just controlling this top wave in his hands. Ala is having a terrible time, but he just didn't need to go for that. None of your solo laners could have rotated to that play, and the first blood goes towards Jie, and him picking up this kill on Wukong just means his mythic is going to come online so much further.
And this is just kind of JDG feeling a little bit antsy, and EDG looking very strong. Look at the replay here. Look at this ward that goes down by JJ. He kind of recognizes, okay, there he is. Kanavi does not spot him at all, and it just goes right around. They say, cool, we got a little bit of CC. He's already used his Q because we saw it being charged up. He's dead.
Yep, really nice follow-up EQ from Ala, and Carnavi just falls as a response. I think that kill would have been a lot better for Ala with the double buffs going towards the Jax, where he is able to get the sustain, but it's okay. At least they secure the kill. But Jax being solo HP, getting poked out by 369, has to burn the TP here, and this is just going to continue for this topside matchup. But I wanted to focus back down in bot lane because it's going to be Zeri Yuumi. I know very boring and very sleeper, but you have to remember that the Yuumi does have the sustain, so if EDG does opt into a bad trade, then the side of JDG is going to be less punishing because you can just heal up with the Yuumi.
We'll see if they want to go for it right now. It does look like the front foot of this game is on EDG's setup as they've got themselves a flash in the mid lane. Could maybe come back for that. We saw obviously a kill on the top side, but Kanavi just getting himself a little bit too far forward without proper information. And it does mean it's a difference between a completed Caulfield's Warhammer and just the components of a couple of swords. So really is going to be a bit of a battle for the war of arms race, I should say, in the jungle setup. As we can see, ooh, Ala, lot of damage there. Does get traded back, but not half as much as he would like to on 369's side, as he hasn't gotten a recall.
No ultimate available through. Oh, he hits 6 right now, and Ala has the flash available. However, does he get out?
He might be able to. There's no auto attacks getting off here. The flash forward. One more auto attack, and Ala stays alive. Held his nerve and made sure he would get the distance away.
He was chugging those health pods like his life depended. I mean, his life did depend on it. Really clutch flash coming out of Ala as well. Saved it for the correct time where 369 also had to trade his one. Also burning the ultimate from Kennen as well. That does mean EDG pick up their first dragon, however. So Ala was just trying to get his wave in, and he saw that Ken wasn't 6, so he goes up for the trade. Obviously, 369 was very poked out, but he hits 6 of 1 minion, and Kanavi comes in for the gank. And Ala just played this extremely well, so he didn't dodge the Vi Q, however, but he just had the counter-strike which blocked all the Vi orders, and then he clutched the last order from 669 by flashing away.
Yeah, really, really well done there by Ala, and keeps himself nice and healthy in this top side, you know, and it was honestly just a little bit of an unfortunate situation for JDG. As I say that, we're going to see Leave taking an exhaust in this bot side, so trade of a heal for an exhaust, not too bad for either bot lane, but again, that was only a Dorn's Blade 369 with that ultimate, so he's really, really fortunate there on the side of EDG that that wasn't a first item buy. They weren't able to get that extra damage down, and it does mean that the next few minutes are going to be a little bit more safer for the Ala, because, you know, he knows that 369's flash is down, he knows he doesn't have the Slicing Maelstrom for a couple more seconds, so able to kind of be a bit more relaxed in this top lane.
Yep, and of course the first dragon did go towards the side of EDG because they were just having so much jungle pressure going towards this top side matchup. But Kanavi does have the ultimate available now, so he's going to be looking for a lot more plays towards this bottom side of the map. Although Herald is spawning in 10 seconds and your cannon doesn't have the flash available, so it's going to be pretty tough unless Kanavi finds the correct pick.
When we come back into this one here, EDG still living off of the top lane gank, or excuse me, the over aggression from the jungler on the top side, as they have got themselves a tiny little bit of a gold lead. Knight just has his flashback, so unfortunate JJ wasn't able to punish that particular move earlier on, so basically even Stevens now back into that mid lane, as we do see now top lane. This is all kind of coming back into form right now, and I will say that, you know, this has been a guy that I think a lot of people have had some very fair criticisms of over the last few splits. It feels like he is going back towards, especially with the meta the way it is, back towards the setup as Leave jumps himself over the wall. He wants a 1v1 with Ruler. Yeah, they wanted to try and go for this one here. He's been trying to get this 1v1 against Ruler. He wants it to flash away, but I don't think you have the damage. He has a heal, but Ruler cannot survive, and Leave says 1v1 me, bro, in bot lane.
But
now we got a top lane. Yeah, there's a little bit more around this. Rift Herald, they're going to jump straight down on the JJ, who's just not tanky whatsoever. Fofo just about gets away from the gravity well and keeps himself nice and healthy, but Rift Herald should be going over to JDG.
The Vi ultimate just locks down JJ and he wasn't even able to flash away. But of course, the 1v1 in the ADC position, Leave comes out on top and he was just caught Ruler off guard, even flashing some of the orders. But of course, you can't flash all of them, so Ruler falls as a result of that. The Herald does go towards the side of JDG, getting that pick onto JJ. And I would love to see this going towards the side of 369 because he is just going to become a monster when it comes to these late game team fights.
I will say I love what Leave did there. Kind of said, look, you're isolated, your Yumi's up here. We'll have a look at the replay here. And he just knows, like, I'm stronger. It doesn't matter that I lost my heal. You're with two summoners. I'm still going to beat you.
Yeah, really nice W from Leave, and then you can see Ruler trying his dear life to dodge all these Zeri Qs, but he just wasn't able to do it, even flashing and healing in the very end. But once you have the lethal tempo available on Zeri, it's just not going to be enough. And JJ gets caught here by the Vi, instant ultimate coming out of Kanavi as well, and he just kind of falls even with the flash ability. So it was a pretty good pick from JDG, and they also get the Herald.
Yeah, so in terms of the neutrals, JDG going to be a little bit happier. I'd say Ruler's going to be kicking himself a little bit, letting that one happen here. JJ maybe moving down towards the spot or top side. Hasn't spotted out the cannon just yet. So they don't know exactly where 369 is. Now they do, as Ala was looking to try and make this one work. They were going to fully commit to this one here. Slicing Maelstrom used way before the Wukong can really get involved. No flash at the moment for 369, and he is just going to get burnt down. Nothing he could do about it. Ala now 1-0-1. This 369 cannon top lane pick not bearing the same fruits that maybe people had hoped.
Yeah, exactly what we expected coming into this game. Ala vs 369, there's just going to be a lot of action and a lot of jungle pressure coming from both sides. But of course, Ala comes out on top and picks up 2 or maybe even 3 plates up against this Kennen. I'm afraid once you get to the later stage of the game, no one can really match up against Jax. Obviously, you have the Victor and Kennen, but once you misplay or maybe misstep and the Jax ease onto you, then you're pretty much dead.
Already, we see the solo laners, or sorry, the solo laner of Ala, and of course Leave, who was kind of in a solo lane for a little bit there on the bot side, getting themselves nice early advantages, really, really doing well right now. And again, it kind of talked about, you mentioned it, you know, just as we came into this, you know, EDG have been one of the better early game teams we've had in the league. They've been very, very solid at solidifying themselves nice and early. And for JDG, they need to be the ones to try and make this one back. There's going to be the Chaos Storm coming out, but with Fofo here, they're going to try and fully commit to this. The exhaust is good to stop any of the follow-up damage, and Kanavi just not in position right now. Fofo cleans up that kill.
A really good roam from Mako, but I don't see why Kanavi had to burn the flash and ultimate for a lost fight. I think you could have just saved him, maybe potentially looked in that top lane to help out 369 a little bit. Good picks from EDG so far. They're 4-1, up around 2k gold. So when you have a lot of scaling options as well, this is exactly what you're looking for the Zeri and Jax to come online.
See how respectful 369 has to be right now, knowing that, yeah, I have got a proto belt, but it's excuse me, a hex belt, Hextech rocket belt. It's not going to be enough to try and just deal with this matchup, and this will start to go south very, very quickly. It's not about the 1v1 later on in this game for JDG. It is about finding Kennen on those flanks, about getting those big multi-man ultimates where you're locking down people while also doing insane amounts of damage. Wait to see now where they're able to kind of work this one here. Hex gates are going to be there as EDG pick themselves up a dragon. They're already on 2, well on their way towards a nice and early soul point. But JDG are running a little bit frantically around the map. They're trying to see if they can make something work. But EDG, they've got decent answers to everything they've been saying.
Yeah, Kanavi's been just getting shut down around the map by JDG, and he is currently 0-2. Although having the Chempunk Chainsword in his item slot, I just don't think he has been really in shape for this game 1, which could be a result of how the Weibo Gaming Weibo series went, of course, early in the season.
Obviously, we've got time before the next Real Herald or anything kind of comes up. And we're going to see where these two teams want to go for. So, obviously, for EDG, they're happy to try and, you know, kind of keep this lane phase going, get as much advantage as they possibly can. What do you want to see from JDG? How do they kind of like drag themselves back up and get a bit more relevance? Because they're not only down in gold, but they're also down in dragons. So they have a little bit of catching up to do.
Yeah, I mean, your early game safety was Kanavi, but he is just 0-2, not being able to do anything around the map, where you have so many scaling options as well, like the Victor and Sivir. You said once you reach that later game, or once you reach the late game as JDG, you just pretty much are unchallengeable in these games. Team fight, sorry. But although 2 dragons going towards the side of EDG, the Dragon Soul threat is very, very realistic for JDG, and I think you just can't give the third one to EDG again.
No, you cannot. We see now JJ just moving forward, putting down more and more pressure. This should just be the tower pretty much confirmed here by the EDG bot side. And Leave really is making a name for himself right now, coming in, trying to fill the shoes of Viper previously on this roster, and has honestly done exceptionally well for himself. JJ is just going to try and maybe get out of this one alive. He needs to be very careful with the damage that can come out from Knight. They're going to train back Kanavi. So it's a 1-for-1, and honestly, that was JDG looking for that fight, so EDG not too unhappy with it.
Yeah, I mean, Kova also gets the blue buff as well, so he's going to have a banger of a time just wave clearing up against Knight, and he can potentially grab that lane priority as Herald is spawning in 20 seconds. We already see Leave and Mako breaking the bot tier 1 and rotating towards this Herald already, where she has the Immortal Shield bow available.
I mean, Ala taking 2 turret shots is definitely not ideal, as he's going to have to go recall there, spend a bit of his money to try and get himself back on the map. But now with Leave and Mako up this top side, they're just going to say, cool, we're here to cover. The Rift Herald spawning. We've already moved our bot lane towards the top. And with a TP on Ala, that's unleashed now after 14 minutes. So they are in a solid position to be able to look to contest this. JJ needs to be a bit more careful, though. He's caught out just a little bit. Decoy has been used. No Cyclone available, but still has Flash. 369. Gets pushed back and is scattered to the 7 wins, but does should be fine. Ala's still pushing in this bot side. This is the thing, though. It's like the longer you leave this Jax to go where you haven't taken an objective, the worse it becomes for you.
Yeah, I mean, JDG is just on a ticking time bomb. Look at the Jax constantly threatening the side of JDG, where the Kennen has to respond, but the Herald is just going to get, well, EDG is going to get the vision control for this Herald, and it's going to be really hard for them to really face check because you're up against Syndra and Wukong.
Oh, Kanavi, you can't be walking in like that. He's going to look for something to return on this. They do have the Shurelion's Revelry. They haven't committed any ultimates. No one's committed a summoner. It's just an active on an item, which should be up in another 30 or so seconds. So not the most big of commitments there coming out here from the side of EDG, but as you mentioned, they're still just kind of moving around, and in 45, they've got the Hex Dragon that will put them on the soul point. JDG, they're getting pulled apart right now. They're just being pulled from one side of the map to the other. They don't look like they know what they want to do.
Look, if it was Cloud Soul, then give it a Windrake, give it over, it's fine. You can just scale until 40 minutes and automatically win from the Sivir and Victor Wincon, of course. But if it's Hex Soul, then you can't be giving this for the side of EDG. They already have so much damage. Ala trying to look for something, but he doesn't know that Kanav is here.
Yeah, Kanavi is around. They are going to get JJ in around, but a TP here from Fofo means that he's going to see Kanavi almost getting taken out. Never mind, will be taken out now. You've kind of brought yourself into a bad situation. The exhaust goes on to 369, a double kill coming in for JJ. And this is the man who won EDG a world championship. This is the kind of performance we have been expecting to see from this guy for so long. It looks like he's finally back in form.
Oshin, I don't think EDG slowing down with how this early game is going. JJ is just finding so many angles onto Kanavi where he isn't able to play the game, and I think just as a bounce back from the Weibo series, it's just a bit disappointing because we've been hyping up JDG for so long.
Hyping him up for so damn long, and the thing is that like they get the kill, they get themselves on the soul point, and Ala has just been split pushing, getting himself back in level terms in terms of the CS. We are going to have a little bit of a pause, but this is just been fantastic so far from EDG, and JDG really not having an answer for anything.
Yeah, I mean, Ala is already online with his items. Really see the amount of pressure that he is being able to put onto these side lane towers where you need at least 2 people to respond to him. 369 on the cannon isn't enough already, but Kanavi being there, obviously JJ was also there for the counter gank, and the entire play just went in the favor of EDG, sorry, and they picked up the Soul Point Dragon where they are threatening that Soul Win Con.
Now we wait to see what the issue is. Of course, right now it does seem to be on the side of JDG. Knight did have a little bit of a disconnect just as before we went to the break. But yeah, this is exceptional. It is something that cannot, you know, really be kind of put into question of how good this team can be. But then all of a sudden, you know, EDG are coming in just smacking them down. Knight has done very little this game whatsoever. I admit, look, he's on the victor. Not a lot you can do until those late game team fights, but really not able to do much there. Kanavi has just been not at the right position at the right time, really overestimating his own damage or even underestimating the enemy's position. And JDG have been a little bit found out in this first game.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these plays from previous plays from Kanavi, obviously, he was able to play super aggressive, but that's because you have Knight backing you up. But this time around, he's on the victor, and he isn't really able to follow up because you're the Vi going in. He doesn't have the amount of mobility to follow you up on these plays, and of course, Kanavi just dying as a result of that and giving kill by kill for EDG to really dominate the early game. And I think Fofo and Ala, these solo laners, are getting so extremely strong. I don't know if JDG can get to the point where they scale with their items.
Well, at the moment it is all EDG really coming out strong in this early game and making themselves known as we wait to see what the big issue is at the moment. Of course, once we get an update, we will let you guys know. But apparently JDG, I just got it there, JDG Knight reported an in-game issue. They are now investigating. Hopefully it is just a small graphical thing, but yeah, hopefully we don't have a reset.
Sound too great, Rushin. I'm praying because this game 1 is looking so good for the side of EDG, and they do not want to be replaying this entire early game. I just think JJ, although obviously getting challenged by Kanavi in those early camps, of the amount of synergy from Ala and JJ was just able to save the early game and put them ahead.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Looks like we've resolved it.
We're back!
And we are back into the game. So if you're just joining us and you're just wondering where we were, it's a 4,000 gold lead to EDG. 3 dragons to the good as we look at this replay here. And this is just this bot side matchup where it's, again, you know, it just feels like EDG are on the same page and they're willing to commit to this because they know they're stronger.
Yeah, EDG's mid-jungle rotating extremely fast. Mako also being here, while the Yuumi, of course, being in base, not being attached to anyone. So they're just lacking in numbers for this fight. And they don't have enough damage to execute Ala. And now he's working towards that second item, and it's just going to look really, really tough for JDG again.
It's going to look very tough. Looks like it could be a wit's end to try and deal with the burst damage that will come out from Knight and the cannon. Victor and such, but now another objective going to be going over to the side of EDG. There's no contest whatsoever from the side of JDG here. They're going to let this one go, so more power to be given to EDG in this first 20 minutes of the game. And you know, we talked about a soul right now. We're looking at a 22, 23-minute soul right now once it's off spawn. So that with a hex soul is going to be so valuable for either of these teams. You need to deny this now as JDG. You need to fight it. And I mean, I don't know if you can or not.
I mean, JJ is just out here collecting them all. 3 dragons, 2 heralds, 6 out of 7 KP. He is just the all-star coming into this game one. Of course, with the dragon being threatened in 3 minutes, where it will be the Hex Soul for JDG to worry about. I'm afraid that if you don't really start pulling the trigger on this Vi and just get at least a pick before a 5v5, it's going to look so hard in a 5v5. You need to look for a 4v5.
Yeah, you need to look for a numbers advantage somewhere as JJ now up on that top side gets the ultimate and walks away, doesn't need to commit anything else. Really, really well done. It shows you just how scared they are of JJ right now. He's building up towards his Black Cleaver. He's going to have that very soon alongside the Divine Sunderer. So this Wukong has kind of sunk under our radar a little bit in terms of the pro players and pro picks, is that it's, you know, you don't want to overextend. You want to go for a Maokai, a Sejuani, some kind of hard engage. And the Wukong's just been like, hey, I've been here the whole time and I'm still really good.
JJ is just living in 369's wall. He was so paranoid that there was going to be some follow-up from the side of EDG, so he just popped ult instantly. But 369's flash is going to be really crucial for this next dragon fight because he needs to get the flank onto Fofa and leave. But if Syndra plays it correctly, he can just E away the cannon.
Can indeed. Well, looks like JDG found themselves a little bit of a corridor or position to move in towards this mid lane. JJ cannot make his move towards that defense, and that tower will fall down. So finally, JDG looking like they're feeling a bit more comfortable, a bit more confident to move forward and make some of these plays. First and second items being completed across the board, and it is going to be very interesting to see now with 2 minutes to the next dragon, with Rift Herald in their back pocket. EDG are still in control of this game, and you can see how important they are taking this next fight because Leave just picked up a stopwatch.
Yep, and JDG just needs to realistically win one fight for their team composition to come online, but that really depends on how Kanavi and 369 plays these team fights and gets their hands onto the carries of EDG. Like you said, Fofo having the stopwatch and also Leave having the stopwatch available for this next dragon fight just means how important this is. It's also game deciding.
Here we go, Fofo TP'd in. We're going to see Navi try to move in there with the ultimate. Does get it cancelled as both top laners end up TPing in. 369 has the slicing Maelstrom, but he needs to try and make some damage down. No flash and nowhere to go. Mako takes down to half HP, but he's gonna be just fine. They got onto Victor. That's 2 kills to EDG. This is a minute before Dragon, but definitely not in time, or just in time, I should say, for the Baron. They want everyone. It's a triple kill now for Ala. He's got 2 more in his sights. You can see him. He wants this, but he cannot let the Sivir just ramp up, taking significant damage, turns it back on their head, looking for more, but with a spell shield available, Ruler might think he can have a bit of a fight himself, looking for one more. Ruler, this is an opportunity. You would imagine these health bars are low, but he doesn't have the vision.
Go for the dragon. I know the Baron is going in towards the favor of EDG, but you need to at least prevent the dragon because you don't want to be giving both the Dragon Soul and the Baron to EDG because that is just GG for the side of red. And like that team fight, just so much CC from I believe Fofa getting the ultimate down and then pressing his E. It was just a huge zone in that mid lane, and like I've been saying, 369 not having the splash available, he's just getting kited for Leave and he is just popping off in these team fights.
And there's no slicing Maelstrom now either. You're still waiting on big ultimate cooldowns. So right now, JDG, you got to go for this fight. You got to burn this one down. The rest of EDG are moving in. 369 trying to see if he can look for maybe a bit of a flank, but not really in position for it. No, he doesn't, but he doesn't have any way of getting into the fight either. Secured. EDG, get the dragon. EDG, get themselves the team fight, and EDG are going to absolutely decimate JDG in game number 1.
Oh shit, I see a light. Do I see a light?
Oh, not quite able to make it work. A couple of flashes burned in response. That could have been the power of 369. Gets one, but gets nothing else. Still a Hex Soul. It's still a 7,000 gold lead and is still EDG in control.
I saw the angle, Oshin. I saw 369 getting a pentakill there, but the game is so tough to be the side of JDG. Baron also Hexic Soul going into the pockets of Leave, where he is just able to do so much damage, and the JDG champions are just getting one shot.
Yeah, you just don't have the survivability. You don't have the durability to be able to sit there and take the damage. And when Ruler just gets jumped on by everyone, look, the Sivir is exceptionally powerful when she hits 4 items. Before then, she is very short range. Have a look at this one here, because again, Kanavi tries to go in, but a great stopwatch from Leave, we highlighted earlier, just saves this entire play.
Yeah, the TP does come out of both top laners. Kennen getting his ult down, getting, I believe, 4 people, but of course not having the damage and the flash available, just doesn't reach Leave. And by the last tick, he dies already. And of course, huge stun coming out of Fofo as well, just zoning out the entire lane. And Ala is just so incredibly strong where they look for another re-engage, and Rule is dead.
Oh, not dead yet. He goes about get himself to safety, but has to use the flash. And yeah, this game feels like EDG are just absolutely no way in hell they're going to be able to let this one go. And again, just having that Hex Soul just adds more and more pressure. Now, 45 seconds left on this Baron buff to go. And I will say that when you take an early Soul, it does open the opportunity for an Elder flip, but it does feel like EDG are just in such total control. It's going to be so difficult to really make this one work. As you can see the in-game replay, it's just he just walks in and you shouldn't have walked in.
Can't even walk into your own jungle, Ruler. Sorry about that one, mate. But look, just look at the pure level difference between the ADCs. Ruler level 12, Leave level 14, and these Baron minions are going to keep coming in. I mean, if you hold off for long enough, I believe Victor and Siva they do have the wave clear to really stall the game. But once one person gets picked off for some random reason, then the game is pretty much over.
I mean, yeah, like, I'm going to call a spade right now because Kanavi has had a very unfortunate game. 0 and 6 on this Vi right now. And look, I don't have a problem with you giving away a couple of kills. I don't have a problem with you maybe going a bit too far deep, but you got to get something off the back of it. Now, JJ, going to have Flash available for him in a couple of seconds, but does have to use the Cyclone. Nice little movement here from JDG, and this is all they can do. This is literally all they can do right now is just try and find a little pocket of unwarded jungle, unwarded vision where they could get themselves that opportunity to kill someone off.
Oshin does a big, scary purple monster in the side lane, so they have to force a 4v5 Batoyan before this Jax just starts killing all the side lane towers. 369 can't handle the amount of pressure that Ala is putting out on this Jax, where either you pick the Jax or you pick the 4v5.
For a second there, I thought the Baron had joined the side of EDG, and I was like, oh, sick. Let's have a new bit of RNG to come into this one game as you kind of take themselves forward. But yes, I agree. The Jax is becoming unstoppable. Hull breaker now in his inventory, and he is starting to become undealable. You're going to have to find, like you mentioned it earlier, JDG, they need to find a 5v4 where the Jax is no longer involved, where they're able to try and get someone bursted down, preferably the Zeri, before the fight really actually happens. It's not impossible. We've definitely seen bigger comebacks before, but it is very improbable. They need to make sure that everything goes in their way, and one of the big things they would love to have is level 16 onto the Kennen and onto the Victor.
Yep, we are still one level away, but Ala has picked up a Hull breaker for his third item, also a stopwatch, so he is going to become an absolute menace in the side lane, where both Baron and Elder are going to be spawning in 1 and 30 seconds very, very soon. So EDG, so much map freedom where they're able to just plant the vision down, and JDG can't respond unless they face check, but Carnaby already 6-0. He doesn't want to be 6-0-7, sorry.
Yeah, it's not been a good time right now for the JDG jungler, but EDG now moving themselves back into it. Ally has picked himself up a stopwatch. Important to know, Leave did have a stopwatch for that last one. Oh, Ruler, you need to move towards your team here. You need to get away. He's trying to kite this one as best he can. Knight is there to protect him, but that's how dangerous this is. They do have a cannon, so they will get a bit of damage down. That's going to keep that cannon alive just so they can get the tower. They melt this right now. Fofo gets the Scatter of the Week down. Just a quick rotation coming in here for EDG, just making sure they get more and more off this map, and JDG are kept guessing.
Yeah, Ala is just consistently pressuring the side lane, where EDG either they push this inhib or they just realistically start the Baron, because Ala can at least attract 3 members of JDG before he takes down an inhibitor.
They gotta try and get themselves out of their base, but it's difficult to say the least. They've got the bot wave pushing in. There's 2 TPs available for EDG should they want to try and get more out of this. Look at Fofo up to the top of your map as he tries to get this one to work for himself. And moving forward, Ruler not quite at the all-encompassing Sivir right now. Would love to have the Navori quick blades if he could. Knight gets jumped on here by Leave. Flashes away. Leave takes a fair chunk of damage himself, to be perfectly honest, and loses an Immortal Shield Bow. So not exactly a free trade right there for EDG. They do need to be very respectful. As top wave just recognizing the minimap. Jack's just kind of free pushing here, losing so much pressure. You have to be on the map for this. You have to go for the Elder. They might lose the game, though. They might go for the end.
They're flipping Elder, and EDG is going to look for the end.
EDG is going to look to try and go for it. You got Jax coming in. Never mind. They know they can't end the game before it happens. So the TP's going to come in. You got Leave on the backside coming in on top of this. 369 looking for a big flank. They know he's there. They know he's going to be looking for it. They're going to try and get the damage down. Mako's dead. Now it's a 5v4. The exhaust was used, but so was the ultimate from the Kennen, who flashes away. They're trying to see if Kanavi can get this one going for themselves. As Al is now 3v1. Uses that stopwatch and tries to keep this fight alive. Junglers are still there. Junglers still relevant. It's all on the AD carries, you would imagine. They need to try and keep this Sivir and Zeri alive. There will be a TP coming in from 369 as he looks to reset. Ala looking to try and get a blue buff for himself so he has a bit of mana to get these abilities out. Double TP coming in. It's going to be the Syndra and it's going to be the Kennen. Everyone's kind of coming back in this fight. Fofo finds himself on the backside, but a great flash from Ruler, but it's just not enough. JJ gets onto the backside. They will trade it though 2 for 2. Now it's 3 kills, 4 kills. Make it 5 as Leave takes over this fight. 369 trying to dodge this one out, but you've only got so many abilities. Leave ends the fight with the ace for the side of EDG, and they're going to look to end the game.
EDG picking up this first series win up against JDG, a huge upset. And Leave was just playing the entire team fight so well, very patiently as Fofo TV's back and gets a nasty flank on the side of JDG. But this game was just looking very over by the 20-minute mark as they secured that Hex Soul. And congratulations to EDG. This is a very dominating performance for this game 1.
Absolutely. It is only game 1, but it did look all EDG all the time, and a lot to be left desired for the side of JDG. A lot to be thinking about going into the back there for their break, because I mean, I'm a call a spade a spade. It didn't look good enough. I feel like that was just such a strange sequence of game. I think Kanavi just fell behind and they just kept looking for stuff that just wasn't there. Knight really didn't find himself in a good position. JDG, again, the expectations can sometimes work against you. You're supposed to be one of our top 2 teams on paper. The start of the split, you're still there. Again, just not really having the same kind of impact that we expect from them.
Yeah, really tough team comp to be pulling off for the side of JDG, but we expect them to be able to really just play these quirky team comps, like I said, as we went into game 1. But of course, Kanavi acting as the sole engage and frontline of JDG, he can't be behind on this vibe, because without the items, you're just going to be dying instantly, and that's exactly what we saw. 0-7, I believe, by the end of the game, so it was just a huge difference in that jungle, because JJ was just getting these amazing picks onto specifically top lane and just impacting the entire map with those objectives.
Yeah, completely agree. And I think it is just one of those things of it just all EDG. They had a plan. They came in, they executed exceptional on it. And even then, like, you know, you could talk about like, oh, comps and all that kind of stuff like that, but there were just moments there. Leave 1v1ing Ruler in the bot side saying, look, I'm stronger. I know this matchup and I know you're going to lose this, so there's nothing you can do about it. Top lane, Ala taking in his stride, knowing when he was able to kind of go forward, when he needed to go back. And once Kanavi gave away that first kill on that top side with that, you know, very early invade without having full information, it did feel like they had to completely abandon the Kennen who you want to try and play around in those early stages and just try and look somewhere else. But there wasn't really anywhere else to look.
Yeah, there realistically wasn't, because you have that Sivir, Yuumi in that bottom side. Of course, also Victor, not very strong when it does come to that early game. But I do want to give credit to Leave, because this is a huge problem for those rookie players coming into the LPL when they've been freshly promoted from LDL. They're too scared to 1v1 someone like Ruler. They're too scared to make those plays, but Leave is different. He goes in for the play, gets a solo kill onto Ruler while his team is doing amazing things on the other side of the map as well.
And look, you know, there was decent damage coming out, but it wasn't really relevant. That's the problem. Like, you know, the Victor and the Kennen were doing enough, but it was all in laning phase, just a bit of poke damage, nothing more, nothing less. And I do think that this was just a very big performance coming out from the younger players, I think, from the side of EDG, JJ and Leave. Leave, obviously the rookie. JJ is still very much in the, you know, the kind of the beginning of his career. Kind of just smacking down some of the old school boys coming in here, kind of saying, look, it's, you know, the future is now, old man, and moving forward into this one. Because again, I nothing but praise for EDG. They did exactly what they needed to do, and they looked great doing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely coming out with a statement from JJ for this game. This recon looked extremely promising. And of course, we did see Knight doing the most damage on this Victor, but unfortunately, there were just too many early objectives going towards the side of EDG, where they just kind of suffocated towards the end of the game because you didn't have another option other than just going for a 5v5 where you're lacking those items.
Yeah, I mean, it's just... Just a lot more to be expected from JDG, and they need to come back into this next game swinging. I feel like if they go into a similar draft or kind of similar play style, EDG is going to have this a quick 2-0, but we'll have to wait and see. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, potentially the final game of the day.
He's going to feel really good playing as aggressive as he's been. Is he playing?
FDX could be in trouble. Gideon goes in. No, he's dead before the fight starts. Wisecan's going to come in late, but Lola is already down. The ulti burned down. It's all out onto LWX. He's going to get flipped back as well with the dying breath. Cleans it up. Running away. He cleanses through. Dodges away from Care. His last auto. Oh my God. It was Jason Bourne.
The bigger thing is that Light now has to reset, so Ruler going to get that wave in and deny some gold.
Oh.
We haven't done
Hang on a minute.
Kill it topside?
He's got the armor shredding, but it's Gragas. It's Gragas. Oh, get ready, Bomba!
I think it's on their mind right now. Frank's 2v1.
He's going to go
Are
for
they
a
about to
1v2.
end
Got
up
a
on
TP
Twitter?
coming in from Dove here. He wants the highlight reel. He has the GA. He's surviving. Heroic entrance comes in. He hasn't got the GA popped yet. He finally does, but the health bars from LGD have no way to stay in the fight. Why is Cam in some trouble here? Riposte comes out, Counter-Strike misses, he's still alive, and the rest on, flash it forward, on, the root ends, and YSKM comes in to clean up a double kill. IG destroy LGD in game 1.
From the side of Ultra Prime's tower, but they haven't dropped just yet. As I say that, they're going to go straight in onto Doggo, who does plan to flash away. Chain of Corruption doesn't really land onto anybody of significance. Rookie flashes forward, gets a double, and this game is done. This series is over. Blink and you'll miss it. Rookie has just decided they wanted to win the series.
I think it's because you need to get on top of Light. You need to be able to take him down. He finally doesn't have his summoners up, but he's still playing around this so well.
That's what Lyric said. The bell comes out though. Kanavi going to be chased up. He flushes away. 369 looks for another angle. 369 there on top of Casper. They get him, but Light still issue with Xiaohu firing away. The Shy from downtown. Where did he come from? Where did he go? Where did he come from? The Shy's Cotton Eye Joe.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay until you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your luck, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもうてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪も介
度 We're back. We're after taking a little small break after EDG gave a massive hiding to the side of JDG. Really just every single lane just slammed them down. I'm still Oshin, still joined by the dubious Kitty as we come into our second game of the series, potentially our last game of the night. But MVP, it's got to go to the jungler of EDG. JJ was just doing so damn much in that early stages. And straight up, like the king of the jungle over Kadabi. Like, Kadabi just didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, it was a pretty big difference in the jungle. I don't like saying that, but it was just way too obvious to not really claim the situation being that. But this is his first game on the Wukong in this split, so it's really nice to see that he also has this Wukong in his back pocket and that he obviously played extremely well, very proactive in these team fights. Obviously, this is how everything started. Kanavi just way too aggressive and greedy coming in for the Grumpler. He didn't have any reinforcement, and JJ just getting this Jax lane ahead, where he noticed that if EDG had this Jax ahead, no one on the other side could really match the Jax in a side lane, and that's exactly what his role was. Also getting off really good engages in this mid lane as well, just snowballing the lead that EDG already had.
Yeah, and even like little small thing, getting that flash off of Knight really early on, it meant that Fofo could be a bit more secure in that mid lane, and it also meant that Knight had to play a lot more scared. They couldn't go for an aggressive like push roam or anything like that to try and help out a side lane. There was no real proactivity from the side of JDG, and EDG just said, cool, if you're not going to do something, we will. And every single time they went for a play, it just felt like they were always coming out on top.
Yeah, I'm gonna sniff some hard copium and just say that JDG was a hard draft gap. Although, obviously, Knight on that victory, we were discussing this earlier, that he had a very silent performance. But when you do have a hard CSing mid laner that wants to scale into the late game, you can't be making these mistakes as Kanavi and overcommitting to these fights, just giving the enemy gold, where Knight just trying out his little heart, getting those items online. But it doesn't matter because Fofo has an entire item above you.
Yep, literally was. And again, like, it just felt like, as you said, the draft was so hard to execute on that when you just got those simple little engages, very easy to get in, get the Cyclone off, put the Jax on the backside. And we talk about it so often, but like you've got something like a Sivir, you've just got no mobility. Your positioning has to be perfect. And if it's not, you are going to die. That's just how this matchup goes. So for EDG, much the same as they come into game number 2. They're going to be trying to make this one work in terms of a quick 2-0. And JDG, I want to see a completely different setup. I want to see them go for something a little bit more standard, a little bit more kind of safe, to be perfectly honest, but at the same time, just something with a little bit more easy to execute in terms of the win conditions.
Yep, definitely. And like you said, comfort is key, especially after a really tough series up against Weibo Gaming. And starting the series up against EDG like this, it's going to be a very weird situation in the JDG camp, of course. So I'm going to expect a lot of these champions just comfort out of JDG, and I want to see them succeed, right? We've been building up this narrative about how they are the super team, and we know their potential of becoming our MSI representative for LPL and how they can challenge the world-class teams. But obviously after this game 1, it's looking a little bit sussy.
Sure, sorry, the last part just caught me off a little bit, but
Beautiful narrative, sussy.
yeah, I literally was just like, wow, really well put. And like just at the end of it, sussy. I'm like, God damn it, I forgot you stream on Twitch. But yeah, it really does feel like right now JDG have a lot to prove, and EDG have come into this one just a lot more, just prepared. It just feels like EDG are much more comfortable in what they want to do. I will say that, JJ and Ala, these guys are, kind of come back into the form. We know them. If you don't know about Ala used to be called Natural. He was back on Sign of Dragons, I believe it was at the time, and then kind of building himself up into this player that was very much a topside carry. This is his meta. Topside carry is huge right now in terms of where these teams are going right now. So those guys stepping up, really putting down a landmark performance. And you gotta remember, like, these guys are all like, in their 21, 22. I think
Everyone's
Leave
so
is
young, yeah.
Yeah, like I was like, they're all like in their early 20s right now. So they are like at the start of their career, and to start it off like this, to kind of show this level of performance, it's very promising.
Especially when the OP tanks have been taken off, like the Xante and Sion. Ala is just able to have such a fun time with his carry champion pool. Like you said, the Fiora, the Camille, and also now the Jax. It's just such a... You go into Pandora's box and you don't know what Ala is going to pick. But I believe that JDG will have counterpick for this next up-and-coming match because EDG has decided to opt into blue. So it is most likely going to go into the pockets of 369 again, where he was playing the counter matchup of that Cannon versus Jax, but he just wasn't able to get that the early kills that he was wishing for when the Jax got out of control.
Well, we'll see what they end up changing right now, because JDG are 1-0 down. They are one game away from being 2-0 swept, and on a 2-game losing streak against EDG and Weibo is definitely not how you want to hit the midpoint of your split. You got to remember, these are the teams that you're almost certainly going to be going up against in the playoffs. These are the teams that are going to be pushing for the top 4, top 5, situations. So these are the kind of guys that you're going to be putting up against in those more do or die situations. So we'll see what they're able to kind of do. Ruler is not going to get his Caitlyn because JDG banned it away, so they're not going to let that one go down towards Leave. And with EDG back on the blue side, I feel like the Zeri first pick could just come in again. I feel like it just kind of puts Ruler into a position where he has to go for the Sivir or the Lucian.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, this Zeri pick in the LPL, every ADC has looked so damn good, and I'm pretty sure our highlight reel is just all Zeri. And especially when Ruler's on the Zeri, I just feel like he is another monster. But of course, that's going to get taken off for the side of JDG. Lucian is still available. Lucian Nami very, very strong in the current meta as well. So even if you do opt into something like the Sivir and Yuumi, the Lucian Nami just have way too much damage in the mid to early game where you're not going to be able to handle it. But the Ashe gets locked in for EDG.
The Ashe comes in. Zeri was banned away. They're not going to give away the Varus and the Ashe. That feels like a death sentence if you were to let that one go over. So it looks like Ruler going to be going on to the Varus. Again, another very highly prized pick in this bot lane as we start to see less scaling AD carries and more about those big upfront bursts. Kadavi going to lock in the Sejuani as well, so we could see some melee top and mid laners coming in here for the side of JDG. But for EDG now, you would imagine they would want to lock in the fully completed bot lane, get their jungle sorted as well as we work through the rest of these picks. But going to have a very different vibe in this game comparatively to game number 1, Kitty.
For sure, for sure. I think Sylas is going to be the hot and contested mid champion because you just have so many good ultimates coming out of both sides of the team. I wouldn't be surprised if Furfy just picks it up right now because you have the Varus and Sejuani already shown on the side of JDG, and it also links up extremely well for Wukong. So I think JDG, if it does get let open, they pick Sylas instead because obviously the synergy between just the melee solo laners with the Sejuani is also very valuable, and it also depends on what the top lane matchup looks like as well.
Well, I might go for the Jhin here, covering for an opportunity of a Heimerdinger in that bot side. Could see the Heimerdinger flex as well, so very excited for that particular pick there. Really wants to get that one locked and loaded, so going to be the Jhin coming in here. You would imagine it would be a Jhin AD carry with Ashe support, but they are interchangeable between the two. Heimerdinger going to be locked in here. You would also imagine here for the side of JDG as Missing and Ruler look to try and just run an arms race in that bot side. And the problem is, though, is that whichever one ends up getting the priority with the Ashe or the Heimerdinger and gets that first item or even that first few, kind of components of items, tends to have a much more control around that bot side of the map, which could lead to more early dragons. So It is very much going to be about where these bot laners are able to kind of move that priority, move themselves. And right now, both teams just waiting to see what their solo laners can be before fully committing.
Yeah, I mean, I do prefer the Ashe much more over the Heimerdinger support. I just think with her being able to build the Umbral Glaive, it just provides so many opportunities in terms of the vision control around that early objective. So JJ is going to just have a banger of a time if Mako does get to pop off and this Ashe support and get gold into his pockets, where he's able to pick up those items earlier online for the side of EDG. Mid laners are going to get taken off the board for the second banning phase. Azir, I'm assuming Ryze is going to also get banned, but Cassidy being banned for the side of EDG does insinuate that they're looking for a champion like Sylas.
Looking for something. We'll see with the Azir ban. Of course, Fofo's most played in his career, so definitely not a strange one to be seeing against EDG at the moment. But with the Jace ban away as well, I do like this. You've already got the Renekton off the board. Those are big melee top laners that we were talking about. And we'll see if they want to go get rid of the Jax as well, because remember, we did see 369 go for the counter, did go for the Kennen, it did not work, but with the Sejuani there and the Fiora banned, we could see just kind of a straight up off this rotation, JDG picking up that Jax and saying, look, you can't have it. So we'll see what EDG want to prioritize.
I mean, yeah, the Jax is available once again, but there are a lot of viable counters like the Gwen and the Kennen. Depends on what 369 decides to opt into this time around, because you do have the Sejuani this time on your team composition, so a bit more reliable CC and of course frontline for this game too. We're just gonna expect another similar matchup, I believe. We have the Jax also. We also have the Jax going towards 369 this time. Did not expect this.
Yeah, well, they don't want to go for the Gragas just yet. They haven't locked it in, so we'll wait till that one gets confirmed, and there it is. But EDG could... Yeah, I know, right? This is the new evolution of the fans in China. It's like you used to have, like, obviously, like LCK had like the phones with the text that goes across. China have just gone full GIFs and full like pictures of people now on iPads. So it's pretty great to see. I would be surprised though to see EDG not take, to take the Kennen would be a strange one in my opinion. But you do have the Wukong for extra engage and the Ashe. This could work out for them if they want to try and go for it and take their matchup in their own hands.
Yeah, the matchup has been swapped around, it seems like, for this game too, but I just think the top lane for game 1 definitely wasn't the problem. 369 played to his best potential. Unfortunately, his jungle was just far too behind, so the early game is really dependent on Kanabi once again. Sylas doesn't get picked up for the side of EDG, however, Victor does get locked in. A lot of scaling for the side of EDG this time around, but I'm afraid you don't have enough damage to really fight off the Sejuani and Jax in this early game.
They gotta go with the Victor as well, so swapping out the solo lanes and saying to themselves, look, we can do these compositions better than you. We can use the Victor and the Kennen a lot more potency than you did in that game 1. But the Sylas for Knight, something he's very happy with. You can see him there, smiles on his face, kind of saying, look, I know what we're gonna be able to do here. He has so many great ultimates to steal away. I will say the one thing that's kind of a bit of a bait and switch. I don't know if he really wants the Wukong ultimate that often. I find that when you take the Wukong ultimate, you can't cast any more abilities while in that animation. So curious to see which one he does end up prioritizing. But the Ashe Arrow, the Kennen ultimate, so many ways to get himself into team fights, can be incredibly powerful.
Yeah, and just the entire synergy of JDG's topside, Jax, Sejuani, and Sylas, definitely very skirmish heavy, and you want to be looking for those early 3v3 trades, because once you do reach the late game stage up against the Victor, the Sylas is going to fall off immensely compared to Fofo.
We'll wait to see now what we're going to go for, and then both teams will be looking to try and get some scrappiness going into that bot side. You've got pretty decent engage, pretty good damage from both ends. But whether or not those junglers can make a difference is going to be key. I want to see a little bit more tempered use of the invades here from Kanavi and make sure he does not get caught out and give over some pretty free kills. But on the other side of it, like, again, you're looking at Ala taking the Kennen into the Jax of 369, saying, look, you couldn't make the most of this matchup, I can. And with the priority that JJ put up towards that top side, I don't doubt it.
Yeah, I don't doubt it either, and this is exactly what we're what we're expecting out of JDG for a game 2. A lot easier to execute composition with the Sejuani, and of course a lot of these go buttons with the Sylas being able to steal the Ashe ult, and of course the Varus Heimerdinger having the amount of CC in that bottom lane as well. A lot easier and a lot more straightforward, so you don't really need to care about those micro mechanics or how you play these team fights, because it's just send it. Which is exactly what we want, because JDG, they shouldn't be losing this series up against EDG, because they are very promising on paper.
Said like a proper JDG fan.
I'm sorry.
You shouldn't be losing. How dare you do this to me? Make me look like a fool in front of my friends.
An absolute fool.
But yes, we're going to need to see more from JDG. They have the tools available to them, a lot more proactivity. You're not just relying on 1 or 2 ultimates. You've got plenty to set something up. You've got plenty to try and make work for you. So want to see a little bit more coming out from the JDG, especially on the top side. It did feel like 369, Knight, and Kanavi, especially in those first few minutes, were just very muted, not really making the plays they needed to. And then on the bot side, Ruler was just left to try and pick up the pieces. Didn't obviously have a great game at all, but would definitely not be leaving it completely on his head as we now get both bot lanes coming in. I will say that the Heimerdinger has gotten priority now, so we should see... nice little bit of damage coming in here from Ala onto 369. Nice little ward as well. But with the Heimerdinger turrets now in position, it becomes very difficult to kind of reclaim this. This is why you see a lot of teams when against the Heimerdinger take control with a 5-man stack of these lane brushes, because you just very difficult to kind of gain it back after a while.
Yeah, and we didn't see EDG stopping the towers going down at that level 1, so of course Missing gets the level 1 push naturally. But we see both junglers starting their red buff. Realistically, they could look for a 3v3 in this bottom side of the map. However, I would love to see the Kennen getting ahead in this lane with a bit of help from JJ once again. We already saw him do extremely well on this Wukong in game 1, so I'm not afraid to say that he probably is going to do the exact same in this game too. But it really just depends on how EDG solo lane is played for that lead to really generate again.
Kanavi, what did I say? What did I say about invades? None of that now. He might try and go towards that top side, but no, he's going straight towards the mid lane. Should be spotted out by... Yeah, plenty of wards, and Jija is around, so they are trying to maybe bait this one out just a little bit. Fofo, you can see him just tantalizingly hovering it above him like a carrot in front of a donkey and saying, come on, take a bite of it. You know you want it, and now he's going to go for it. They drop down the gravity well. They're going to try and turn this one around straight away. They do get the abscond abduct, and Kanavi is dead. Not able to get Knight out without him using his flash, and EDG strike first once again.
But Kanavi just plays into the hands of EDG Fofo. He goes in for the kill, and that stun place down by Fofo was just perfect. It was just zoning both Kanavi and Knight from continuing the play. And of course, JJ coming in, expecting a counter gank out of the Wukong, and picks up first blood for JJ. Once again, a very similar repeat of game 1. But we do see Sejuani trying to dodge the vision. However, this ward is really well placed from Fofo and does end up spotting Sejuani trying to get a kill onto this mid lane, and JJ waiting very patiently as Fofo is trying to bait Kanavi into getting this play, as Knight also follows up, but of course just the stun and the pure zone that Fofo provided in this team, in this 2v2 was just amazing.
And as well as that, I love what Fofo did there as well. He stood in his gravity well and said, cool, both of you are melee. If you want to try and stun me with the E on, the E on the Sejuani, you're going to have to try and get onto melee range, which is going to stun you anyway. So small little plays like that. Again, Fofo just doing really, really well. Has kind of solidified himself as honestly one of our best mid laners for the last few years. Has never really had an opportunity to kind of show it at an international level, or even in the playoffs, to be perfectly honest. He has fallen short of the mark, but definitely coming out strong in this particular game, really playing well. And that's, again, just more priority here for the side of EDG. We will see, though, EDG playing respectfully, saying, look, we do not know where the silence is. We do not have total vision control, but we do see Kanavi coming in, so he's probably on this bot side. So yeah, more and more priority, as 369 now in a lot of trouble. Going to take a hell of a lot of damage. One last Q. Yeah, it doesn't have TP and now has to try and deal with this top side. He actually went back early for a null magic mantle, and he's still yet to see allied base.
A really good discipline coming out of the bot lane of EDG. They saw the Silas roaming on a ward, I believe, placed down by Fofo on the Raptor camp, so they just backed out. Although missing 2 waves, it was just way more worth to just, trade it off instead of challenging the 2v4 situation in bot side. And of course, JJ trying to make something happen in that top lane, where 369 has already burnt the TP just from the pure range matchup, and of course the amount of bully that Alice is able to do on this Airy Kennen. And he's just desperately trying to get this wave in, but if Sejuani is able to create a dive here, it might be really good for JDG.
Yeah, might be hard though. He'll be level 6 hit by Ala very soon. So yeah, they recognize it as well. They saw the writing on the wall and said, you know what? He's literally the end of this wave. He should be level 6, and that's not exactly. Actually, doesn't even hit it at the end there. So a bit unfortunate there. As we see Knight taking a very unfortunate trade, but was looking to try and just hard force this wave in underneath the tower. Fofo very safe on top of his Victor, just gonna clear up all this farm. Missing is gonna see that the dragon is being taken right now. Mako roaming up to make sure he isn't a nuisance. And with the Sejuani going topside, there's no real contest here. And again, EDG get themselves a very early dragon.
And Ala is just farming these tower plays because 369 doesn't have that TP available. But like you said, the first dragon going towards EDG, where they want to be grabbing these early dragons, just getting that plus 5 minutes onto the time, or onto the ticking time bomb, where you can just delay the game for the Victor and Jin to really settle into the game and let Ala create these flank angles once his items are online.
Well, we'll wait to see now. Level 6 is where the composition or the opportunity, shall we say, from the JDG side really kind of find themselves. Chain of Corruption, of course, you get to hijack ultimates away as Knight on this Silas. He is thinking about it, but again, like you talked about it a little earlier, the discipline, the respect given by this EDG bot lane. They're kind of saying, look, yeah, we're going to miss 2 or 3 minions. That's fine. We'll accept that. They now see a Kanavi is sitting here in the river, so they know that their intuition was correct, and that's going to keep them even safer as we go forward into this game.
Oh, JJ doesn't even... I mean, Kanavi doesn't even get his skull. He just gets egoed up. Unless he challenges this, it does go towards the side of JJ this time around, but... I think morale is just a very real thing coming into these professional matches, Oshin. We saw that JDG had a very disappointing loss up against Weibo Gaming, and their entire just... I don't know how to describe it, but the way they showed up on game day for today, it just doesn't look like the normal JDG we usually see.
The mojo. You'll learn. You'll learn of the Mojo's funny ways. You know, Munchables will have a class session sometime next week. But yeah, honestly, it does feel like it is a very relevant thing that we see a lot of the time is that when you're feeling good, and when you're not, you really aren't. So it is an interesting kind of setup that you see the players coming in. You know, IG are probably a great example of the mojo because they are a team that come in with the intros. They're feeling good. They're looking great. Yeah, they're 5-2,
they're
but
hyped up.
you know. Yeah, they're hyped up. They're feeling it. So you kind of have that opportunity of coming in here, and you don't want to be getting too down on yourself because, again, this is where we talk about the expectations. The expectations that you set for yourself are very much of the same kind of lineage as 369. Going to find JJ and catch the decoy. Nothing more, nothing less. Rift Herald should be secured now in the next couple of seconds for Kanavi, and that's going to be an objective for JDG. But yeah, the mojo is real, Kitty, and you will learn as the season goes on. Mojo is more prevalent, more powerful than any meta read you could ever have.
I will learn of this weird term called the mojo, and I'll ask Mr. Munchables himself. But as we approach level 6 for the bottom side of this game, there's going to be a lot more kill threat as we approach 9 minutes into the game. Maybe playing the top side, however.
Oh, there's nothing you can do here as 369, and now Kanavi's probably going to have to try and flash away as well. Does get himself over the wall. That could have been embarrassing if he ended up face planting, but yeah. I mean, I don't like to call a game over, but this is looking oddly similar to game number 1.
JJ is just always there for these plays. He's just reading Kanavi like a book, and Ala obviously just having the ultimate available. 369 even flashing away isn't enough to get away from the grasp of EDG, where they burnt 2 flashes to follow up in this play. We can see 369 initiating the engage, but of course flashing away. Sejuani ult misses, which is huge, and this entire play just kind of flops onto the ground as you don't have enough damage to really finish anyone off anymore. But yeah, like I've been saying, JJ, he has been taking over the map so well on this Wukong pick again. And Kanavi not able to find these angles for a solo lane is to get them ahead. And I need to stress this, that you're up against a Victor, Kennen, and Jin later on into the game, while you have a Silas. So it's not going to be the same amount of damage coming to these 5v5s.
I mean, absolutely. And if you're able to keep Kanavi away from you, have him at arm's length. I will say missing, looking to try and maybe make something work here with the ultimate grenade, but again, Eve playing respectfully. Okay, I don't have my Ashe. I don't have any vision whatsoever on this bot side, so I should just back away. We now see Mako Might be caught out himself, but just drops a ward and backs himself away. Enchanted Crystal Arrow does not land, and again, more and more respect coming out from EDG. They're not. This is the beauty, and this is what we kind of separate the the good teams from the great teams. The good teams will have mechanically good players, absolutely, but the better teams, the great teams, will not just give you any opportunities. You'll have good players, and you won't give other good players an opportunity to get against you. So really, really well played right now for the side of EDG. We will see Shelly get dropped into the bot side. A couple of plates goes over to JDG's bot lane, but again, they're not gaining the full purchase they probably want from this. With Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, we will see if they want to try and maybe make a play.
Yeah, we do have 4 plates going towards the pocket of Ruler, and I need to also highlight that he is currently 20 CS above Jin, but that's just because of how scared EDG's bot lane has been trying to avoid these angles of letting JDG back into the game by dying. Kind of be trying to look for something here, though. Wukong not having the flash available.
Well, not having the flash, but does have the Cyclone. There's the Crystal Arrow. He's going to land here, so it might be a little bit of a trade. The Chaos Storm not going to be enough as Kanavi does get himself away. Lots of health bar trading, as we can see now. 369 looking for something, but he's not underneath the tower. He's looking for one more tick. Not quite able to get it, but now 369 is going to have to back himself away. Ale still has priority in this lane.
And this is exactly how you expect a Kennen Jax lane to be going. 369 deciding to stay for an extra wave, while Ale just spent all his spells trying to get this wave in. Knight, however, giving up the dragon and trying to get a pick onto Ale where he doesn't have that flash available.
Doesn't have the flash, doesn't have the ultimate. Knight is skulking around the corner. Ale recognizes a little bit too late that he's probably going to be dying. Knight flashes, but he's not close enough. Oh my god! That was so well played by Ale, but Knight, you gotta do better than that.
I don't know if that's Ale just getting away with crime, or if Knight just flashed way too late to have that ultimate connect. Ale didn't have flash to respond, so you had the Kennen ult and the flash, and you weren't able to just finish off the little Kennen in the side lane. EDG getting the second dragon into their pockets as well, where Knight makes it back, but it's way too late.
And they're trying to get something. This is panic now. You can see it in JDG. They're scrambling. They're looking around, trying to find something. EDG are not allowing them to have anything in this match. And it feels like bit by bit, little by little, JDG are just not coming together.
Their mental is slowly crumbling. This was a 100% kill secured for Knight, but Ale just gets the stun off as soon as Knight jumps in with that ultimate available. He even flashes for it, but Ale just a little bit too fast. I don't know if it's boots diff or it's just mental diff, but he gets out in the very end.
Bit of both, to be perfectly honest. It's Ale having so much now priority in this top side. We will see the junglers down the bot lane. They really want to try and confirm this turret. Again, like that full plate would be nice here for JDG. It's hard to burn it down. You can see with the Jid not having the greatest of wave clear, but Fofo's around, looking to try and maybe make something work here, but they don't want to over-contest this. They don't want to over-force themselves and leave themselves open for a counter-attack, so EDG back themselves away. JDG, we need to make something happen. They've got the Yomus, and the Rod of Ages completed for a couple of first items. They are ahead on that regard. JJ has got himself to Divine Sunder, the only one with a completed item. As you can see, Ruler has just been farming up a storm, doing very well for himself. 5,400 gold is a pretty damn good point to be at 14 minutes into the game. But is it going to be enough?
I don't think it's enough, Oshin, because we obviously see Kanavi playing towards Ruler this game specifically, but the 2 dragons are in the side of EDG, and that just means they are threatening the soul point, where in 3 minutes that will become a very big problem for the side of JDG. So unless Ruler can really get a pick, or at least anything to fasten up the game tempo, it's already looking very hard for JDG.
Yeah, it's looking hard. They have got themselves a little bit of a gold lead for now, but with Ocean Soul on the table, Ocean Soul point, I should say, 2 away for Ocean Soul for EDG, and they're feeling pretty good. You look at the way their team fight is. They've got so many circles, Venn diagram of insane damage coming out here from the Kennen, the Chaos Storm. You've, of course, got the Cyclone. You've got so many ways of creating an opportunity and just bursting someone down before they have a chance to react. Whereas on the other side, you've got plenty of pick potential. Single target CC is the name of the game here, you would imagine, for JDG. The Chain of Corruption, the stolen Enchanted Crystal Arrow, the Glacial Prison. These are the things that are going to get you back into the game. You've only got 1 cleanse to deal with so far, and that's on top of leave. And right now, it is just kind of coming to a point where we imagine the next dragon could be it, honestly, Kitty. It could literally be, if EDG get that fight and that dragon, that could be game.
Yep, that definitely could determine the result of the game. But already see JDG's bot lane rotating to this mid as the Herald is being started by JDG. Having so many ults available though, I think EDG, if they find the correct pick, it's going to look really tough.
The arrow hits. They had enough damage to go down on him. The heal is good enough. But it costs so much to try and just save Missing's life. It costs a heal, it costs multiple ultimates, and it costs them the priority around this Rift Herald. So EDG picked themselves up that as well. So again, more and more priority, more and more neutral objectives going over in favor of EDG. And honestly, I'm 100% impressed by this EDG lineup. This has been exceptional so far this series.
Yeah, I mean, during that entire play, I think I just saw Knight CSing in that bottom lane, giving the Herald for free. So many objectives just going into the hands of EDG in the scaling composition where I don't know if CSing too much is going to do a lot for you, Knight, this game, because you are on the Silas up against the Victor this time around.
And it is a conversation we've had quite a bit when it comes to Knight, and you know, even within the LPL, is that he does become a little bit of a muted person on the team when it's not going 100%. He has had some exceptional pop-off moments for sure, not taking that away from him, but when you need someone to step up, you need to be proactive. You cannot just take the easy route, because in the LPL, the easy route is a route to doom. It's not going to lean into anything of use to you. And now with you kind of taking over priority in the top side, they're going to use Shelly to get the priority in bot. 30 seconds to the next Dragon Kitty. How do you want to see these two teams approach it?
I mean, Knight doesn't have that TP available just quite yet, and he is up against Arlo, who does have the option to TP into this fight to secure the soul point for EDG. And of course, it is Ocean Soul this time around. And with the vision being set up already, I think EDG can just honestly walk in for free and take control of the entire bot side, because look at the wave state of that bottom lane. 369 has to clear that before he joins the fight.
Well, they've set up with the Heimerdinger. The turrets are up and available. Full upgraded smite for JJ. That's huge. That is an extra 300. Ash Arrow goes wide. They weren't able to catch Ruler out. He had no cleanse and no QSS. And it looks like they're just giving up this dragon. They're happy to let one go over to JDG. They knew they didn't have priority in that bot side or in the jungle. So they're just going to say, look, take it. We'll get something else.
Okay, Yoshin, breathe. JDG got the third dragon. That means 5 extra minutes for JDG to be, I don't know, to do something on the map, because you definitely don't want to be giving that soul point towards the scaling team of EDG for this game too. And it does just give you extra time to make plays with, I believe Knight has the cannon pick around. I think he's going to try and look for a pick potentially onto Olive if he's not too careful.
Yeah, it does have the slicing Maelstrom as he looks to try and make something happen. But again, I don't think Ala really needs to kind of push forward. I will say, JJ is looking for something. I think they want Knight to passively use the ultimate because it's going to be running out. I think it's going to be only a couple more seconds before he literally has to use that.
No,
now they're going to look for something. He face checks a little bit. They're going to look for him to try and trade this one back. The TP is going to be coming in off of this one as well. Knight goes golden, keeps himself safe. TP coming in from 369, but it's going to be caught out straight away. Now Knight is dead. 369, you're left in a 1v3. He's going to flash away. Can he keep himself alive? Looks like Fofo won't be chasing too much more onto this. They see Kanavi coming in, but again, EDG, they're proactive. They make the call. They get the kill.
I'm so heartbroken, Oshin. They just had a breather by taking up the third dragon and denying the soul point, and Knight just dies on the side lane, even burning the TP from 369. But I think EDG have been so proactive, of course, making a play on the other side of the map as they gave Dragon for free, burning the flash from Knight as well, where 369 TP's in, but of course, Fofo also responding with the TP, where it just becomes a numbers advantage, and 369 can't really outplay this, and overall, JDG just falls even further behind.
They really do. EDG just calling JDG at every single moment, really just kind of putting down so much pressure. And you lost the stopwatch now on Knight, so your mid-game team fight where you're looking to try and take multiple ultimates, maybe get a little bit more of advantage for yourself, just isn't really a possibility anymore. You're going to have to wait until that becomes a fully fledged Zhonya's. There is a silver lining. Ruler has picked up his Eclipse, so he is picking up some very decent poke damage now available to himself on this Varus. But I need to see multiple piercing arrows to come out here before I really kind of see that this Varus is coming in. And honestly, on the other side, Leaves kind of saying, look, I'm going to follow you tit for tat. You may be ahead, but I'm going to go for this Manamune build, which we've been seeing quite a little bit here in the LPL, and I'm just going to keep going with this lethality to burst you out just as much as you're bursting me.
And the problem with Ruler being the sole carry in these 5v5 team comps because he is the most ahead, well, if you are the poke Barris, you don't have a lot of mobility. Once Ala has that flash ability, once JJ stares at you in a team fight and just flash ulties you, then Ruler being that immobile AD carry, not having cleanse available either. So if EDG just gets their hands onto Ruler, then that's all the damage that JDG has dead in the team fight.
You're going to see an ultimate there onto Mako. Not going to really do into anything else. Has himself even a little bit of honey fruit to top him up. But this Heimerdinger has been putting out some significant damage. Hasn't got himself up to the Rada's Crystal Scepter just yet. Had prioritized a little bit more magic resistance before coming in. I don't dislike that pick, to be perfectly honest. With the amount of burst coming out from Victor and from Kennen, definitely something to be able to keep himself a little bit more alive. As we see now, 369 trying to just hold this wave on bot side. There's no real objective to take right now. He can let this push in, deny some... Whoa!
Kanavi getting a little bit desperate there, ulting the... was that the clone?
I think, regardless if it was the clone or not, no one was following up. He couldn't get over the wall. So I think his idea was he was trying to Arctic Assault over the wall and ult so that he could keep him there and then get the W off. But I don't think it worked that way.
But you have little Heimerdinger that's following behind with only the Negatron Cloak and the Giant Spell. What are you gonna do, man?
I'm
sad, Rashid.
I know. It's okay. Look, it happens. They'll come back. I promise. Just look away. Look. Don't look at this right now.
From now. Just wake me up once JDG wins. Will I ever wake up? Who knows? But Dragon is going to be spawning
wake you up when
in 1
September
minute.
ends.
Dragon is going to spawn for the side of EDG to take this time being the sole point once again. But like you've been saying, I mean, flashes are very important when they are trying to threaten the carry of JDG, which is Ruler, where he has the flash available. So it's going to be really hard to get your hands onto him this fight. But if they can pull it off, I think it's a game-winning play.
And already EDG putting themselves in a position to be able to get themselves on the sole point. They are saying, look, we're getting ourselves here before the Heimerdinger can set up, which means his turrets are not in a good position. 369, fairly tanky at this stage. Hasn't got a second item just yet, but second item's coming across the board. Important to note, Knight is fully stacked on his Rod of Ages and has himself a Zhonya's. So while he's up here, yes, it might be a little bit away from the fight. He has a TP and he is a level ahead of Fofo. So really would love to get us level 16. The cooldown on that hijack would be just so short. As we see now, Kanavi looking for something, does land on the clone. Not able to get much else purchased from that. Chain of Corruption goes wide. Ruler and Kanavi, they're losing out on these pick kind of wards right now. I will say this isn't the soul. This is just soul point right now. And you're gaining a tier 2. You're gaining priority on bot side. This isn't a lost cause for JDG just yet, as Knight will be able to TP into this fight if they want to try and take it.
I mean, Silas does have the TP available. He does get that tier 2 top lane, like you said.
Here we go. It's going to be the Dragon secured here, and Kanavi dead as well. They've gotten the stolen Kennen ultimate. Can he make the most out of it? The Ashe has died. Ruler can't really get into the fight now. He can. They're trying to make this one work, but Fofo just zoning everybody away. 369 looks for something, but he cannot find it. Silas goes off to the side as well. Missing is going to be forced to flash, and that's another summoner dead. It ends up being a... Oh, the deadly flourish from across the wall ends up picking that one up. A 4-for-1. Dragon Soul, they may look for the Baron as well.
4-for-1 for the side of EDG. They're gonna look for more. Ruler has the flash available, but still falls down. Ala just flashing onto the ADC, or the lonely ADC of Rulers. He's the only one that survives the Dragon team fight. Baron going towards the side of EDG as well. I just think this game is looking so doomed for the side of JDG. You had to look for those mid-game skirmishes with the Silas and Sejuani. You had to force those team fights, but now it's too late.
Kanavi, this is it. This is to make it up for game 1 and game number 2. He's going to go forward with the ultimate to try and maybe stop JJ from getting in. He gets into the pit, but he will not get out. He loses out the Baron, and you know what? You miss all the shots you don't take. He had to go for a steal. Yeah, he'll die, but you have to try something.
I mean, in the end, Jin gets that Baron, so both junglers technically miss Smite. But of course, we see Silas TPing in pretty late, honestly. The Dragon is already pretty much done for the side of EDG, and Kanavi just hasn't been able to get these Smites off, and he dies instantly once again. Ruler just zoned out from the entire fight. Does get Mako, but have a look at the space that EDG was just able to create from Ruler, where he isn't able to do too much damage, and Fofo just getting rid of 369 in the team fight as well. And of course, very unlucky kill, I guess, for missing, and he flashes into the deadly passive of Jin. Well, deadly W.
Yeah, the deadly W, yeah. And we'll say, you know what, to leave, he secured the Dragon, he then secured the Baron. Man's been more on top of it than the junglers, and now, speaking of being on top of it, they are on top of 369. Navi, it's like half committing, half not committing. I think he just needed to leave. Speaking of leave misses one of his shots, so he's not able to get the slow. But yeah, this game, this series looks dead and done. And Kitty, this is not a great look right now for JDG, losing the Weibo, losing on the cusp of losing, I should say. It's not dead and buried just yet, but to EDG, this is not the super team that we were anticipating to come in and dominate the LPL. And I gotta give props to everybody else coming into this. They're not letting the nameplates, you know, kind of get at them. They're just coming at this, playing their game and playing it much better.
Yeah, especially for Leave, right, up against Ruler, where he is one of the best ADCs going into this game. Of course, not the best series to have for an example, but Ruler, I mean, Leave playing so disciplined alongside Mako, where they weren't able to find the opportunities for JDG to sneak back into the game, which is what Knight was looking so desperately for in that mid to late game. But obviously, without those opportunities, you're just gonna completely get outscaled by Fofo and Ala on these champions.
It's just so hard right now. They have got the hole breaker for 369 coming in second right now. So interesting to see his item prioritization. I mean, I look, sometimes it happens. Sometimes you just got a thing in your head. I will say Knight has got 3 items, is level 16. They need Knight to step up. It's now or never, in my opinion, as Ruler gets hit.
No cleanse.
No cleanse. They're trying to save him right now. He's going to get jumped on. He does get flash. And actually, the Chain of Corruption lands on the Fofo, interesting enough. But now Knight trying to go 1v1, and Knight does get a pop off. Okay, JDG, this is where you got to get this one going for yourself. One more hit would be good, but I think Leave knows he's not going to be able to land that shot. And he's just going to throw it out after it. So, couple of kills there for JDG. They're not dead and buried just yet, but it's only a start. They need a lot more if they want to try and finish this one off and send us to a game 3.
Dragon is going to be spawning in 1 minute, but of course you just got to have a couple more of those plays where 369 is just free scaling in this side lane with the hole breaker available. And I need to highlight this, that if you do get to a certain point in the game where 369 gets out of control, where Ala and Fofo can't really match the Jax because they just get killed or leaped on, and 369 just has so much damage, so that does become a viable win con for the side of JDG. So they just have to really get their fancy feet online, because Ruler survived that somehow.
Yeah, well, they saw Kanavi there, so they knew that there was at least one in the side here, and they really felt like they could just take out Ruler. They almost got him, but that flash was so clear. And the funny thing is, the Chain of Corruption going that far was actually huge, because it gave JJ a false sense of security. I think he thought it missed.
Yeah, and Knight does get that solo kill onto Ala with the cannon ult available. It was just a 1v1 brawl. And Knight came out on top for a 2-0 trade, which is really good. But the Dragon is once again online for the side of EDG, this time being Soul. So it's going to be really tough, especially when your Jax has the hole breaker.
Oh, he's got a hole breaker. They get Ruler this time. He gets Mikhails. They've already got Kanavi to throw out the Glacial Prison. Deadly Flourish lands and keeps the Poro Rider in stasis. Now, Knight is on a flank. He's behind the Dragon Pit. They have decent vision here for JDG. 369 is using a lot of mana right now against Leave, trying to see if he can maybe get something working for himself. But remember, this is Soul for EDG, but it's only a second Dragon for JDG. Knight still hovering towards that back side. You can see TP. It's a flank upon a flank as they look to try and make this one work. 369 needs to reset. Ruler might be in a lot of trouble if he's not careful. Here we go. They find their mark, and they're dead, Katie. No one else shall survive. You've got the Enchanted Crystal Arrow for Knight, not the one you needed. 369 is a passenger in this fight. Knight needs to have a pop-off moment, but he won't be allowed it. Fofo shuts him down. Dragon Soul over to EDG, and the game is in their sights.
The biggest upset going into today, and beautifully played by the side of Ala and JJ when we came to these team fights. A very beautiful flank as Ala TP down to that bottom lane and gets his hands onto Ruler and onto the carries of JDG, where they weren't able to react. And of course, the game goes into a 2-0 series in the favor of EDG.
2-0 was not the scoreline I was expecting here for EDG. Great flash there from Mako, I should say. Missing, trying his best to clear out these minions. He will do it. This game's not over just yet. The Jack's getting pretty big. Chain of Corruption comes out and Allah is dead. 2 kills for Ruler. GX9 goes down though. That Chaos Storm doing work. Fofo's very, very low. There is no Baron Wolf minions right now, so they only got themselves the Ocean Soul. They don't end the game just yet, but it is... Their base is in tatters. JDG are going to need about 3 or 4 miracle fights before they can even think about being considered back in this game.
Ruler's out here saying, I got one more in me, and just gets a double kill as he responds and stops the game from ending. But look at this beautiful TP from Al already in bottom lane and just dodges the vision perfectly, where Ruler wasn't able to react and he just gets melted alongside Missing, and it was just a one fight for the side of EDG, also securing the Dragon's Soul. And of course, this Baron is going to be taken for the side of EDG as well, because they just have 0 map control from the side of JDG. And it's going to be really tough to clean off against Baron minions when your wave is being threatened by that.
All right, Kanavi has been spotted, so they know that he's up towards the top side of the Baron pit. Baron starting up there. They're going to get the TP coming in from Knight. He is the carry. He is the damage. A good Chain of Corruption could set him up. He has been spotted. They know he's up towards that top side. Baron, 3,000 HP. Here we go. 50-50. They're going for it. It's been secured by JJ. Now we can see them try and go for this fight. Knight goes golden, as does the cannon. He doesn't get much value out of that cannon ult at all. Kanavi wants to run away, but he's going to be going straight to the gray screen because he's not able to survive. There's going to be a little bit of an engage coming out here from the curtain call. Good damage onto Mako here from Ruler, but not able to make it work really. 369 is big, but he's just not going to be able to survive. The Deadly Flourish is good. He has no flash this time around. As I say that, he does get a little bit of an assist to hop himself out, but with the Baron in hand and the Silas and the Sejuani dead, it should just be a formality.
Allah still has the ultimate available, so even if Ruler walks up and tries to challenge his Nexus, he is going to get popped. Oh no, JDG.
You're a prophet. You're a prophet. He got popped right at the end. EDG 2-0 over at JDG. Fantastic win there for Edward Gaming.
Really good stuff coming from the side of EDG, being 5-1 now, bumping JDG down in the standings. And of course, I just need to highlight how well JJ and Ala played these 2 games. I think they were definitely the highlights coming into this, where they just completely gapped the enemy team. And also, Leave and Mako playing the bot lane extremely well, being very respectful of the amount of ganks and the amount of pressure that Knight was going to put onto this bottom lane. And of course, not giving any chances over or making any mistakes, even as the newly promoted LPL player like Leave.
Absolutely. And look, this is fantastic for EDG. EDG moved themselves up to 5-1. They're on +7, I believe, on their game score because it was a clean 2-0. Puts them equal at tied in first with Top Esports. And you couldn't write it any better. Guess who they're playing later on this weekend? EDG, Top Esports on Sunday for the battle for first. And I honestly don't really know who I've got my money on right now. Both these teams are showing exceptional form now coming into the middle half of the split. And this is just kind of becoming a battle between our top 2 teams. I feel like JDG are, in my opinion anyway, after today's performance, coming down in that priority, slipping down in that assessment, because against Weibo, against EDG, they just didn't do enough.
Yeah, definitely. And we were highlighting in that series up against Weibo specifically for JDG that their late game was the problem, but this game proved that EDG just had the overall better game, especially when it came to those early jungle 2v2s, where I think JJ just had an amazing performance on the Wukong 2 games in a row. And of course, like you said, JDG bumping down in that standing, or at least the priority for you. So I'm really excited to see how EDG goes up against Top Esports, because they have been seeing very consistent recently.
Yeah, they really, really have been. And look, for JDG, you gotta bounce back. Look, you know, it happens, but you've got a very tough game. And what I wouldn't have regarded as a very tough game coming up, but you got IG this weekend. You played them on the Saturday. And it's just, I believe, you know, that's going to become a big moment for them. If they drop that game, that's when the question marks really start to come out for this squad. And for IG, they're coming in, feeling fairly good. Yeah, they're 5-2. They dropped a couple of games, a couple of matches, but going the full distance against top esports, only losing 2-1. They did drop to, I believe it was who did they lose the second game to? TT. Yes, that was another one who are on the up and up. So this is a team that can and has weaknesses that you can exploit. I need to see JDG exploit them. I need to see JDG come out and honestly. Anything less than a 2-0 for me on that side, JDG have a lot more to answer for.
Yeah, I mean, like you've been saying, JDG just has to pick up their game because Knight, and especially, specifically Knight going into this series, I think he had a very silent performance on this Silas once again. Look at the damage difference where you are consistently just trying to go for that CS in the side lane, but you're not a Victor, you're not an Azir, you're not going to scale as well with the item, with the gold lead that you're trying to so desperately grab, where you make Ruler the sole carry of JDG, where he's just consistently getting jumped by JJ and Al in these team fights.
I mean, you mentioned it multiple times, but Knight had the damage or Knight had the items. Like, look at his items there. He's almost up to 4, but that's no good if it's not going on to champions. It needs to be hitting things like Ashes and Jins, and of course getting Ale down so he can't go into a team fight. It just never formalized. It never came to fruition, and I do think that this is becoming a bit of a trend. I hope it doesn't become a bit of a trend, is what I'm saying, because I want to see this team do well. I like seeing the likes of Knight and Kanavi and 369 Ruler all doing very well for themselves, but right now it's just not quite sticking. On the flip of that, EDG, they just lost their entire roster in the offseason. They kept JJ and Mako and said, right, that's our core. A lot of question marks. You're losing Viper. You're losing Scout. You're losing so much. And they still look incredible. They really are looking like one of our top teams.
Yeah, I mean, we had this conversation earlier where I even highlighted that Arlo was a bit of a controversial, not controversial, but he had a lot of mixed opinions in terms of the way he played. He was considered a bit inconsistent, but with these recent games and recent series alongside EDG, I definitely think he is a person to be looking out for because he absolutely bodied 369 in today's series.
Yeah, he really, really did. I think 369 is... and be going home with his tail between his legs after this one there. A lot to be learned there. And again, a big matchup to come up for JDG and EDG. This is just going to give them so much confidence going into top esports this weekend. They've got to taking down JDG, who perceived number 2. Top esports, I would say, perceived number 1 or 2 as well. Like, you take both of those down in the same week. That is a huge amount of momentum and a massive, honestly, a massive kind of statement to your claim of saying, look, we're still a top team. We still know how to play this game.
Would you say the mojo is real? Am I using this word correctly, Oshin?
Yeah. Yes, you are. It's fantastic. So proud. so proud. I'm sure Munchables has got a little tear, a little happy tear coming down from his eye. And honestly, it does feel like that. And you mentioned a little bit earlier, the momentum that brings, the energy that you have with that can be the difference maker. And it feels like at EDG, they're feeling the mojo.
Yeah, they're definitely feeling the mojo, and with the clean sweep of a 2-0 series up against JDG, I'm sure they'll be sleeping very happy tonight until their series up against top esports very, very soon. But yeah, the solo lanes of EDG for tonight were just amazing, and I think the synergy between JJ and Ala is definitely one of the best I've seen so far when it comes to top and jungle, and I think Ala is really doing JJ justice by being able to carry.
Yeah, it really feels like we're seeing, 2021 EDG JJ, where we're seeing the guy who was able to, manhandle Damwon in a lot of those games and really kind of went, oh my God, this guy is legit. This guy can do it. And I really am excited to see what they go, because again, we talked about it a little bit earlier. Himself, Leave, and Allah are so young. They're like 21, 22. They are just at the beginning of their careers, and they are making moves, making waves within the scene. And it's just really exciting times for an LPL fan, because, there's so many teams, so many players, but when you start to see those people that coming through and, giving their best, it does feel fantastic. But we're going to send it over to Sam, who's standing by with Mako after the 2-0 win.
Hello guys, welcome to the interview, and now I'm standing with the support player Mako from Edward Gaming. First, congratulations on your 2-0 victory today, and now you are on a 4-win streak. So how do you feel now, and what's your key to keep your good momentum?
那么首先恭喜你们今天2-0赢下了比赛。那最近也是队伍在经历一个4连胜，想要问一下你们最近状态这么好的原因会是什么？
我觉得是大家最近都很努力吧，然后我们态度也很好，我觉得，然后也是非常有潜力的选手。
Actually, I think our hard working pays off, and also we are a good team. We are a good potential team, and we think we can have a good result. And the second question is about game one, because the Elder Dragon team fight, you play a 4v5 because you died at first. So what do you say in this team fight? 那第一把的最后一波团战，这个远古龙团战里面，其实你是先死掉了，先阵亡掉了，但是后续队友是打了一波4打5，很漂亮的赢下了团战。那当时你在队伍里面有没有说什么？
当时对我们最有威胁的就是凯南这个英雄嘛，然后我当时看到他在里面，但是他用大招杀我，然后闪现逃跑的话，其实对于我们阵容的威胁就比较小，所以说当时就在沟通，凯南没有闪现，没有大招，然后我们沟通一些信息给队友，对。
Actually, at that time, I shared the information that Cannon without his ultimate and flash, so we can win the latter team fight 4v5 easily. The third question is about the patch, because in next patch 13.3, the engaging support is going to be buffed. So do you prefer marksman support or engaging support? 那接下来这个版本其实应付也是会受到一些加强。那今天你第2局的艾希表现也很出色。那在比赛当中，你会更倾向于去使用应付呢，还是一些射手类的辅助？
我还是觉得版本适合什么我就用什么吧。然后两者我都比较擅长。
I think it depends on the patch, and I think I'm good at engaging support, also the marksman support. So in the next matchup, you are going to face top esports, your old opponents. So do you have some ambition about this team fight, this matchup, and what do you want to say to your opponents? 那接下来这场比赛的话，将会是你们去面对到滔博了。那对于和滔博的这个对决，你有什么想要说的吗？以及有没有什么想要去展示的一些决心？
最近滔博也是状态很好吧，然后我觉得会是一场精彩的比赛，然后我觉得喻文波等我来嘛。
Top esports keep good momentum recently, and I think that would be a wonderful game in this weekend. And for the last sentence, check it out. Wait for me. That's all for the interview today. 再一次感谢 Mako 选手来接受我们的采访。Back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Sam, and of course, Mako. Great to see them there. And again, kind of feeling confident, moving forward with what they're kind of going for. And it's very standard for Mako as well. He kind of goes like, yeah, no, we're feeling good. We're like doing this. Got to take each game at a time. But still, a win's a win, and a 2-0 over JDG. It's got to feel good.
Yeah, definitely feeling a lot better than just, it was a pretty good win. But to be fair, both games looked extremely clean. So obviously, you're going to reflect on that and say, damn, we are clean. And the confidence levels are just through the roof.
Absolutely, and I think the person who's going to have the most confidence going into the rest of the week is going to be the jungler of EDG. The MVP for game number 2 is JJ. The guy was everywhere. He was just so damn good on this Wukong, and it really did feel like this style of a composition just fits him and his team so well.
Yeah, I think the current meta just fits him extremely well, where he is able to give all those resources to his solo laners, and with Ala stepping up with his carry top laners and being able to just create so much map presence around the map, this Wukong pick just fits perfectly. 80% KP once again, where this first kill onto Kanavi was just how it all started, where Fovo played it extremely well with how he places stun, and JDG Knight was just kind of staring at him saying, oh, well, you outplayed me, well played. And of course, just a lot of good forces coming out of the jungler of EDG for this game.
And I mean, you're looking at some of these clips as well, especially the early ones. Obviously, these clips here are them being proactive, but a lot of the time, it was JJ just saying, look, I know exactly where Kanavi's going to look to try and make a play, and I'm going to cover it. Because worst comes to worst, I'm here for 20 seconds, and I don't do anything. Best result was the kills that he was able to get. Kanavi tried to go mid, JJ is there. Kanavi tries to go top, JJ is there again. And that time around, you can see he just kind of answers a little bit more than what Kanavi does. And for me, that's a big question mark coming into this now. Kanavi's going to have to try and, deal with these kind of, very, easily kind of tracked pathing, I suppose, to come out of it. And it's just not really been the style for JDG. I think that Weibo were able to kind of utilize it a little bit as well. And you can see that EDG today have also completely cracked open the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, Kanavi is going to go back to sleep tonight, and then JJ is going to pop up for that counter gank at night. He's just living in Kanavi's walls. Absolute horror, but obviously, like you've been saying, everyone on EDG played it extremely well, and Kanavi just wasn't able to find those angles to come back into the game when you are playing such a mid-game or mid-focus team composition.
Yeah, and look, great for EDG, great for JDG, great to build the confidence of that team. But we are coming to the end of our broadcast. We're going to see the results of today. If you just joined us, you have missed out on 5 games in total over 2 series. It was a 2-1 for BLG. Probably should have been a 2-0, but look, it's BLG. They're young players. I actually think I saw an interview with him on the Chinese side where he said, yeah, we're young players and we just inted, so that's just how it is in game 2. But then, of course, the big surprise, EDG 2-0 over JDG, putting themselves onto joint first with Top Esports at the top of our standings.
Yeah, I mean, definitely could say it is what it is for BLG dropping that 1 loss, but for JDG, definitely a day to reflect on how they played tonight's game. And of course, we're going to take a look at the standings now. IG and EDG just bumped up after last night and tonight, and Top Esports versus EDG is going to become that game where it settles for first place.
Yeah, I mean, like, the big thing I'm looking at right now is that you're seeing on the bottom half of the stakes, you know, the RNGs, the FBXs, and of course the NIPs and the BLGs, not 100% secure on where they're going to be finishing up right now. Of course, AL still 0 and 7. But the big surprise is TTRA 4 and 2. They're right up there with the likes of LNG and JDG hunting for some more spots. So we'll wait and see how all these teams going. Of course, we are barreling towards our midpoint of the split as we have a look at tomorrow's games. It's a little bit of a bottom half barrel, unfortunately, but it's RNG versus FBX. Both these teams desperate for that win to try and bring themselves back up to the echelons of the playoffs, the spots they are so used to. And then a little bit more of an interesting one there, WE versus LNG. LNG will definitely be favored, but WE, they're not someone to be counted out just yet.
Yeah, I mean, like you've been saying, the entire night Mojo is very real, and LNG is going to try their best to bounce back. I believe their previous series was up against NIP, and they lost in a 2-1 fashion. So the game up against, I believe, WE is going to be very important in terms of how they really settle into the standings.
Yeah, and WE obviously coming off of a win-loss set up, unfortunately for them. They won against BLG, lost against RNG. It was both 2-1, so they are still looking to try and familiarize themselves with where they want to be in terms of the table. But that is all the time we have for today. Kitty, thank you so much for joining me, bringing me through the weird and wonderful world that is the LPL. Of course, thank you to everyone who watched us and all our back-end staff. Without them, none of this will be possible. Be good to others, but most importantly, be good to yourselves, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Bye, everyone.